Welcome everyone to session 1 of Extramarks. So this is session 1 of NEET AIRTS mock test 1. So as you guys might be aware, we conducted mock test first yesterday. So this was NEET based paper, everything like 200 questions, 720 marks, totally NEET based, except the only thing was it was mock test, minor test 1. So basically the syllabus was not total syllabus of NEET, it was partial syllabus. Alright, so if we will discuss all the papers one by one. Alright, that is going to be the structure of not just this session but all the AIR test series, and further also we'll have test sessions for all the papers. Alright, so this is for minor test 1. Let's begin. Alright guys, so let me just give you a brief information about AIRTS. I am sure you might be aware, yesterday we had our first session, first test. That was minor test 1. Alright, so partial syllabus, as you might be aware, because these are minor tests. Alright, so we'll have 4 minor tests. Okay, 2 for 11th class. So this was in physics. If I talk about, this was containing mechanics, from units and dimension to rotational motion. Alright, we'll have more minor tests, total 4 of them. In second, we'll have the remaining portion of 11th class and then 2 for 12th class. Alright, so these are going to test in detail your knowledge of not just the complete syllabus but for each topic. Alright guys, so yeah, that is the schedule. I am sure you are aware. So yesterday we had our first test, minor test 1. In every 2 weeks we'll be conducting further test. So next one will be on 12th of December, that is after 2 weeks. Then we'll have on 26, 9, all that. Okay, just to give you a brief information about mega test. So there will be 2 mega tests. Mega test 1 will contain complete syllabus of 11th class. Alright, and mega test 2 will be containing complete syllabus of 12th class. And then we'll have full test, which will be total NEET based papers, which will have content from all the classes, all the chapters, and that all the test paper are NEET based only. They have 200 question and 720 marks. Alright guys, so now what we'll be doing is, I'll be starting with physics and we'll be discussing all the questions one by one. Of course, we won't go into exact details of all the topics that are there. So I won't teach you the topics that is there, but I'll tell you the solution of each and every question very quickly. Alright, because we have like around 1 hour for each subject. So in 1 hour we'll try to cover 50 questions, so that is almost 1 minute per question. Alright, so if you have any doubt in between, you can put it in the chat, I'll take it. But otherwise we'll try to go a little quickly. But don't worry, I'll explain you the concept also briefly, but mostly we'll focus on the solution. Alright guys, let's begin. Okay, question number 1. So this is, as you can see, it is asking about dimensional formula. So this is from first chapter, units and dimension. Equation is given and it is asking what is the dimensional formula of this second term in the equation, a by v square. So guys, this is I would say this is one of the simpler question of the test, because we know like whenever we are adding 2 terms, 2 quantities, they must have the same dimensions, right? Homogeneity principle, they must have the same dimensions. So p and a upon v square, they must have the same dimensions. Alright, so p, whatever is the dimensions of p, that is the dimension of a upon v square. What is p? P is pressure, we all know. So we just need to find the dimension of pressure, and that is it. That is the answer of our question. So let's look at it very quickly. Pressure, if you remember it directly, great. The answer is this, see, it is written, but we can find it very quickly also. We just need to know any one formula for P. So one of the formula for P, pressure is force upon area. So if I just quickly write the definition of force and area, I'll get my answer. Alright, so force, what is force? Force is M1 L1 T minus 2. This we must remember. Alright, at all times we must remember the dimension of force. Divided by area, area is what? L2. So that's it. M1 L becomes minus 1 and T minus 2. Alright, so that is my answer, option number C, as you can see. Alright, let's proceed. Second question again from dimension formula. These we are covering first chapter. So guys, first chapter dimension has a lot of weightage. Alright, unit dimension, that is the chapter. And dimension we must remember for basic quantities, like in last question you saw force that we must remember. Alright guys, next question, Planck's constant. Planck constant, we all have heard of it, but there's no equation given in this question. That is the difference. In the last question, we saw there's this equation given, but in this question, there's no equation. We have to answer it directly. How do we answer it directly? Do we remember dimensions for all the quantities? No, thankfully not. We don't have to do that. What we need to do is we need to know at least one equation for Planck constant. Right? If you know at least one equation which has Planck constant in it, you can solve it very easily. So there are many equations, of course, which have Planck constant. One of them which I remember is this, E equals to h nu. All right, h is the Planck constant, E is energy, and this nu is the frequency. So this is for a photon. I am sure you remember. There are other equations also like de Broglie wavelength, and also that also we can use. Let's use this one very quickly. So now we know energy, guys. We should remember the dimension of energy. If we don't remember, we can find it very easily, right? Half mv square. Using that, we can find nu is frequency 1 upon time. That also we know. So let's just put the values very quickly, and we'll get the dimensions of h, which is the Planck constant. So energy, that is m1 L2 t minus 2 equals to Planck constant into frequency. What is frequency? 1 by t. So just cross multiplication. Then we have m1 L2. T goes to this side, so t minus 1, t minus 2 into t, so that becomes power becomes minus 1. So power becomes minus 1, and that is the dimensions of Planck constant. So that is my answer. We'll compare options A. Alright guys, so this was also simple, I would say. We just need to remember one equation and that's it. Okay, next question. Okay, so this is, now we have proceeded to the next chapter, which is kinematics, motion in one dimension. So here what is given, x-axis, so it is one dimensional motion. Acceleration time equation is given. We need to find the distance covered, and acceleration, it is a variable acceleration. It is not a constant acceleration, so we cannot use equations of motion. Alright, I am sure you are aware that equations of motion, the three equations, v equals to u plus at and all that, they can be used only when acceleration is constant and not in other situations like this where acceleration is variable. So how do we solve this? Okay, so now we need our, although it is our friend, but we don't like it very much, and that is calculus. We need to use calculus in this. Okay, so acceleration time equation is given. We need to find displacement time equation from this. How do we do this? Very simple. From acceleration, first we'll get the velocity, all right, and from velocity we'll get the, here they're asking distance, we'll get the distance. Okay, so how do we get velocity from acceleration? Very simple, guys. This equation, I'm sure you all remember that acceleration is dv by dt. That is the basic equation in this chapter. V is ds by dt and acceleration is dv by dt. This we must remember at all times. That is actually the definition of acceleration. All right. So now we'll just put the values and we'll try to find v. So this will involve calculus. This will involve integration. All right. So let's just put the values of t. 6t plus 5, that is my acceleration, that is equals to dv by dt. Okay, I'll cross multiply. What do I get? 60 plus 5 dt is equals to dv. Integrate both the sides. Okay, this integration, I am sure you are aware how to integrate this. So 60 square, what does the integration becomes? It becomes 3t square. So it becomes 6t square upon 2, and that is 6. 3t square, will write it 3t square later. Okay, plus 5t equals to v. But one more thing we have to take care about mostly is limits. Okay, in this, the limits are simple because it starts from origin. So it starts, it means at t equals to 0, velocity is 0. So that is why we can put limit 0 to v and 0 to t. So if we put 0, then it is fine. So here limit was simple. If someone forgets to put the limits, even then he'll do no mistake. But generally we have to take care about the limit. For example, initially here it is saying starts, but what if the initial velocity was not 0, it was 2. All right. So yeah, we'll put the limit and then we'll try to find the answer. All right. So that is my v. Let's see the value of v that I get, 3t square plus 5t. That is the velocity, but this is of course not the answer. I need to find the distance. Again, what do? We write it like this, ds by dt. Okay, cross multiply, integrate, you'll get the answer. So I'm writing it here, 3t square plus 5t dt. That is my ds. Okay, integrate both the sides. What is the integration of 3t square? So that will be t cube, because t square becomes t cube by 3. So 3 and 3 will cancel, plus 5t square by 2. Okay, that is my displacement. Again guys, limits are simple, 0 to s and 0 to t, so we can solve it. So that is my answer, except put t equals to 4 here and you'll get the value. So now let's just put t equals to 4 here. That will be whatever the value will get, so that will be 64 plus 5 by 2 into t square, that will be 16. So 64 plus 40, that will be 104. Alright, simple. It has some calculation, I know, calculus, integration and all that we don't like, but we have to do this much in this question to get the answer. Otherwise it is simple. Alright, hello everyone who has just joined. So guys, I'll repeat, we are just discussing the minor test 1 paper which was conducted yesterday. Alright, first we are discussing all the questions of physics and then later we'll move to other subjects. Alright, so as you know, it is NEET based paper, so there are 50 questions, 4 marks each, plus 4 minus 1, total 720 marks. Alright, so yeah, this is just the third question, so even if those of you have just joined, don't worry, you have not missed much, but we'll try to go quickly because we have to cover 50 questions of physics in like almost 1 hour. Alright guys, let's go to the next question. Even if you have not given paper but you are just here in the session, don't worry guys, you can still look at the questions and look at the solution and still understand the concept that I'm trying to tell you. And even if you have not given the test, you can try to like solve it in the in the live when I'm also solving. You can also try to solve and you can try to understand the solution. So even if you have not given the test, this session can be very useful for you. Alright guys, let's look at the next one. So here speed time graphs are given and it is saying which of the following represents or shows a realistic situation. So what it is saying is, out of these 4, only 1 is realistic and 3 others are not realistic. What does that mean? Like, how do we know what is realistic? So guys, A is not realistic. Why A is not realistic? Can anyone tell me? Any idea, anyone? Why it is not? So it is speed time graph, but it is not realistic, we are saying. It is not possible basically. This A option, we can never have such speed time graph. Why is that? So if you look at this very carefully, it is starting from negative values, right? Y is negative, this is my 0. Y is negative. On y-axis we have speed and speed cannot be negative. Alright, so that is why this option is incorrect. B and C are, coincidentally they are same, so if I can eliminate B, I can eliminate C also. So let's look at B option. Okay, B is also incorrect. Why it is incorrect? If we look at the graph, why it is not possible? Because guys, take some time, like take this time instant. So this is, let's say t equals to some time, it will be 4 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever. At this time, let's look at the value of speed. So what is the speed here? So if basically I draw this line, so I can see that at this same time, I have 3 values of speed, right? At this time, I have this speed also on y-axis, I have this speed also, and I have this speed also. So at the same time, I have 3 speeds. Is it possible? Does it even make sense? At one time, the object has 3 different speed. Not possible, right? So this such graph where for like at some instant of time, I have more than 1 values of speed. That is not possible. Or not just speed, but velocity also, that is not possible. All right. So at every instant, I should have just 1 values of velocity or speed. So that is given in option D only. So guys, that will be my answer. Alright guys, let's go to the next one. 2 bodies are thrown. So this is from the next chapter, which is projectile. Alright, motion in 2D now we are talking about. So angles are given, initial angle, projection angle, and maximum height attained by. Alright, so basically we need to find the here the ratio of the maximum height attained by them. Alright guys, so let's look at this one. So angles are given. So if we talk about maximum height, we just need to remember the formula, that is u square sine square theta by 2g. That is the formula of maximum height. So just put the values here of our angle. So this will be u square sine square theta, that will be 1 by 2. And there is 2 also in denominator. So I have in denominator, I get 4. So 2 into 2, 4. And if we talk about 60 degrees, what do I get? U square sine square theta. So sine 60 is root 3 by 2, square of that is 3 by 4, and 2g of course we have. So if we just take the ratio, alright, and we'll get the answer. So that will be this root 3 by 2. Basically what the question is trying to say is, although it is I think not it is not complete here. In the test series, what the question was that these two are equal, find the ratio of their velocities. That was the question. So these two are equal, the heights are equal, although projection angles are not equal, find the ratio of their initial speed. So we equate them and then we find the ratio. So here if you can see 4g and this 4g will get cancelled, what do I have? I have u1 square by u2 square, that will be 3 by 2. So if now we take the under root, so u1 by u2, that will be root of 3 by 2. So that is my answer. So the question was trying to ask what is the ratio of the speeds. Okay, when the height is same, what is the ratio of the speed? Angles are given. So just use the formula, do the calculation, you'll get the answer. All right, next one. Object 45-degree projection angle, maximum height, horizontal range. We need to find the relation. Very simple, guys. Again, let's just use the formula very quickly. Range, what is range? U square sine 2 theta by g. That is my range. Height, of course, we had just written it in the last slide also. Sine square theta by 2g. All right. So put theta is 45. Find the relation. You'll get the answer. U square by g. Sine 2 of 45. Sine 90. What is sine 90? 1. Guys, these value you must remember. Sine 90 is 1. Sine 45 is 1 by root 2. All that. Okay. Height. U square sine square theta. What is sine square 45? Sine square 45. So sine 45 is 1 by root 2. Square of that is 1 by 2. So sine square theta is 1 by 2 divided by 2g. What do I get? I get u square by 4g. So this one is u square by g. This one is u square by 4g. Of course, we can see height is 1/4. Height is 1/4 of range. So what is the answer? Range is 4 times. Answer C. All right. Simple formula based question. Okay, ball is thrown vertically upwards, which of the following plot represents speed time graph. Okay, air resistance is not ignored. So we need to find the speed time graph. Air resistance is not ignored. So guys, when we throw something up, the velocity and time are generally rated like this. So V equals to U, acceleration is minus G, so U minus dt. So when the ball is going up, that is the relation between the speed and the time. So what graph is this? That is a linear graph y equals to mx plus c. Alright, now, but the difference is air resistance is not ignored. Still, it's fine. Air resistance, what it is having is, it is providing a constant force. Okay, opposing force. So earlier we had acceleration due to gravity g. Now the effective acceleration due to gravity will be less than g. Alright, so rather than g, we can just write g effective. What is this g effective? G effective is basically mg minus r. R is, let's say, resistance force. So that is my net force. Okay, so acceleration, if I talk about net acceleration, that is mg minus r divided by mass of the body. So we can write g minus r. R is the resistance force divided by m. That is my net acceleration, which is let's say g effective. So that is less than g, but it is also a constant. It is not 9.8, it will be less, like 8 or 7, whatever. Doesn't matter, it is a constant. So again, I am getting the equation, guys, y equals to, this is constant minus m, t is x here basically. So c minus mx, it is a linear relation, right? So what do we get? We get a linear graph. So that is why C is correct. Also, like when the ball, we throw it up. So now when it comes down, then also it will be linear graph. All right. So this question about the shape of the graph, again, it is a linear graph. All right, guys, let's move to the next question. Okay, this one is interesting. What it is saying is, so in this question, guys, it is helpful if we draw the diagrams. Okay, so let's just draw the diagram for this one. Ship A is moving westward with a speed of 10 km per hour. So let me just draw it here. So there's ship A moving westward. What is the speed? 10 km per hour. Okay, and ship B at 100 km south of A. So this is A. At 100 km south, I have the ship B. Okay, it is moving northward with a speed of 10. So this ship B is moving with a speed of 10. All right. So yeah, this is the given situation. This distance is 100 meter. All right. Okay. Time after which the distance between them becomes shortest. Okay. Initially the distance is 100 meter, but it is saying after some time the distance will be less. It will become shortest. So okay. Initially, yeah, it is 100 kilometer. I'm sorry. It is 100 kilometer. At what time it will become shortest? So that is the question. So in this question, guys, what we need to do is, although it is not intuitive, but once you practice enough questions like this, you'll get the idea that we should apply the concept of relative velocity in these questions. How do we do this? So think from the perspective of any one ship. Okay, let's take ship A. Let's say you are sitting in ship A and you're observing the motion of B. So how will you observe the motion of B? Alright, so according to you, what will happen is the B ship is going northward and you were going westward, but in your frame, what will happen? It would appear as if ship B is moving eastward. Right? Makes sense? भाई अगर मैं वेस्ट में जा रहा हूँ शिप ए में और बी लेट्स से रेस्ट पे है तो मुझे तो ये लगेगा कि बी ईस्ट में जा रहा है. राइट, दैट इज द रिलेटिव वेलोसिटी कंसेप्ट. सो let's focus on relative velocity. Let's say the observer, you are the observer, you are in ship A. According to you, what will be the velocity? Let me draw the another diagram for this. So you are the observer here on ship A. According to you, the B ship, what is the velocity of B ship? 10 in this direction and 10 in this direction. Alright, that is the velocity of ship B. This is the resultant. That will be 10 root 2, of course, because resultant of both the component 10 root 2, angle will be 45 degree with the horizontal. Alright, so that is the motion of ship B. So ship B is moving like this. It will move like this. So what is the shortest distance between you and the ship B? The shortest distance, for that we need to draw a perpendicular. Right, between a line and a point, the shortest distance is the perpendicular distance. So we just drew a perpendicular, and whatever is the length of this line, let's say x, that is the shortest distance. Okay, I'll get the shortest distance, then I'll find the time after which it will achieve it. So what we need to do here is, let me draw it with a different color. Alright, so I'll draw basically a triangle here, and using that I will find the value of this x. So this is 100 kilometer, right? That is given in the question. This is 100 kilometer. Okay, angles I found out, this is 45 degree, this one. Okay, so what do? I can see that the hypotenuse is 100. I need to find the perpendicular. So sine 45 is perpendicular, that is x upon hypotenuse, that is 100. Put the values. 1 by root 2 is equals to x by 100. What is x? X is 100 by root 2. Alright, not the best handwriting in the world, but I am sure you can understand what I am writing. So x is 100 by root 2, that I got the shortest distance. That is not my answer. Shortest distance is not my answer. My answer is the time. So basically I just need to find now this distance. So this distance again, guys, will be also 100 by root 2 only, because this is a isosceles triangle. So this distance is 100 by root 2. So what I am saying is the ship B will cover a distance of 100 by root 2. Alright, so how much time it will take to cover distance 100 by root 2? So time is nothing but distance upon speed. So what is the distance covering by ship B? 100 by root 2. And what is the speed of ship B? So here I need to put the resultant speed, that is 10 root 2. Alright, because we are talking about from the perspective of A. So 10 root 2, if you solve this, 100 by 10, root 2 becomes 2, so this becomes 10 by 2, and that is 5 seconds. Alright, so that is my answer, 5 hour, because everything here is kilometer per hour, so the unit of time will be accordingly, will get hours. Alright, if we put everything in SI unit, the answer we get in SI unit. If you put everything here in other unit like kilometer per hour, so answer will accordingly will get in hours only. Alright guys, let's continue. So answer will be C, 5 hours. Alright guys, body moving constant speed, acceleration of the body. So guys, whenever we're talking about constant speed, we imagine 1D motion, but here the exception is uniform circular motion. So whenever it is talking about constant speed, always take this example to cover all the possibilities. So the acceleration may be varying. Correct guys, it is varying because in uniform motion, the acceleration is towards the center and the direction is changing all the time, right? The magnitude of acceleration is constant, but the direction is changing. So yeah, it is varying. The direction of the acceleration is varying. So this is correct. Maybe 0, yes, it may be 0, because whenever it is moving in a straight line, in that case acceleration will be 0. Maybe of constant magnitude, yes, in circular motion it is of constant magnitude. So this is also correct. All are correct, that is why all of these. Alright, so just tackle options one by one and then you'll get the answer. Alright, next one. Next time, height reached by projectile, horizontal range, velocity of projection. Simple formula based question guys, nothing very complicated. If you remember the formula, you can do this. Of course, it will have some calculation. So let's just do the calculation here. Height u square sine square theta by 2g, that is 4. So here I get u square sine square theta, that is 8g. Okay, that is my equation 1. Second equation I'll get from horizontal range, and that will be u square sine 2 theta by g, that will be 12. So this is 12g. Alright, so now what do we need to do is, I can put the value of sine theta from this. So sine square theta is 8g by u square, and sine 2 theta I can write 2 sine theta cos theta. So if I divide these two, okay, second by first, I'll get the value of theta. Let's say how. Second by first, sine 2 theta, which is 2 sine theta cos theta, upon sine square theta, that is what, 12 by 8. 12 by 8 is what, 3 by 2. Alright, sine square theta, this will get cancelled. So I get 2 by 10 theta. 2 by 10 theta, that is 3 by 2. So what is the value of 10 theta I'm getting, guys? So 10 theta I'm getting 4 by 3. So I am sure you remember this. 10 theta is 4 by 3. It means theta is what? So theta is 53 degrees. These are the values which are not there in the table, but we should remember these values also, although we can find easily. So, but yeah, theta here is 53 degrees. I am writing directly. If theta is 53, what is sine theta? Sine 53 is 4 by 5. Alright, if 10 theta is 4 by 3, we can draw a hypothetical triangle also. This is 4, this is 3, this is theta. So sine theta will be 4 by 5. Alright. So sine theta is 4 by 5. Now I will just put it in any one and you'll get the answer. Put it in first. U square. Okay, sine square theta 4 by 5. So 16 by 25. That is what? 8g. So now you can solve the value very quickly. So 2, that will be 50, 20. So just cross multiply, this will get cancelled. So that will be 25g by 2. Take under root, that will be 5g by root 2. That is the answer. Alright, simple formula based question, nothing very complicated about these. Okay, particle move xy plane, force is given, linear momentum. Okay, linear momentum is given. Okay, and force, it is saying force, but like the equation of force is not given. Alright, but we need to find the angle between force and momentum. So guys, momentum is given. Can we find the force? So we need to remember the relation between force and momentum. What is the relation? F equals to dp by dt. Alright, पता ही है न्यूटन सेकेंड लॉ. मोमेंटम का डिफरेंशिएशन कर देते हैं, फोर्स आ जाता है, इसका डिफरेंशिएशन कर देंगे तो फोर्स आ जाएगा. इसका डिफरेंशिएशन सिंपल ही है गाइस. कॉस का क्या होता है? कॉस का माइनस साइन होता है. सो 2, आई एम डिफरेंशिएटिंग इट, 2 cos t becomes minus sin t. Okay, that is I cap plus 2 sin t का डिफरेंशिएशन cos t j cap. So guys, that is my force. फोर्स भी आ गया, मोमेंटम भी आ गया. आप क्या करें, दोनों में क्रॉस प्रोडक्ट निकाल लो. ये कैसे पता? ये मुझे पता है प्रैक्टिस से, क्योंकि मैंने ऐसे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन किए हैं. तो गाइस, जब भी दो वेक्टर में एंगल निकालना होता है तो डॉट प्रोडक्ट निकाल लो. ओके, तो आ जाता है इजीली डॉट प्रोडक्ट, बिकॉज इट हैज थीटा इन द इक्वेशन. सो विल गेट द वैल्यू ऑफ cos थीटा फ्रॉम द इक्वेशन. सो f डॉट p, दैट इज मैग्नीट्यूड ऑफ f, मैग्नीट्यूड ऑफ p cos थीटा. सो यहाँ से cos थीटा हम निकाल लेंगे. डॉट प्रोडक्ट निकालना बहुत सिंपल होता है. दैट इज वाई वी कैन सॉल्व इट वेरी क्विकली. इनका डॉट प्रोडक्ट निकालेंगे गाइस. 2 cos t into 2 minus sin t, so that will be minus 4 sin t cos t and plus 4 sin t cos t. So if you do this, you will get 0. That is not the answer, final answer. That is the value of dot product. So it means this is whatever the magnitude cos theta, that is 0. Cos theta is 0. तो cos theta 0 कब होता है guys? Cos theta 0, theta 0 पे होता है क्या? नहीं guys, cos theta 0 होता है 90 डिग्री पे. So cos 90 0 होता है. ये तो याद होगा ही हमें. Alright guys, next one. Two identical masses dropped from height h, acceleration center of mass. Guys, very simple. दो particles हैं, center of mass का acceleration पूछा है. I can use this formula m1 a1 plus m2 a2 upon m1 plus m2. यहाँ पे guys क्या हो रहा है? दोनों ही जो particles हैं, they have the same acceleration, which is g downwards. Okay, doesn't matter if a particle is going up or it is coming down. The acceleration is same in both cases. That is g downwards. Alright, so this I am sure you know, whenever the particle is going up or it is going down, okay, the acceleration is downwards only, and that is small g, 9.8. Alright, so a1 is also g, a2 is also g. Put the values, the answer will also be g. Alright, so that is the acceleration. Doesn't matter if particle is going up or down, both have same acceleration, that is small g, and that is downwards. That is also the acceleration of center of mass. Okay, next one. Okay guys, so this one is this is about FBD. We need to draw the FBD of this boy, and it is asking about weight. So guys, the idea is very simple. Generally we write weight is mg. Alright, that works. that works 99% of the time, but 1% of the time that is not true, because weight is actually not mg always. Weight is actually the normal force. Okay, that is the normal force that is applied by the ground. So in most cases it is mg, but sometimes it is not mg, like this case here, right? It is not mg. That is why they are asking this question. If it was always mg, why would they ask such a question, right? So it is normal, so we just need to look at the normal force. So if I draw the FBD of this person, okay, this person, okay, what are the forces acting on this? Tension force is acting, okay, downward mg of course, and upward normal force is also acting. So if I write the equation, that will be N plus T equals to mg, and what about the normal force? That is mg minus T. So mg is the weight minus tension force. So normal, as you can see, it is less than mg, right? Because minus T is there. So that is why it is less than the weight. That is my answer. All right. Simple FBD type question. Okay, this one, what it is about, alpha is given 3. Okay, time is given 4 seconds. Let's just write all the values that are given. Turns through an angle of 60 radian. So theta is given 60 radian. Okay, what is asking? When it started from left, how long has it been in motion before the start of this 4 seconds? So in 4 seconds, it has covered this much theta. So guys, basically what it is asking is, it is asking the initial velocity, because if we know the initial velocity before the 4 second interval, we can find out when it started. So let's just find the initial velocity omega naught. This is the omega naught just before the 4 second interval. Alright, so omega naught, we can use the equation of motions. Alright, 3 equations which are for circular motion. So equation that I'm going to use here is second equation. Alright, theta is equals to omega naught t plus half alpha t square. Omega naught is 60, theta is 60, omega naught we need to find, time is 4, plus half alpha is 3, t square, that is 16. If you solve this, what do you get? 8, 24, 24 minus this 36 by 4. So omega naught, it becomes 9. Alright, so 9 radian per second, that is my omega naught, that is the velocity just before the 4 second interval. Now I need to find the time when it started. So let's say from the beginning the time was t. So now I'll use the first equation, omega equals to omega naught. So of course in the beginning it was at rest. So 0 plus alpha t. Alpha is 3. What is t? That I need to find. So what is omega? So after some time the speed becomes 9. So 9 is equals to 3t. T comes out to be 3 seconds. So it means it started, let's say t equals to 0. In 3 seconds it achieved a speed of 9 radian per second, angular speed. And then we started this 4 second interval, and in that 4 second interval it covered a theta of 60 radian. Alright, so that is the question. Slightly complicated, but easily doable if you know how to, put the values in the equations. Alright. Next one. Okay guys, so this is one of the more complicated question. There are some questions which we should leave in the exam. Alright, because they take a lot of time, or we should come to them at the last. So this was one such question where you have to leave in the beginning and you have to come, if you have time, then you have to come to them at last. Alright, so how do we do this? So again guys, this was, draw the FBD for this one. What are the forces for both tension forces acting? Alright, but in this friction force is also there. Apart from friction, we also have centrifugal force, because this whole thing is rotating. So if we talk about we can solve in terms of centrifugal force. We can use the concept of centripetal also, but centrifugal also we can use. So if we are standing here, let's say at the platform which is also rotating, we can use centrifugal force. So what is the centrifugal force? That is rotational force. So that is m1 omega square r. Alright, on the m2, that is m2 omega square r. So that is the centrifugal force, but these are not the only forces. There is one more force, that is friction. So friction is also acting. So in what direction? You can take any direction, doesn't matter. Just be clear that m1 m2 both will have opposite direction of friction, right? Because action reaction pair. If on m1 it is left, so on m2 it is right. So although m1 is more, so for m1 centrifugal force is more, so tension is same. So you can, like, if you are a little bit analytical, you can find that the tension is same, but centrifugal forces are different. So friction will be acting towards the right on m1. So the friction force will be acting in opposite direction in both, and for m1 it will be acting towards left, because it needs to balance the centrifugal force. So for the m1, the equation that I'll write is T plus friction, that is m1 omega square r, and for m2 I'll write T equals to m2 omega square r plus f. Alright guys, so these two are my equation, and using that I can find the answer. Alright, so T, we can subtract these two. What will be F? F will be mu m1g, right? F, friction is mu into normal, so friction we can write mu into m1g. So okay, so what do we need to do? Subtract the two equations. Okay, so T and T will get cancelled. What do I get? I get F equals to m1 omega square r minus m2 omega square r minus f. So 2, I can write it like this side. So this is the equation I'm getting. 2f is equals to m1 minus m2 omega square r. So what is 2f? 2f is nothing but 2 mu m1g. So m1g into mu. That is my friction. Alright, that is equals to m1 minus m2 omega square r. So here now you can see we can find omega 2 m1 g mu upon m1 minus m2. What do we have? R, that is omega square, right? Take under root, you'll get the answer. What is the answer? We can compare. So as you can see, option A. Alright, slightly complicated but doable, but again time taking, so we should do it at the last. Okay, next one. Again guys, this is from constraint motion. So here only thing you need to realize is that if they are asking acceleration of pulley, let's say it is A. Only thing you need to realize is if the acceleration of pulley is A, then the acceleration of the block will be 2A. That is from the constraint motion. That is the only thing you need to realize. I don't have the time to go through that here, but you can imagine that if the pulley has to go by distance x to the front, then this box has to come forward by a distance 2x, because this string is constant. This wall cannot move. So it is the box only that has to give all the length that the pulley needs to go forward. Alright. So yeah guys, the acceleration of the block is 2A. That is the only thing. Now it is doable. Okay, just draw the FBD of pulley. What is that? 100 Newton. What are the forces acting? Tension force, again tension force. Okay, 2T, I can write 100 Newton, because guys on pulley the force is always 0. Why is that? Because it is massless. On a massless object, the force must always be 0, right? Because F equals to ma. So what is acceleration? Acceleration is F upon m. So if mass is 0, force must also be 0. Otherwise acceleration will become infinite, right? Not possible, acceleration infinite. So force must be 0. From T I get the, from this equation I get the tension, which is 50 Newton. So 50 Newton, now I can find 2A. I can draw the FBD for this small block. What are the forces acting? Tension force. So tension is equals to mass into acceleration of the block. What is the acceleration? 2A. 50 equals to mass into 2A. Alright, mass is also given 20 kg. So 50 is equals to 20 into 2A. Alright, so what is the acceleration I am getting? For the block I am getting 1. So for the block, what we are getting is 50, 1.25, that is 50 by 40, 1.25 meter per second square. That is the acceleration of pulley A. Alright guys, so that is the thing, constraint motion plus FBD. It required both. Slightly complicated, but again doable. Okay, next one. This is what it is saying. Power, then the graph. Okay, constant power. It is saying that the power is constant. What does that mean? Power, so we need to know the formula of power. Okay, that is simple, but now they are asking graph between velocity and position. So guys, whenever we have graph, we become confused, but don't worry. Just follow the equations, you'll always get the answer. So what is the equation here? So guys, power, what is power? Power is force into velocity, right? That is constant. That is my power, force into velocity. What is force? Force is nothing but mass into acceleration. Okay, so mass into acceleration into velocity, that is constant. I need to find the relation between velocity and position. That is the question, guys. Here I don't see position. I see velocity, I see acceleration. How do I get position? So guys, this you should know. Acceleration can be written as v dv by dx, right? V dv by dx, that is acceleration. One formula is dv by dt, that we all know, but it is also v dv by dx. Into v, that is constant. Now if you solve this, mv square dv by dx, that is constant. M is also constant, so what I can write is m, I can take it to other side. So v square dv by dx, that is constant. Now we just need to solve this one, little bit of integration, don't worry, not that complicated. V square dv equals to c dx, integrate both the side. What do I get? On left hand side, okay, so I write it here. On left hand side, I get v cube by 3 and is equals to cx. So v cube, okay, right, let me write it here. V cube equals to 3 times of Cx. What is the V? V is some constant. 3c is also c, only constant. Okay, let's say c dash, and x power 1 by 3. So that is the relation Vy equals to some constant x power 1 by 3. So what is the graph of that? So graph will be option D, because this is straight line, this is y equals to constant, this is parabolic graph, this is the power 1 by 3 graph. Or this is also similar to power 1 by 2 graph, or root x. If this was the equation we are getting, not we are getting this equation, it was getting, then graph would be similar to this. So this graph you should remember that for root x or x raised power 1 by 3 graph will be kind of like that. Alright guys, next one. Okay, car goes horizontal circular road, speed of car is increasing. So draw the FBD, car is accelerating with this acceleration. So that is the force acting on this MA, but it is on a circular road. Alright, so there is one more force, that is the centrifugal force that is acting. And what is that? That is the mv square by r. That is the force acting. But both of these forces, where will they come from? They will come from friction only, right? It is the friction which is providing both of these. So the combined result is equal to the friction force. So if I talk about the combined result, okay, so combined result, I need to find the resultant. So that is this F1 square plus F2 square, that is the resultant. So under root of F1 square plus F2 square, that is the resultant, that is the friction force. And what is it is asking the limiting speed. So we are talking about the limiting friction. And what is the formula for limiting friction? Mu mg. Alright, so that is the relation. So from here we'll get the value of V. Just put all the values or do the square both the side. So mv square by r plus F2, that is m square a square. Okay, I have to do the square of this. So m square v power 4 upon r square, m square a square, that is mu square m square g square. Alright, so that is the relation. From here it is just calculation. Now you'll get the value of V. As you can see, power of V is 4. So finally when we find V, the power of the whole thing on the right becomes 1 by 4. So 1 by 4, and mu square g square minus, so this a will go to the minus side. M square we can cancel all the sides. So this, if I write V power 4 r square is equals to mu square g square minus a square. Alright, now easily solvable. You can see the answer will be option A. So that is the thing. Here what is happening? All the forces, this constant rate plus centrifugal force, both are being provided by friction. So equated the resultant of them with friction. Alright, where will the friction acting? So combined results of friction basically is acting to balance both. The friction is acting basically in this direction. Alright. Okay guys, next one. This is again from rotational motion. Alright. So what we need to do, this involves a little bit of geometry also. If I draw the diagram clearly, what is happening here is, guys, this horizontal step is there. Okay, what is the height of this step? That is r by 3. That is the height, r by 3. So this, although it almost looks like r, let me redraw it. So if I draw the circle again, okay, this looks better. So guys, this height is r by 3. Okay, so what are the forces acting? This is the first force acting, F by 2. Okay, so what do we have to do in such question, guys? That is the question. So basically we have to rotate, we have to take it to over the step. So what happens in these cases, guys, these objects, they rotate about this axis of rotation. So the axis of rotation is this point. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to provide it some torque so that it can rotate about that axis. So how do we give it that torque? Through F by 2. So basically what I'm trying to say is the torque due to F by 2, which is the clockwise torque, that should be more than the anti-clockwise torque. And how it is getting anti-clockwise torque? Because of the weight. Okay, weight is also applying a anti-clockwise torque. So weight is trying to oppose that rotation motion. So that torque due to F by 2 should be more than the torque due to the weight. That is the only thing. So how do you find the torque due to the F by 2? Very simple, guys. What is torque? Torque is nothing but force into the distance, perpendicular distance, r perpendicular, which is this. This is my line of force and that is my axis. So this distance, whatever. So this distance is my R. So that is my torque due to the F by 2. So F by 2 into what distance is this? This is 2R minus R by 3. So 2R minus R by 3, that is 5R by 3. That is my torque due to the F by 2 force. But force torque is due to mg also. So let me find the torque due to mg. So mg into the perpendicular distance again. So again I'm talking about, guys, this distance. So this is R, let's say R2. This was R1, this is R2. R2, what is R by 2? What is R2? R2, guys, only thing we need to take care is R2 is not R. R2 is slightly less than R, because if you look at this diagram here, if you look at this diagram, what is R2? R2 is this. So we need to find this distance. How do we find this distance? Simple, guys. Just draw, this is my center, draw the, this is my center, so draw this triangle, alright. So join it like this and join it like this. So now what do we have? We have R by 3, this whole thing is R. So now I can take any angle, let's say this is theta. So I need to find the perpendicular. So sine theta is R by R2 divided by hypotenuse, which is R. So R2 will be sine theta into R. How do we get sine theta? Now we know this one, this is 2R by 3. So we can use cos theta. Cos theta is base, which is 2R by 3 upon R. So cos theta is 2 by 3. So if cos theta is 2 by 3, we can find sine theta. Sine theta will be root, okay, so draw a triangle. So this is cos theta is 2 by 3, this will be root 5, sine theta will be root 5 by 3. So this R2 becomes R into root 5 by 3. That is the perpendicular distance that we'll put here, mg into R root 5 by 3. Equate both of these and get the value of F. Because why we are equating? Because I want torque 1, tau 1 slightly greater than tau 2. So for the limiting case, they will become equal and we'll get the value of F. Alright, again complicated question. These guys we have to do at the last because it is of course not solvable in 1 minute. So anyways, that is a thing. Only the basic concept is the torque due to F by 2 should be greater than the torque due to the weight. About this point. So it will go over the step. Alright guys, go to the next one. Okay, a small block of mass m kept on rough inclined plane, the car moves with uniform velocity, block does not slide. What is the work done? So guys, work done, just use the formula, force into displacement. Is it the complete formula? No, there is one more thing, cos theta. What is theta here? Theta is basically the distance between force and displacement. So that is the only thing. So yeah, what is, okay, block of mass is kept, block does not slide on the wedge. If it does not slide, it means friction is equal to this force, which is mg sin theta. On the wedge, we know that along the wedge, the force is mg sin theta. So force, we know it is mg sin theta. Alright, that is my friction force. Into the distance it will move. What is the distance it will move? So in time t, it will cover a distance of vt into cos. Now I need to, what is the angle between force and displacement? That is the question. So force is this, friction force. The displacement is in this direction. Alright, that is my displacement because the block is moving like this. So what is this angle? That is the theta value which I want to put. So this value, if you look, so this angle is given theta. So this value becomes 180 minus theta. So cos of 180 minus theta. Okay, cos of 180 minus theta. That is the angle between force and displacement. What is cos 180 minus theta? Cos 180 minus theta is, guys, cos of minus theta, because second quadrant cos is negative, so we get negative. So that is the thing. Also, alright guys, so that is the value. So just put the values and you'll get the answer. Okay, everything is given in the question. We just need to find the work done, put the values of cos theta, and we'll get the answer. Alright guys, let's continue. Okay, potential energy is given and it is asking about equilibrium. So what is equilibrium, guys? Anyone has any idea? So equilibrium is when force is 0. Right, that is the thing. Force is 0, what is, so how do you find force? So as this you must remember, minus du by dx. If we differentiate potential energy with respect to displacement, we get force. Okay, so if you differentiate it, what do you get? You get minus sign is also there. Minus 30 is constant, differentiation becomes 0, x minus 2, differentiation becomes 2x minus 2. So that is the force. So when is it 0? Can you see? It is 0 at x equals to 2. So we know at x equals to 2 there is an equilibrium. What it is? Stable or unstable? How do we find out? whether an equilibrium is stable or unstable. So look at the potential energy, guys. If it is stable, the potential energy will be minimum. If it is unstable, the potential energy will be maximum. So what do you think? At x equals to 2, is it minimum or maximum? So guys, the answer is it is minimum. Why? You can draw the graph also. If we draw the graph of this one, x minus 2 whole square. So at x minus 2, the graph will be something like this. All right, the graph will be something like this. So at x equals to 2, it is minimum, and then it will increase. So at x equals to 2, the potential energy is minimum. So that is why we will have stable equilibrium. All right. So that is the thing. All right, guys, let's continue. Okay. What it is talking about, the ratio of tension. So guys, always remember, if it is a massless string, the tension is always same. In a single string, doesn't matter if it is m, 2m, 100m. For a constant string, massless, the tension is same at every point. So that is why answer is 1:1. All right, simple. Okay, next one. It is solid sphere is there, and 2F force, it is acting at the top, F force is acting at the middle. It is pure rolling motion. What is the friction force? So as pure rolling means this bottom point, it is at rest. Basically, we can say it has net acceleration of the bottom point is 0. What it means is, what I am trying to say, if it is moving forward with acceleration a, and it is moving backward with acceleration alpha into r, right? Because of rotation, it will tend to move backward, and because of linear motion, it will tend to move forward. So a equals to r alpha. That should be the case. That is the equation of pure rolling. All right. So in this question, what is happening? They are asking what is the direction of friction. So the purpose of friction is to oppose slipping. So you have to realize how it will slip. If it is slipping forward, friction will be backward. If this point is slipping backward, friction will be forward. So just focus on the bottom point, and let's say if there was no friction, then how will the point slip? So let's assume no friction and find the slipping of this point, and friction will oppose that. So how will the point slip? So this point will have some linear acceleration a. How do we get linear acceleration of the body? So as linear acceleration is very simple, F equals to ma. What is the net force? 2F minus F, because they are opposite. So to find the net force, these are vector quantities, so net force will be F. All right, F equals to ma, mass into a. So acceleration will be F by m. So guys, this point is accelerating forward with F by m. What about R alpha? How do we find R alpha? So guys, we need to find alpha using the torque equation. About the center point, what is the torque? So the torque is 2F into R. That is the torque, right? Force into the distance. That is I alpha. What is I? 2 by 5 mr square. Remember, this is a solid sphere. So I is 2 by 5 mr square into alpha. So here we'll get the value of alpha. What is cancelled? R is cancelled. So 2 is also cancelled. So alpha is 5F by mr. So if I get alpha into R, what is that? Alpha into R is 5F by m. So guys, this point is going backward with an acceleration of 5F by m, and due to the linear acceleration, it is going by forward acceleration F by m. So as you can see, it is going forward with this acceleration F by m, going backward with this acceleration 5F by m. So backward is more, right? This is much more, 5 times. So the tendency of this point is to slip backward. Friction will oppose that. So where will friction act? Forward, right? So although not intuitive, that although more force is acting forward, but still friction is forward, because guys, the purpose of friction is to oppose the slipping of the bottom point, the point which is in contact with the ground. All right. So that is the answer. Again, complicated little bit, but doable. Okay, next one. So this is also, guys, from rotational. This is talking about moment of inertia. How would you solve this one? This again, it has some equation which I won't go through the complete solution. It will take time. I'll tell you how to basically approach questions like this. So guys, whenever you see something like this, always draw the complete figure. All right, just hypothetical. Of course, it doesn't exist. But what we'll do is we'll find the moment of inertia of the complete figure, and then we'll half it, because these and these both are symmetric. So we'll find for the complete figure, if this has mass m, this is also mass m. This is also mass m. So we'll find for the complete figure, then we'll half it, we'll get the answer. But how do we find for the complete figure? So draw this axis also. Y dash is there, draw x dash. Now, as you can see, both are symmetric. So moment of inertia about y axis is same as moment of inertia about x axis. But we don't know the moment of inertia about x axis also. right? So what we need to do is we need to use perpendicular axis theorem here. Iz is equals to Ix plus Iy. Here Ix and Iy both are same, so let me write 2Ix, that is my Iz. So Iz by 2, that is my Ix, and that is my Iy. So Iz, if I can find, I'll half it and I'll get Ix. That is, Ix is for the complete body, Ix total, I'll half it further, I'll get the answer. So Iz I need to find basically about this. So how do I find Iz? So guys, take one rod and find the moment of inertia of that rod about the center point. So here guys, we know the moment of inertia of the rod from the middle, and that is what? For the rod, for the middle, the moment of inertia is ml square by 12, right? So L, this, let's say this length is L, so ml square by 12. So this is at this point, but we need to find through the center of the square. So we need to use, again guys, here we need to use the parallel axis theorem. We know about this point, we want to find this point. So let's say the distance is d, so plus md square. Okay, that is for one rod. I'll find for one rod, and everything is symmetrical, so I'll multiply it by 4, so I'll get for all the rods. Alright, that will be my Iz. I'll half it, I'll get y, and that is for the whole body, so again I have to half it to get for these two rods. So just solve this one, and then you'll get the answer. So ml square by 12 plus md square. This distance guys we have to find, so this is not that difficult. Angle is 45, little bit of trigonometry. So this will come out to be, this length is L, alright. So if this length is L, so this will come out to be L by, this will come out to be root 2L, alright. This is root 2 times. So this L will be root, this D we are talking about. So just use little bit of trigonometry here, and you'll get the answer. So this will be L, capital L by root 2. So capital L by root 2, if we do square, ml square by 12, this small l is also, the small s, that is root 2L. So m capital L I'm talking about. So capital, basically the square of this becomes 2L square by 12 plus ml square by 2. That is the moment of inertia of the rod about the center point, and that is also the answer. If you solve this, you'll get the answer A. Slightly complicated. These are again guys question that we have to do at the last. This is not solvable in 1 minute. Alright, let's continue. Okay guys, so this, maybe you have done such question. What is happening here is, this will lose contact here. Why it will lose contact? Because here guys the normal force won't be required. What is happening here is that it will, due to mg sin theta, it will go, and it will have, it has some centrifugal force also, right? So due to that centrifugal force, it will basically lose contact with the horizontal circle. So we are saying what is the angle at which it will lose contact. So in that case, what we can say is, if we draw, basically we need to draw the FBD for this ball. So what we can say is, so the force here is mg. If I find this one, so what is this angle? This is the angle between vertical and this, so this is also theta, right? So this angle is theta, so this is mg sin, okay, let's just, okay, yeah, so this is theta, so mg, this will be mg cos theta, and this angle that is there like this, so this component will be mg sin theta. So guys, this mg sin theta is providing the centrifugal force. What is the centrifugal force? M v square by r. So we'll equate the two, mg sin theta and mv square by r. So g sin theta will be v square by r, and here we'll get the theta, but we don't know v. How do we find v? So how do we find the speed it will attain after falling, after reaching this point? So here guys, this, if you have studied properly motion in vertical circle, you can answer this. So if it falls through some height, so we'll use work energy theorem, and we'll say that mgh equals to half mv square. Alright, so using get cancelled, we get v square is equals to 2gh. How do we find h? We can easily find h in terms of theta. So this is r, so this will become r cos theta, okay, this side of that, of the triangle. So h will be r minus r cos theta, right? This is my r cos theta, so h is what? Radius minus this r cos theta, so r 1 minus cos theta. So this r1 minus cos theta I'll put here, that is my height, I get v square, I put the values here, I get the sin theta, and that will be my answer. If I get sin theta, I can also find tan theta also. So answer here in terms of tan theta, that is fine, easily doable. Alright guys, so let's continue. Let's know, you can solve it. If you don't get it, we can ask in doubt also later, but try to solve this. It is mostly about drawing the FBD and then realizing that if the normal force is not there, it means mg the component of mg will be equal to the centrifugal force. Alright, okay, next one. Okay guys, what it is about, so this surface is smooth, so when this falls it will go backward, right? And what we are trying to say here is that along the horizontal there is no force acting on this, so the center of mass, the motion, horizontal motion of center of mass will be 0. That is the question is about. It is about the we can say conservation of momentum of center of mass. We can say the displacement of center of mass is 0. So m1, let's say it is moved by distance x, so m1 is basically m, right? That is the bigger mass here. So what I'm trying to write here is the displacement of center of mass. So m into x, okay, it is in the opposite direction, so let's take minus x. Okay, that is my m1 r1 plus m2. M2 is this is small m, so I have to take small m. What is the displacement of this guy? What is the displacement of this? That is the question. So let's say if it has come by distance L, this L is with respect to the wedge. So what is the distance moved by this? So this is again L is with respect to the wedge. So if I look at from the ground, the wedge is going backward, so this block is also going backward with the wedge. So its displacement will be minus x is there because it is going with the wedge, but this horizontal component of L also, because we are talking about horizontal direction, so we need to find the horizontal component of L, that will be L cos 30. So plus L cos 30, that is my horizontal component of the displacement along the wedge. So here I'll get the this is all equals to 0 because this is the upon m plus m. So what is this? This is the displacement of center of mass, right? m1 into delta r1 plus m2 into delta r2 upon m1 plus m2, that is the displacement center of mass. That will be 0 because no horizontal force is acting, so displacement center of mass will be 0. Solve this, you'll get the value of L, and put the values, you'll get the answer A. Alright, here I'm not solving exactly, but you can solve it very easily. Alright guys, next one. Okay, this is important. This is also simple but important. Correct option regarding collision. Elastic collision, total kinetic energy of system before, during and after is same. Okay, it is asking correct option. Answer is C. Why it is not correct? A is not correct. Why is that? Can anyone answer? That is what we read, right? The kinetic energy remains constant, it remains same, but A option is saying that before, during and after kinetic energy is not same. What is the reason here? Why A is incorrect? So guys, the thing is, in collision, elastic collision, the kinetic energy before and after is same, no doubt, but it is the during part that is making it incorrect, because during the collision, some of the kinetic energy is converted to the elastic potential energy. Alright, because when the two balls, let's say, collide, they will slightly, contract, the shape will change slightly. So because they are elastic, the shape can change. So they will basically contract, or they will the shape won't be spherical. So due to the distortion of the shape, the sum of the potential energy will be stored in that. But once they release contact, again that potential energy will be converted to kinetic energy. So before and after kinetic energy is conserved, but during it is not conserved. Some of it is converted to the elastic potential energy. So A is incorrect. Collision is necessary, not rarely. For example, we have two charged particles. Alright, so Q plus Q plus Q. If I throw it towards Q, they won't collide, but they'll still, repel each other due to the charge, but they will have the change in momentum. Again, the momentum will be conserved for the system, but it is also a type of collision. So when we are talking about two charged particles, we say they are also colliding. Collision, it is not the English word collision, जो English में हम बोलते हैं collide हो गए, it means टकरा गए. So that is not the meaning of collision in physics. It may mean that objects are not necessarily in physical contact, but they are basically for the whole system, their individual momentums are changing. For the moment, system momentum is conserved, but individual momentum are changing due to internal forces. That is collision. So this is not necessary. This is true, cannot be negative. It is always greater than 0, and it is always less than 1. So C is true, D is also incorrect. So that is why C is the correct answer. Okay guys, let's go very quickly. This is similar to this question, guys. The center of mass, if it becomes slightly disbalanced, it will fall, right? After some time, it will become like this, and after some time it will fall. But during the whole process, the center of mass, basically the horizontal displacement of center of mass will be 0 because there is horizontal no force. Center of mass will fall downward only, so that will be a straight line motion of the center of mass, which is like this. Okay, why it is falling downward? Because of gravitational force. So it can come downward, but it cannot move horizontal. Alright guys, let's continue. Let's go a little bit more quickly. We don't have much time, and like only almost 30 questions are done, so 40% paper still remaining. We'll go more quickly. Again, I won't solve the complete equation. I'll give you the equation which you can solve later. Okay, so what is happening here? Initial speed is 100. Okay, it can penetrate 2 planks. So let's say for one plank the thickness is x, and guys, each plank, what the plank does is it applies a opposite force. It tries to oppose the bullet, right? So let's say the opposite force that is applied by each plank is F, which is a constant. So if I find the net work done by each plank, that is force into displacement x, and minus, because the bullet is moving rightward, the displacement is rightward. So that is why the plank is doing negative work, because the force is left. Force is opposing force. So that is why the work done by one plank is F into x. F is the force it is applying, which is a constant. So guys, what we need to do in such question is work energy theorem. Alright, that is the what we need to do in such question. So work energy theorem, what does that says? Change in kinetic energy is work done. What is change in kinetic energy? Final minus initial. Final is 0. So whatever the initial kinetic energy is, that is gone into the negative work done. So half mu square, that is work done by a plank, that is F into x. Okay, talking about magnitude here. Here we have 2 planks, so into 2, because for each it is for one plank. For 2 plank it will be into 2. So that is my work energy theorem. Here u is 100, m is 2, so we can write it like this. Okay, now what we are doing is we are doubling the speed. So we need to find the number of planks. So for the second case, what I'll write is half m, instead of u I have 2u, right? It is doubled. So 2u square is equals to fx, that is the work done by one plank, into n. So this n is what I need to find. Alright, this n is the unknown. So again guys, very simple, just divide the two equation. As you can see, this second equation, this will become half m 4u square is equals to fxn. So this is half m 4u square, first one is half m u square. So if you divide second by first, you will get 4 here, and on RHS you have n and divided by 2. So here you will get n equals to 8, that is the answer. So again guys, work energy theorem, this is one way, or you can write initial kinetic energy, Ke initial or Ke final is 0 minus Ke initial, that is equals to work done. Again minus minus you have, so they will cancel each other, you will get this equation. So work energy equation in motion, only thing we need to take care is force applied by each plank is take a constant F, that's it. And displacement will be the thickness, which here we have assumed x. For n plank it will be nx, for 2 plank it was 2x. Alright guys, next one. Okay, this is about friction. Okay, this block of mass m, another block, draw the diagram 2m. Okay, m. What we are doing is we are applying friction is there between the two. Okay, and mg force is applied. We are applying mg force on this, and we are saying the whole system, this whole system, okay, is moving towards right, and let's say it has moved by distance d. So what is the work done by friction? So guys, work done by friction is nothing but force into displacement. Displacement is d. We just need to find the friction force. Alright, so what will be the friction force? The incorrect way of doing is saying that friction force will be mg. So work done will be mg into d. That is incorrect, because a friction force is not necessarily mg. This is not a case of limiting friction. Alright, let me give an example. Very simple. Let's say this is a block, mass is 2 kg, mu is, let's say, between the ground and the block, mu is 1. So what is the maximum friction force? Maximum friction force is mu mg, that is 20 Newton. Right, that is maximum friction, limiting friction, F max. But the friction will always be 20. If I apply, let's say, force of 5 Newton, what will be the friction? Friction will be 5 only, right? Because friction tries to stop it. So friction won't be 20, it will be less than 20, it will be 5. So that is the guys kind of case here. The friction won't be limiting, it will be less than limiting. How do we do this? Draw the FBD. Guys, this is about FBD. So if I draw the FBD individually, 2m for this is for 2m mass, this is mg. I'm drawing only the horizontal forces. Friction between these two, friction will try to oppose 2m mass. So that is the direction of friction. Alright, that is for this object, 2m mass. If I draw for m mass, so what is the force? There is only one force, friction. That's it. Okay, now we just need to write the equation and equate their acceleration, guys. They are moving together, so I need to equate the acceleration. So for the first one, mg minus f equals to 2ma, and for the second one, f equals to ma. Alright, guys, so add them. What do you get? You get mg equals to 3ma. Alright, mg equals to 3ma. You get the acceleration here, which is g by 3. Now you get the acceleration, you can find friction also. So friction force will be mg by 3. So that is the thing, guys. Friction force is less than the limiting case. It is only mg by 3. Limiting case, okay, so mu is 0.5. So someone might say that friction will be mu mg. So mu is 0.5 into mg into d. So mg d by 2. That will be incorrect because, guys, this is not a case of limiting friction. Friction is less than limiting. It is mg by 3. So that is why mg by 3 into the displacement. That is the correct answer. So that is how you tackle the questions of two blocks one by one. Draw the FBD, equate their acceleration. Right? They are moving together, equate the acceleration, and just take care that friction will act in the opposite direction. On the first one, it is acting towards right. On the lower one, it is acting towards left. Action-reaction pair. Alright, if you have practiced this question, then it is doable. When a particle moves in circular uniform speed, so guys, we have discussed uniform motion, circular motion, velocity, acceleration, both change. Why change? Because the direction changes. That is the thing. The direction of velocity and acceleration in uniform circular motion keeps changing. Velocity is along the tangent, acceleration is towards the center, keeps changing. Okay, next one. Okay, minimum velocity for the marble. So guys, what is happening here is, so this is a smooth spherical bowl. Okay, so we put a marble here. The radius of marble is not 0. It has some radius. What is that? The radius is b. Okay, we want to make the marble go here. So we gave it some velocity, right? That is how we do. We give it some velocity, it will go to the top. So we know the equation, work energy theorem we can use, or conservation of energy, basically half mv square is equals to mgh, because at the highest point the velocity will become 0, right? It will stop. So mgh. So here what it is asking velocity, so m get cancelled, v square is equals to 2gh, and v is under root of 2g. Only thing, the thing here is the height, guys. What is the height? It is going up. So this is the height. This is the height. So what is the value of this height? Is it equal to the radius of the hemisphere? If you look at the diagram carefully, not really, it is slightly less, because we need to take the height of the center, like how much the center is moving. The center is here. Now it is going towards the top like this. So what is this height? This height is slightly less than the radius of the hemispherical bowl. It is r minus the sphere. The marble is also a sphere, so it has also a radius b. So we need to subtract that. So the height is r minus b. That is the only thing. So yeah, just instead of height, put r minus b. That is the answer. Alright. So simple, I would say. Okay, next one. Again, guys, work energy theorem initially we have to use. So what it is saying is a particle goes from this to this. Okay, find the force exerted, find the normal force basically due to the track. So first find the velocity at the second point. How do we find velocity? Work energy theorem, guys. mgh equals to half mv square mg. What is the height it has fallen? From 1 to 2. From 1 to 2, this is the height. So what is this height? This is 4r minus 2r, right? Diameter. Diameter is 2r, total 4r. So mgh, h is 2r, is equals to half m v square. So mm get cancelled, v square is equals to 4gr. Guys, that is the v square. Okay, now I need to find the normal force here. So I'll draw the FBD for this block. What are the forces acting? mg. Okay, downward weight will of course be there. Then let's say I'm in the frame of reference of the block. So there will be centrifugal force upward, right? It is in circular motion. So centrifugal force will be there on the block. So what is that? mv square by r. And there will be normal force also downwards, because the track is exerting normal force downward on the block. So normal is there. So if I write the equation, n plus mg is equals to mv square by r. Okay, v square we had found earlier using work energy theorem, put the values, n is equals to m, v square by r minus mg. What is v square? 4gr. So mv square by r becomes 4mg minus mg, n is 3mg. So that is the answer. All right. Doable, work energy theorem only, not much. And then of course FPT we have to draw. Okay guys, next one. Okay, this is simple. Curved section. This is about banking of a road. Okay, and curved section is there, no friction. So I am sure you have in circular motion we have studied the banking of a road. So in banking guys, what happens? This is my vehicle. So it is banked by some angle theta. Okay. If friction is not there, so car will slip. It has to go at a particular speed, which is under root rg tan theta. If it is go more than that, it will slip. If it goes less than that, then also it will slip, right? If friction is not there. So it is more likely to slip at speed higher? No, it is equally likely to slip. If it goes lower than v, it will also slip, higher than v also slip. So A is incorrect. Static, no, of course not static, it is moving. So how can it be static? So incorrect. Sleek car will not slip when moving, correct guys. So it will not slip if it is moving with speed v. What is v? I hope remember that is under root rg tan theta. All right. Okay guys, next one. Coin placed on rotating table slips. Okay, so let's just draw a rotating table. Okay, horizontal. From the center there is a coin, and it is also rotating with the table. Why? Because friction. It is the friction that is able to rotate the coin with the table. All right. So what is happening here is it is not slipping at a distance of, it starts slipping at a distance of 40 centimeter. Okay, so it is at 40 centimeter, I can equate friction with, friction is providing, basically guys, balancing the centrifugal force, right? Imagine if you are on this platform, on this rotating turn, you can see that the coin, basically there is a centrifugal force acting on the coin, and friction is balancing that. So if I balance friction, which is mu mg, that is the highest value, that is the centrifugal force m omega square r. What is r here? 40 centimeters. So in the first case, r is 40 centimeter. All right. So we put the values. We found out basically mu. So mu g, that is omega square into 40 centimeter. We can convert it into meter, 0.4. That is the first equation. All right. This is 0.4. Okay. Now what it is saying? Velocity, angular velocity is doubled. Omega is doubled. What will happen to the distance? So guys, we can you look at the first equation also. Mu mg is constant. So mu mg is m omega square, let's say r. So if I this is constant, this has a specific value, right? So but right hand side, if I increase the omega, what will happen? R will decrease. So omega becomes double. So omega square becomes 4 times. So r has to become 1/4 times, right? So that this product is constant. So omega becomes double, r becomes 1/4 times. Answer will be 1/4. So 40/4, that is 10 centimeter. That is the answer. All right. Okay, guys. Next one. Work done, increase the potential energy. So guys, whenever we talk about potential energy, the first thing that comes to our mind is conservative forces, right? Potential energy is defined only for conservative forces. So for non-conservative, there is no meaning of potential energy, right? For there is no such thing as frictional potential energy, because friction is non-conservative. So that is why here the answer will be conservative force only, because for non-conservative, there is no such thing as potential energy. All right, guys. Next one. Okay, what it is about? It is asking the magnitude of acceleration of the stone. Very simple. Acceleration, what is the magnitude of acceleration? We can say omega square r. That is the centripetal acceleration. We all know the formula, right? If you don't remember this, please revise circular motion. This is the one of the more basic formula of the chapter. Just put the values, you'll get the answer. Omega, what is omega, guys? Omega, okay, let's find omega first. 2 pi f, 2 pi into frequency. That is omega. 2 pi into frequency, what is 40 revolution in 20 seconds? So in 1 second, 2 revolutions. So frequency is 2, omega is 4 pi. 4 pi, that is my omega. So put the value 4 pi, so that will be 16 pi square. Okay, into radius, what is radius? 50 centimeters, so 1/2. So 8 pi square, that is my answer. That is the exact value. Here the values are approximately given. So pi square is almost 10, right? Almost 9.9 something. So if we approximate, we'll get 8 into 10, 80. So that is the answer. All right, guys, next one. 38, what it is saying? Centripetal acceleration, I guess, guys, simple. Centripetal acceleration, masses are given, radius are given. they make complete circle in same time. So it means they have same frequency, right? Frequency is same for both. Frequency is same, it means omega is also same. So we can use the formula m omega square r. That is the centripetal acceleration it is asking. So omega square r basically, right? So m we can erase because centripetal acceleration, not the force. So m omega square omega 1 square r1 is equals to omega 2 square r2, right? Okay, no, we need to find the ratio in these two. So omega is same, right? Omega is same. So omega 1 square and omega 2 square r2. This is a1, okay, this is a2. Find the ratio. A1 by a2 is equals to omega 1 square r1 omega 1 square r1 by omega 2 square r2. Omega 1 and omega 2 are same as we discussed. So what does it becomes? R1 by r2. That is the answer. So what is happening here, guys? They complete the circle in same time, frequency is same, omega is same. That is the thing. Okay, next one. So in this, how do we solve such question? So as whenever we are cutting a string or something, just remember that just before and after the cutting, the spring force is constant. The spring force cannot change suddenly. It has to remain constant for that brief time when we are cutting. So just find the spring force before the cutting. Alright, cut करने से पहले FBD बना लेते हैं जल्दी से. So 2m और m का तो बहुत ही आसान है. m का मैं पहले बना देता हूँ. So क्या क्या फोर्स लग रहे हैं इस पे? एक ही फोर्स लग रही है T. Okay, T is equals to and it is balancing the weight, of course weight तो लगेगा ही. So T is equals to mg. That is the for the first. अब 2m का बना लेते हैं. 2m पे क्या क्या फोर्स लग रहे हैं guys? 2m पे नीचे लग रहा है 2mg. अब इस पे टेंशन भी नीचे लग रहा है बिकॉज टेंशन इज अ पुलिंग फोर्स. सो m पे टेंशन ऊपर लगेगा, 2m पे नीचे लगेगा. सो 2mg प्लस t दैट इज डाउनवर्ड. ऊपर कौन सा लग रहा है? स्प्रिंग फोर्स. स्प्रिंग फोर्स लेट्स कॉल इट t spring because that is also a kind of tension force only. Tension spring. So tension spring t mg पहले इक्विलिब्रियम में था सब कुछ. So t और mg ये तो इक्वल हो गए. So ts is equals to 2mg plus t and t is also mg. So spring force is 3mg. Alright, from this we can write that t equals to mg. So spring force is 3mg. So just after cutting, guys, just after cutting, what is happening? Spring force will be same. So now just after cutting, if I talk about 2m, what are the forces? This is 3mg because remains same. नीचे तो कितना है? नीचे 2mg है, टेंशन गायब हो गया because string is not there. So what is the net force on this? Net force is mg. Mg upward. Net force on this is mg upward, 3mg minus 2mg, right? So net force is mg upward. So what is the acceleration? Force upon mass, mg by 2m. So g by 2 upward. So g by 2 upward, only one option is there, A, that is the answer. And B, this mass, of course, it will fall by acceleration g. So that is the complete answer. Alright, guys, distance of center, memory based, this you have to remember, guys, h by 4 for solid cone, center of mass is at h by 4 distance. Alright. Okay, guys, so in such, this question is saying that there is a disk and we cut out this part. Okay, we cut out this part from the center. Where is the center of mass of the remaining disk? That is the question. I am sure you have practiced such question, guys. What we need to do here is what I do in such question is take the mass m1, this mass m2, let's say we have cut. Okay, total mass was m. So m1 initially, guys, let's say if for the cut mass, if I add it again, then the whole body becomes again the whole disk. And where is the center of mass of the whole disk? At the center. So what I'm saying is the center of mass of m1, okay, and m2 is not there, but if I attach m2, so m1 and m2, the center of mass is at the geometric center, okay, which is, let's say, the origin. So what I'll write is m1, let's say the center of mass of the disk is at a distance r1 from the center, right? Let me say that this distance where the center of mass of the disk is, let's say it is r1. So this distance, of course, it is towards the left, so let's say it is r1. Okay, I need to find r1, that is the question. Center of mass of this empty, now it is empty, but if it was a disk, it is at a distance r by 2. So m1 r1 plus m2 r2, what is r2? R by 2 upon m1 plus m2. Okay, that is the center of mass of these two. Where is that? It is at the origin, it is at the center. So using that, I'll find m1, I'll cross multiply. So m1 r1 plus m2 r by 2 is 0. m1 m2, I need to find the ratio. So guys, if the total Alright guys, let's go back to the question we were doing. Let's do it very quickly again guys. We are talking about the center of mass. So what is happening here is the monkey is going up. Okay, I don't know why it is on the balloon. Somehow it reached the balloon and it is hanging on the balloon with a rope. It is going up. So what will happen? Balloon will go down such that the center of mass will remain same. Alright, so if monkey goes up by, let's say, distance, what is the distance it is going up? Monkey reaches here. Right, monkey reaches here. So it goes by distance L, but the whole balloon is going also downward by distance, let's say x. So what is the distance covered by the monkey? That will be L minus x, right? Because it is going up L, but the whole balloon is going down by x. So the distance covered by monkey is L minus x. So what I am doing is I am putting the displacement of center of mass as 0. So mass of monkey into displacement of monkey, that is L minus x, plus mass of the balloon m into the displacement of the balloon. What is the displacement of the balloon? Minus x, because it is coming downward. So I'll have to put minus x, right? Because monkey I have taken positive, so balloon I have to take negative, and that is 0 because that is the displacement of center of mass is 0, right? m1 r1 plus m2 r2 upon m1 plus m2 is 0. Cross multiply, if I'll get this. So now if I solve this, find x. If you just put the values, you'll get this answer. All right. Not doing calculation, that you can do, simple guys. Just focus on the concept. The displacement of center of mass is 0. That is the concept. Vertically, because there is no vertical force. All right. Next one. Okay guys, simple. I'll tell you a trick for this question, although we can solve it using conservation of momentum and we can apply that coefficient of restitution 1. Let me tell you a trick, simple trick. Okay, there are two masses. Okay, they have the same mass. Let's say they are identical. It is given same mass. So let's say it collides with it has u1 speed. Okay, this has some speed u2. Okay, they collide. What happens after collision? The velocities change. It becomes v1. Let's say it becomes v2. It becomes v2. So guys, the trick here is basically that the velocities get interchanged. The velocities get interchanged. That is the trick. So u1 is equals to v2 and u2 equals to v1. That is the trick. So here what is u1? u1 is 12, u2 is 0. So if u1 is 12, so v2 will become 12. So what is v2? v2 is the velocity of second ball, that will become 12. All right, and what about first ball? So first ball will come to rest because the second u2 was 0, so v1 will be 0. First ball will come to rest. So the answer will be 12 and 0. That is the answer. So remember, in elastic collision, if masses are same, velocities get interchanged before and after. All right, guys. Last 4-5 question remaining. Coefficient of restitution. So this is also simple if you draw the diagram. Okay, 6 I cap, which is like this, plus j cap. So in y, so the first ball is going like this. Okay, it collides with a wall. Okay, it collides with a wall, and after the collision, it is now going like 4 I cap plus j cap. Okay, so basically, as you can see, guys, the j cap velocity is constant. So this happens when the collision, basically the line of collision is towards x-axis, because there is no change in y-axis. It means towards y-axis there is no collision. So what must be happening here is basically the wall is basically parallel to the y-axis. That is why along y there is no change in the speed. So there the only basically collision is happening is along x-axis. So guys, yeah, now basically we just need to compare the separation velocity and the approaching velocity for x-axis, because collision is happening along x-axis. How do we figure it out? Because the y velocity is not changing. If y velocity is not changing, it means there is no collision along y. Collision is only along x. So collision is only along x. Coefficient of restitution, v separation, yani wall is of course at rest. So v separation means velocity after collision. What is that? That is 4 divided by v approach 6. 4 by 6, 2 by 3, that is my answer. Again, I'll repeat, I have ignored y value to find this because there is no collision in y-axis. Collision is only along x-axis. How do I know? Because y velocity is not changing. All right. So this was again simple only, I would say. Okay, this basically it is asking for a uniform square. What is the moment of inertia of plate about axis passing through the corner like this? So this is simple, guys. I hope you know through the center. let's say IC. So IC, what is IC? For the square that we have to remember, guys, m is square by 6. If you remember this, very simple parallel axis theorem, I will be IC plus m d square. That is my parallel axis theorem. M is square by 6. What is d? D is this distance, and if you calculate, that will come out to be, if the side length is a, so this d will come out to be a by root 2. Alright, so that is m a square by 6 plus m d square. What is d? D is a by root 2. So m d square, that is a square by 2. Add this, will get the answer. Very simple, 2 by 3. So just little bit of geometry and parallel axis theorem, nothing else. Okay, next one, guys. Again, this is about that disk question that we did. Circular hole we have. Okay, then again, this is the part we cut. So what we did for center of mass earlier, we have to do kind of similar. So let's say the moment of inertia of this is I1. For this is I2. For complete is I. What I can write is I equals to I1 plus I2, right? Because it is made up of these two objects, I1 and I2. So I we know for the disk half m r square. Okay. Plus I1 is what is equals to I1 plus I2. Alright, this is equals to I1 plus I2. So as you can see, guys, I1 is the what they are asking. I2 we know because this is a disk, okay, that we have cut. We need to find the moment of inertia of this disk, smaller disk, through this point, C point. So that is it is at the circumference point. So that is half m r square plus this distance. What is this distance? This is r by 2. So half m r square plus m d square. D is r by 2. So if I just put the values here, half m r square is equals to I1 plus I2 is half m r square. So r for this is r by 2 square plus m d square. Okay, so m, what is d here? D is this distance, that is also r by 2. So r by 2 square. Only thing we need to take care is the mass of this is m by 4. Right? We had found out earlier in the center of mass question, the mass of this is m by, if the total mass is m, the mass is m by 4. That is my equation. M get cancelled, solve it, you'll get the answer. Okay, just be careful with the calculation, then it is simple. If you solve this, you'll get the answer, that will be this. Right, you can see in denominator there's a lot of values. 2 into 4, it will get 4, so 32, this will be 16. So if you solve this, you'll get the answer. Alright, guys, it is about, okay, so this question is about the diagram. What is the diagram here? It is saying there is a horizontal circle. Okay, the particle is rotating like this, and it is tied with a vertical support. Where is the vertical support? Like this. So this is tied like this. Okay, that is the diagram. If you draw this, then it is easily solvable. I am sure it is understandable, the diagram. So where is the angular momentum? Angular momentum is what? R vector cross V vector, right? R vector cross V vector. So now this is my R vector. The V vector is tangential. So this is my V vector. So angular momentum is perpendicular to both. So where is angular momentum? This. That is my angular momentum. Alright. So that is the answer. Angular momentum is this. But at this point, angular momentum will be like this. So momentum, angular momentum, the direction is continuously changing. Magnitude is same. That is m r v. Magnitude is going to be this only. Direction is continuously changing. That is why the answer is C. It is changing in direction. Magnitude is constant. Alright, guys. Last second question. It is about physical balance working on the principle of moment. What is principle of moment? So moment, guys, in physics, that is F into R. Or we can say torque, what is there. So F1 D1 is equals to F2 D2. That is the moment principle. So in the first case, what is happening? When 5 mg is placed on the left pen, the beam becomes horizontal. So on the left pen, what is F1 then? F1 is 5 mg plus the weight. Weight is of course there, mg of the pen, let's say mass of pen is m. So some weight of the pen, that is let's say mg, into d1 is equals to f2. So the second pen has only weight only. So mg into d2. So guys, as we can see, 6 d1 is equals to d2, or I can write d1 is equals to d2 by 6. So this d1 or d2 are nothing but the arm length. So as we can see, d1 is shorter, it is 1 by 6 times. So left one, the first one is shorter. Right, because 5 mg we put in the left pen, so this one in which we put left pen, that is shorter, that is 1 by 6. Alright, guys, last question of the test. What it is asking about the tension in the rod which is rotating. So I'll tell you how to solve this. So there's a rod which is rotating about this axis. okay, and we need to find the tension in the rod, okay, and let's say it has constant angular speed is given omega. So take any point here, okay, take an element dm, okay, take an element of length dx. So guys, what is happening, if we are, let's say, standing here, you can imagine that there is a centrifugal force that is acting on this element, all right. So due to this centrifugal force, who is balancing the centrifugal force? The tension in the rod. So the tension at this point is balancing the centrifugal force of not just this element, but all these elements. All these elements that are there, the tension force is balancing all of the centrifugal force of all of that. So if at a distance of x, I take an element, so tension force, or if I find the force on this, so what is the tension force? Dm omega square r. What is r here? R is basically the radius of the motion, and that is x. All right, so that is my tension, but of course this is for dm. This is, let's say, at this point, if I want to find for the whole thing, I have to integrate, okay, and what is dm? Dm is basically m by l into dx, right? This omega square x, this I have to integrate from this point to this point. So this point is x, final limit is l. So limit will be from x to l. You do the integration, you will get the answer, all right. So I'll give you a very quick idea. So omega square is again constant. So this will be x square by 2. That is my integration. Put the limit from x to l. The equation will be kind of like this. By 2 l square minus x square. That is the tension. So basically this is constant, l square minus x square. Some constant. So what is the graph of this? Y equals to this, let's say. So what is the graph of this? So if we compare, this is of course not the correct graph, only the correct graph is this, because at x equals to L, it becomes 0, and when x is 0, it is at maximum. So when x is increasing, it is decreasing. So like that. So this required integration and knowledge of centrifugal force. Alright guys, so that is about this test. As you notice, some of the questions were more difficult, which require more time, that we have to skip and come back later. Some were easy, memory based also, that we have to, quickly do. So yeah guys, that is it about minor test 1 physics. Good luck for your next test, which is after 2 weeks. Alright, so that is just about physics. Now we'll be discussing questions of other subject, chemistry and then biology. Alright guys.
Hello everyone, welcome to the session. So now we are going to discuss the paper of chemistry, right? But before starting with the discussion of questions of chemistry part, but over here I am just giving you a quick brief of what our AIRTS basically is about. So All India Ranker Test Series is basically conducted by Extramarks for 12th, and 12th plus students or repeater batches students for your preparation of NEET examination. And this test series has basically started on 28th of November, that is yesterday. So yesterday we had our first exam of AIRTS, and this is going to cover all the 4 subjects of NEET: physics, chemistry, botany and zoology. Apart from that, we are going to have, in this case, we will be having 4 minor tests, right? Just give me a minute. Yeah, so we are going to have 4 minor or partial syllabus tests. Apart from that, 2 mega or half syllabus tests, in which we are going to have 1 test of complete 11th syllabus and other test of complete 12th syllabus. Apart from that, we will be having 6 full syllabus tests. That is complete syllabus of NEET. So till you are going to appear in your NEET examination, you will be completely prepared for it now. Okay, now apart from this, what is the test pattern, what is the NEET pattern, you all are aware about it. So you are basically going to have 200 questions in it. 720 maximum marks will be there, and time is going to be 3 hours 20 minutes. Per subject, you are going to get 50 questions, out of which first 35 are the compulsory questions, and in section B you have 15 questions, out of which you just have to attempt 10 questions, right? Then this is the time, and medium is English. You can get this paper in Hindi medium as well if you wish to. Right. Now moving on, what are the dates for the other tests? Now the minor test 1, this test has already happened. Apart from this, on 12th of December, we are going to have our second test of AIRTS. Then further on, these are the dates. Till 3rd of May 2023, your tests are scheduled. So you are going to have 6 full syllabus tests for your NEET examination, right? So let's discuss now what are the questions that came in the AIRTS 1 of chemistry exam. Let's start with it. So starting with the very first question over here. How many unpaired electrons are present in nickel 2 positive cation? So nickel 2 positive cation is basically what? Nickel 2 positive cation in 2 plus oxidation state, right? So nickel basically has the electronic configuration of argon 4s2 3d8. After the loss of 2 electrons, that is nickel in plus 2 oxidation state, these 2 electrons will be lost. Now we will be having this is 3d8. Okay, so this is going to have 3d8. 3d8 means how many unpaired electrons it should be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 2 unpaired electrons. So answer should be option B here. Moving on to the next question. If uncertainty in the position of an electron is 0, the uncertainty in its momentum will be how much? So over here, uncertainty in the position, that is delta x, is actually equal to 0. So what is the uncertainty principle? Delta x into delta p is greater than or equal to h upon 4 pi, right? If this is equal to 0, then what is delta p? So delta p is actually equal to h upon 4 pi delta x, and delta x is 0. If in the denominator we have 0, this complete thing will become infinity. So my answer is going to be infinite. Okay. Next, question number 3. How many water molecules are present in 0.1 milliliters of water? So please understand over here, the question is, they are asking you to find out how many water molecules. So in 1 mole, you are having 18 milliliters of water and Avogadro number of molecules. You all are aware about it, right? Yes. Now, over here, how many milliliters I'm having? 0.1 milliliters. In 0.1 milliliters, how many molecules are there? Let's understand. 0.1 into Na divided by 18 molecules. Just solve this and you will get your answer over here, 0.33 into 10 raised to the power 22. What is the value of Avogadro's number? Avogadro's number is nothing but 6.022 into 10 raised to the power 23. Okay? Right. Moving next. Fourth question. The law of multiple proportion is illustrated by the 2 compounds. Which are those 2 compounds? First is sodium chloride and sodium bromide, which is NaCl and NaBr. Right? No. Why not? Because when we talk about the multiple proportions, law of multiple proportions, in this we should be having same elements. Okay, if the elements should be same but their ratios has to be different there. But over here we are having different elements, NaCl but Br. Ordinary water and heavy water. So ordinary water is H2O, heavy water is D2O. That is also not right. Then caustic soda is basically NaOH, but caustic potash is having potassium in it instead of sodium. Now talking about sulfur dioxide, SO2, and sulfur trioxide, which is SO3. Now over here we are having sulfur and oxygens in both the cases, and also the ratio between the two oxygens is 2:3. So over here this fulfills or this illustrates the law of multiple proportions. Moving next, now question number 5 it is. Find out the true statements about SO3, sulfur trioxide. So first of all, let's draw the structure of sulfur trioxide. So sulfur trioxide basically looks something like this. The most stable structure of sulfur trioxide looks like this. And why are we calling it to be the most stable structure? Because if you will calculate the formal charge in this particular structure, the formal charge on sulfur will be 0 in this case. That is why we basically assume this structure to be the most stable structure here. Now formal charge on sulfur is 0 in most stable structure. So this is the most stable structure. Why most stable? I just told you formal charge is 0. So this statement is absolutely correct. Dipole moment is 0, definitely. In this case, in sulfur, the hybridization is sp2. If hybridization is sp2, that means this is a planar molecule. If this is a planar molecule, that means over here the dipole moment is going to be 0. So if you can just recall the things of chemical bonding in hybridization, in dipole moment we did this, that regular geometries have a 0 dipole moment if the surrounding atoms are same. Right? So this is also correct. Sulfur is sp2 hybridized, that is also true. So all the 3 statements are correct. That is, my correct answer is 1, 2 and 3. Next question. Number 6, an organic compound contains 80% by weight of carbon and the remaining percentage of hydrogen. So over here, what you can do to solve this question, you can do 2 things. You can just simply follow the empirical formula table and do that long method, or you can solve this question using the options. So for example, if I just took the first option over here, in this case if I want to calculate percentage of carbon, how can I do that? To calculate percentage of carbon, the molar mass of carbon is 12 divided by the molar mass of complete molecule, which is CH3. Carbon is 12 plus 3 of hydrogen. So 12 plus 3 is 15. When you will calculate this percentage, you are going to get 80% here. Okay, simple. So this is your 80% and rest 20% will be hydrogen. You have to verify that as well. Calculate the percentage hydrogen here. 3 upon 15, that is also going to be 1 by 5, that is 20%. So with this, you got all these things correct, and that is why answer is option A. Next question, number 7. 1 molar 2.5 liter sodium hydroxide solution is mixed with another 0.5 molar 3 liters NaOH solution. Molarity of the resultant solution is how much? Now you have to find out the molarity of the resulting solution, and when you have mixed actually the 2 different solutions here, right? So over here, what are you having? M1, V1, because this is the molarity and this is the volume of NaOH. Another concentration is 0.5 molar 3 liter plus M2, V2 is equals to M final into V final. Right, M1 is 1 into 2.5 liters plus M2 is 0.5 into 3 liters. M final you have to find out. V final is what? Total volume 2.5 liters plus the 3 liters. 2.5 plus 3 is going to be 5.5. Just solve this now. So final molarity will be 2.5 plus 1.5 divided by 5.5. So from here you are going to get your answer as option C, which is 0.73 molar. So in this question, I think this formula was directly applicable because you have mixed 2 solutions of same kind. 2 bases you have mixed into each other. So let's proceed ahead to the next question over here. That is question number 8. So over here, a mixture of 2.3 grams of acid and 4.5 grams of oxalic acid is treated. with concentrated sulfuric acid. Now concentrated sulfuric acid is basically a dehydrating agent. And what is it? What does a dehydrating agent does? Dehydrating agent basically removes water from the compound. The evolved gaseous mixture is passed through KOH pellets. Now what is the function of this KOH pellets? This KOH pellets basically absorbs the carbon dioxide gas. So this absorbs carbon dioxide gas here. And concentrated H2SO4 is a dehydrating agent. Of the remaining product at STP will be. So how you can do this question over here? First of all, understand that what are the different things that you are having here. Now when I'm having over here formic acid, HCOOH, in presence of concentrated sulfuric acid, water will be released out, right? Plus carbon monoxide is released. Then we are having oxalic acid. Oxalic acid over here. When oxalic acid is treated with sulfuric acid, in this case, water, carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide gas is evolved. Now what is the function of KOH? KOH basically takes up the carbon dioxide, it removes it, because KOH along with carbon dioxide forms potassium carbonate, and this is liberated out of the reaction. Now what are we left with? Water is removed as water vapors here. Now we are just left with carbon monoxide, right? We are just left with this. Now let's understand that what are the different quantities which are given to us. 2.3 grams of formic acid here, 2.3 grams of this, and 4.5 grams of this. So just understand the stoichiometric ratios. 1 mole of formic acid is giving you 1 mole of carbon monoxide gas, and 1 mole of oxalic acid is going to give you 1 mole of carbon monoxide gas in this reaction as well. So when you will calculate the number of moles of formic acid which are present here, you are going to get it as 0.05. So 0.05 moles of formic acid will give you 0.05 moles of carbon monoxide gas. Also 0.05 moles of oxalic acid will give you 0.05 moles of carbon monoxide over here as well. So in total, the number of moles of carbon monoxide will be how much? 0.05 from here and 0.05 from here. This makes it equal to 0.1 mole, right? And you just have to find out the mass now. So what is the question? The evolved gaseous mixture is passed through this. Now weight in grams of the remaining products. Remaining products is carbon monoxide only. You have to tell its weight. Now you have the number of moles, and from the number of moles you just have to find out the weight. And how can you find out the weight? Given weight is actually equal to number of moles into the molar mass. So number of moles into the molar mass, number of moles is 0.1, molar mass is 28. 2.8 grams. This is the weight of carbon monoxide. So my answer to this question is going to be option C, 2.8. Right? Moving next now to the next question. So this was number 8. Now talking about the next question over here, number 9. Which of the following has a permanent dipole moment? What is a permanent dipole moment? Permanent dipole moment means non-zero dipole, right? So BF3 is having the sp2 symmetrical structure. So in this case, the dipole moment is going to be 0. Silicon fluoride, tetrahedral, again symmetrical arrangement, dipole moment again equal to 0. Xenon fluoride. Now, xenon is basically an inert gas and it is basically having 8 electrons. 8 electrons, and with 8 electrons we are having 4 bonds in this. 2 lone pairs, 4 bonds. So this will the structure basically look like. So this is your square planar structure. The lone pairs are basically not included when we count the dipole moment, or when we calculate the dipole moment over here. So over here as well, in this case actually again the dipole moment is equal to 0. Now talking about SF4. Now sulfur fluoride, or sulfur in the valence shell, is actually having 6 electrons. So with 6 electrons, 1 lone pair over here, fluorine, fluorine, fluorine. So this is the structure that will look like. Yes, the dipole moment of these two can easily cancel out each other, but over here the dipole moment will not cancel out. Right, so this is going to have a non-zero dipole moment. So my answer over here is going to be option C, definitely. right? Next question, number 10. Which of the following two are isostructural? So isostructural is basically having the same structures. So talking about XeF2 and IF2 negative first here. XeF2, xenon having 8 electrons in the valence shell, right? And that means two electrons are making bonds. So apart from that, we are left with 6 electrons. That means 6 electrons means 3 lone pairs. So over here, the structure is going to be something like this. At the equatorial positions, we will be having our lone pairs, and at the axial positions, 2 fluorines will be present. Hybridization is sp3d. IF2 negative. Negative means one extra electron is basically added to this iodine. Now also, this iodine is again having 8 electrons. This is also going to have linear geometry, right? Linear arrangement, the 2 fluorines at the axial positions, and we are having at the equatorial positions the different lone pairs. So these both are having linear shapes, so they are isostructural. Now if we'll talk about these two, ammonia is having pyramidal shape, something like this, with a lone pair at the top. BF3 is having sp2 hybridization, so this is not isostructural. Talking about carbon dioxide and silica, carbon dioxide is again having linear geometry. Silica is actually having a 3-dimensional network structure. So that is not same. So this is also not the answer. Option 4, PCl5 is having this kind of structure, PCl5, right? So Cl, sp3d hybridization, but IF5, along with these 5 fluorines, one lone pair is also present. So with this one lone pair over here, the geometry is actually something else now. It is sp3d2 hybridization, and over here the hybridization was sp3d. So this is totally different. This also cannot be the answer. So my answer can be only option A. Moving on to the next question, which is 11. Which of the following has p-pi d-pi bonding? Now what is a p-pi d-pi bonding? When one atom is having its p orbital and the other atom is having d orbital, and they both are making a pi bond, the bond which is actually formed by the lateral overlapping. So that is called as the p-pi d-pi bonding. So over here first is nitrate. Nitrogen do not have a d orbital, so over here this cannot be the possibility. Neither nitrogen nor oxygen, both of them do not have any d orbital. So cannot be the case. Same case over here, boron and oxygen. In carbon and oxygen as well, there is no d and d orbitals either in carbon or in oxygen. Talking about SO3 negative, we are just left with one option over here, and that has to be the answer, because sulfur has d orbitals and oxygen has p orbitals. There can be the p pi d pi pi bonding between them, right? Next question is 12th. According to molecular orbital theory, MOT, which of the following list rank the nitrogen species in terms of increasing bond order? Increasing bond order, what does that mean now? Increasing bond order, you can easily calculate the bond orders if we have the number of electrons of different molecules, right? So for nitrogen, if I talk about N2, nitrogen is having 14 electrons. N2 negative is having 15 electrons, and N2 negative is having 16 electrons. So there was a trick that I actually generally teach students in class as well, that all the time you don't have to draw the MO diagram for different molecules. If the number of electrons is 14, then by default the bond order is 3. If it is 15, just reduce it by half, 2.5. If it is 16, reduce it by further half, 2. Right? If it is 13, reduce it by half again, 2.5. But we do not have any species having 13 electrons basically. These are the 3 things that we have to consider. If we would be having 17 electrons, again the bond order will become 1.5 there. So over here, higher the bond order, more is the strength of the molecule, right? Now over here, nitrogen is having, N2 is having maximum bond order, then N2 negative with 15 electrons, and then N2 negative with 16 electrons. So answer is option B, right? Next question. Number 13. Which one of the following is planar? So over here, when I talk about the planar molecule, now we have already discussed the structure of XeF4, which is planar. Looks like this. and we have a lone pair above and below, basically like this. Now talking about XeO4, now XeO4 is actually a tetrahedral structure, which is a three-dimensional structure. So this is not planar here. Talking about XeO3, now XeO3 is having a lone pair at the top, sp3 hybridized it is, like this. Okay, talking about XeO3F2. Now this structure also is not planar. This is having the hybridization sp3d, and ultimately we are going to have a non-planar geometry from this. Moving on to the next question, number 14. The correct order of the increasing bond angles in the following triatomic species is what? Now we are having these three molecules here, NO2 negative, NO2 positive, and NO2. Now let's first of all draw the structures of these three. Talking about the structure of NO2 positive first of all. Whenever nitrogen forms 4 bonds, it gets a positive electron, positive charge over itself, right? So this is the structure of NO2 positive having a bond angle of 180 degrees here. So the maximum bond angle has to be of NO2 positive only, and we have actually only one option which is having this thing. So by default the answer is this, but let's talk about the structures of NO2 negative and NO2 as well. Now talking about NO2 negative and NO2 here. So this over here is NO2 negative, right? And also talking about NO2. Okay, this is again NO2 positive, but we have to remove this bond from here. Right. But we are going to have one electron at this top, and we will be having a coordinate bond here, dative bond. So because of this dative bond, neither oxygen is having any charge, nor nitrogen is having any charge. So because of that, this electron is a free electron here, and now over here in this case, there is less electron bond pair repulsion, right? So over here the bond angle is decreased less as compared to this. So in the case of NO2 negative, the bond angle is more decreased, and hence my order is option B. Right. Moving on to the next question, number 15. ASF5 molecule is trigonal bipyramidal. Now what is trigonal bipyramidal geometry? This is trigonal bipyramidal geometry, right? The hybrid orbitals used for arsenic atoms for binding are which of these? Now whenever we have sp3d hybridization, one s, all the p orbitals, and one d. Now that one d orbital which participates over here is dz square by default. By convention, we assume that the first orbital to participate in hybridization is dz square only. So in this case, my answer has to be option D. Right. Next question, number 16. PCl5 is highly unstable, and in a solid state, it exists as PCl4 positive and PCl6 negative ions. So the geometry of PCl6 negative ions is what? So I think this is the most easiest question over here. PCl6 negative, we are having 6 surrounding atoms, 6 surrounding species, 1 central atom, then definitely there is no lone pair as well here, if you know that, right? So if there is no lone pair, all the 6 surrounding atoms are there, then definitely my hybridization is sp3d2 and geometry will be octahedral. Answer is option A. Next question, number 17. Hybridization of carbon and oxygen are respectively what? In carbon monoxide basically. So these are triply bonded to each other. So my hybridization over here for both the cases has to be sp and sp undoubtedly. Next question, number 18. Which of the following leads to bonding? Now we have different types of overlaps basically. What is a positive overlap, negative overlap, and zero overlap. So negative overlap and zero overlap does not lead to bonding basically. So it is only positive overlap that leads to stable bonding. So over here, no bonding is there. So this is zero overlap, I can say, between S and P. Now over here, this P is literally available. But when we will be having P like this along the internuclear axis, then there can be the formation of sigma bond. So over here, sigma bond can be formed. So this is, over here bonding is possible. So this is positive overlap. Alright. Over here in this case, this is a negative overlap because the negative lobe of one orbital is going to overlap with the positive lobe of the other orbital. Then with this, again, negative overlap, positive with negative is happening. So, negative overlap again. Next question, number 19. The pair of electrons in the given carbon ion, now carbon ion is CH3, triple bond C negative, is present in which of the following orbitals? Now, sp3, sp2, sp and 2p. Now, you know one simple thing that when any carbon atom is triply bonded to some other carbon, so over here this is the hydrogen. Now, this hydrogen is, and basically the hybridization of this carbon atom is sp. When we are going to remove this hydrogen as H plus, this is removed as H plus. Now what is left? C with a negative charge, C with this lone pair here, right? C with this negative charge, that means now the electron pair is present in still the hybridized sp orbital. So answer is option C only, right? Next question, number 20. Decreasing order of stability of O2, O2 negative, O2 positive and O2 2 negative is what? Again, decreasing order is again based on the bond order. Okay, now O2 is having 16 electrons. Now I told you the trick, 14, when the number of electrons is 14, we are having 3 as the bond pair. If it is 15, 2.5. If it is 16 electrons over here, then 2. Okay, this is 15 electrons. So 15 electrons would be having 2.5. 17 would be having 1.5. 18 would be having 1. So number of electrons over here is 15, over here 16, over here will be 17, and in this it will be 18. Right? Now, maximum number of bonds or bond order is maximum in the case of O2 positive. So higher the bond order, more is the stability of this molecule. Right? So this is one criteria of looking at the stability. There's one more thing, there's one more way of actually looking at the stability over here. And what is that thing? More the number of electrons which are present in the anti-bonding molecules or anti-bonding orbitals, lesser is the stability. So electrons in the anti-bonding orbitals basically makes any molecule less stable. Alright, so my answer in this case is option A only. Moving on to the next question, 21. XeF2 is isostructural with, now XeF2 is having linear shape. We have just seen that here, right? Apart from this, now this is ICl2 negative. This is also having a linear shape. Right? So answer is definitely this. TeF2 is not linear. SbCl3 is also not linear. This is planar structure, trigonal planar. BCl3 is also trigonal planar. So only answer is option B in this case. Next question, number 22. The correct order of increasing thermal stability. Now increasing thermal stability of potassium, magnesium, calcium and barium carbonate is how? So basically we have to observe this on the basis of Fezan's rule. Okay, just observe Fezan's rule here. Now what does the Fezan's rule say? According to the Fezan's rule, what happens? Higher the charge of the cation, more polarizing power it will be having. Right? Higher charge, more polarizing power it will be having. So charge is basically almost same. Now apart from charge, we have to check out the size as well. Right? Larger the size of the cation, more covalent character it will be having. Smaller the size, more ionic character. So over here, if we will be looking at the size, definitely my answer has to be option B in this case. Next question, number 23. Correct order of strength of hydrogen bond in the following compounds is what? So over here, HF is having the maximum strength. Why? Because fluorine is very much electronegative. Because of that, the strength of the bond is very strong. After this H2O, then H2O2, then H2S. H2S is least. HF is maximum, but there is definitely some sort of confusions that students face between H2O and H2O2. So H2O is having a higher bond strength, and why is that so? Because H2O over in this case, oxygen is having a higher charge. When I talk about H2O, in this oxygen is having 2 negative charge, whereas in this case oxygen is having 1 negative charge. So because of that, the bond that is stable is more in this case. Okay, so answer is option D in this case. Next is 24. Which of the following set of species have planar structures? So you have to find out the planarity of the structures here. So I think you all are aware about these basic structures of all these molecules over here, right? The main problem that you would be facing over here is in the structure of I2Cl6. Right now, what does the structure of I2Cl6 basically looks like? So this structure looks something like this. This is some sort of a dimer type structure. So this is I2Cl6 here. Then XeF2 is again, we are having, now this is a planar structure. Please remember, this is occurring in just one plane. Okay. Now XeF2, you all know that this is again a linear geometry. Both the bonds are present in one plane. So this is also a planar structure. This is the question only which are having a planar structure. Now talking about BRF4 negative. BRF4 negative means Br with this negative charge is now having how many electrons in the valence shell? 8. Out of these 8, 4 are making bonds and the other 4 are present as the lone pair. But these 4 bonds are present as square planar geometry like this. And there is lone pair above and there is lone pair below. And we do not actually look at the lone pairs when we talk about the planar shapes or shapes. So we just assume the bonds, right? So all these 3 are in planar, in one plane. So my answer is option D in this case. Next question, number 25. The correct order of initials T and F are of the following is. Now basically we have to arrange the 3 statements in true and false criteria. First statement is CH3P CF3 is non-polar and this over here is a polar molecule. So you have to check this out. Actually this statement is absolutely wrong, and why this statement is wrong? Because this structure over here looks something like this. Now whenever we are having sp3d hybridization, the more electronegative species goes on the axial positions. So more electronegative species is CF3 here. And we have 3 molecules of CF3 in this case, right? 3 molecules, out of these 3, 2 will go here in the axial positions, 1 will come at the equatorial position, and the other equatorial positions will be occupied by CH3 and CH3. So this molecule has to be polar actually. This cannot be non-polar. Over here the dipole moment is non-zero. Apart from this, in this case, when we have this, over here the geometry is CF3, CF3, CH3 over here, CH3 over here and CH3 in this case. Right, so with this we can say that over here the dipole moment is 0. Why it is 0? Because these 3 are making it 0 in one plane and these 2 are cancelling out each other. Simple. Right, so my first statement is definitely false. Second statement, CH3P, CH3 bond angles are equal in a molecule. So over here when we are talking about CH3P, CH3, CH3P, CH3, CH3P, CH3, yes, it is equal in this molecule. All the bond angles of CH3P, CH3 is of 120 degrees. So this is a true statement. PF3 will be more soluble in the polar solvent than SiF4. Why? Because SiF4 is a non-polar molecule and PF3 is a polar molecule. So like this also, like in polar solvent, polar molecules will be more soluble. So the statement is also correct. So first statement was false, second was true, third was also true. So my answer has to be FTT. Alright, next question, number 26. How many orbitals are present in G subshell? G subshell means over here the value of L will become 4 and number of orbitals in a subshell is actually equal to 2L plus 1. So 2 into 4 plus 1 is equal to 9. So answer has to be option C. Right? Next question, number 27. Which of the following statement is correct about I3 positive and I3 negative molecule ions? I3 positive means earlier in iodine we were basically having how many electrons? 7 valence electrons, but now with the positive charge it is going to have 6 valence electrons. And in this 6 valence electrons, 2 are the lone pairs, and over here the structure will look like this with a positive charge at the top. And I3 negative is a linear molecule. sp3d hybridization. So both of them basically are having these kind of structures. Now let's read out the statements. Number of lone pairs at central atoms are same in both the molecules. No, they are not same. Over here we are having 2, over here I am having 3. Hybridization of central atoms in both are same. They are also not same. Over here I am having sp3, this is sp3d. Next statement, both are the polar species. Okay, both are not the polar species actually. Next is both are planar species. Actually both are the non-polar species. Alright. Now over here both are the planar species. Now planar species, yes, this is also present in one plane, this is also present in one plane. So answer is option D here. Next question, number 28. Molarity of 5 normal H3BO3 is how much? Now over here for H3BO3 the N factor is 1. And what is the relationship between molarity and normality? Normality is equals to molarity into N factor. So because the N factor is 1, then normality will be equal to molarity only. If normality is 5, then over here my answer has to be A only, not this. So please click this option. My answer has to be over here 5. 5 molar will be the answer. Okay. Next question, number 29. In the reaction, this 4NH3 plus 5O2 is giving you these products. When 1 mole of ammonia and 1 mole of O2 are made to react to completion, till completion, then what will happen? Which of the following is correct? Now just assume over here 1 mole of oxygen are made to react till completion. That means I am having 1 mole of oxygen here, and I am also having 1 mole of ammonia as well. Now 4 mole of ammonia needs 5 mole of oxygen. Then 1 mole of ammonia will need how many moles of oxygen? 5 by 4? 5 by 4 moles of oxygen, which is definitely greater than 1. So that means oxygen is the one which will be completely consumed in the reaction because we are short of oxygen. Over here ammonia is the one which is present in excess. So oxygen will be consumed. So oxygen is my limiting reagent. So my answer has to be option C. All the oxygen will be consumed. Alright. This will not be the answer. None other will be the answer. Right. Next question, number 30. How many significant figures are in 50 copies? Now when I am talking about a particular object, 50 copies. Now I cannot say 50.3 copies. 50.2 copies, 50.5 copies, right? It is just 50 copies. And 50 copies means I can write it like 50.0000 and infinite zeros basically. And zeros after the decimal are significant. So in this case, I am going to have infinite significant figures. So my answer is option D. Okay. Next question, number 31. 5 milliliters of one normal HCl, 20 milliliters of N/2 sulfuric acid and 30 milliliters of N/3 nitric acid are mixed together and volume is made to 1 liters. The normality of the resulting solution is what? So basically we are just mixing 3 different solutions of same category, of same type. All are acids here. Okay. Now we have to find out their normality. What we are supposed to do? N1V1 plus simple. Just do this. What is the first normality here? N. So I'll just write it down over here. 1 into 5 plus N2 is half, I can write, into volume is 20 milliliters plus N3 is N/3 or 1/3 I can write into 30. Okay, and final divided by, we need to divide this by the volume as well, total volume, 5, 20 plus 30, which is 55 milliliters, right? 2 and 10 over here, 10 over here as well. So 10 plus 5 is 25 upon 55 is equals to NF. So when you are going to solve this out, you are going to get the answer as N by 40 or 1 by 40. Okay, just try solving this completely, you will get your answer. Moving on to the 32 question over here. What is the concentration of nitrate ions if equal volumes of 0.1 molar AgNO3 and 0.1 molar NaCl are mixed together? So NaCl and AgNO3, when they are mixed together, they are going to give you AgCl, right, and NaNO3. But over here, 0.1 molar of this and 0.1 molar of this is given. And you have to find out the concentration of nitrate ions. So the concentration of nitrate ions is 0.1 only, but over here volume is increased. Okay, now what is the concentration of nitrate ions if equal volumes? Let's say I have taken 1 liter of this and also 1 liter of NaCl. So now my volume has basically doubled. From 1 liter, it has become now 2 liters. Now, if I want to find out the concentration of just the nitrate ions, that will be equal to 0.1 upon total volume is 2. So, this will become 0.05. Answer is option C. Alright, next question, number 33. What transition in the hydrogen spectrum would have the same wavelength as the Balmer transition N equals to 4 to N is equals to 2 in the He plus spectrum? Now this question we have to solve in detail. How? Let's understand that. Now over here 1 by lambda is equals to Rz square is equal into 1 by N1 square minus 1 upon N2 square. So you just have to apply this. Okay. Now for this over here N1 is 2 and N2 is 4 basically here. Right? Now Rz square. Now what is Z over here? For helium Z is 2 square, or I can simply write 4 over here. 1 upon N1 square is 4 minus 1 upon 16. So this is 16 minus 4 is 12 upon 4 into 16 into 4 into R basically. So these 4 and 4 is cancelled. 3 by 4 it will be. So my answer for this is 3 by 4R. Now this is 1 by lambda. Okay, lambda will be 4 by 3R. So for the other transition over here, for one of this, let's find out the value of 1 by lambda. So let's find out this for D option. N is equals to 2 to N is equals to 1. So over here N1 is 1 and N2 is 2. Correct? Now 1 by lambda. Now this is for hydrogen atom, hydrogen spectrum. Okay. Now R Z square is 1 square, 1 upon 1 square minus 1 upon 2 square. So this will be R into 4 minus 1 is 3 upon 4. So this is same, right? So this is what the question was, same wavelength you have to find. The wavelength is over here as well 4 by 3R. So in this case my answer has to be option D only. You can try solving this for other 3 options as well, you won't get the same wavelength in this case. Next question number, this was 33, okay. 34. 34th question. The work function of a metal is 4.2 electron volts. If radiation of 2000 angstroms fall on the metal, then the kinetic energy of the fastest electron is what? So you know one thing over here. Energy is equals to E naught plus the kinetic energy, right? Over here work function is given to me 4.2. This is E naught is your work function. Sorry, yeah. E naught is your work function, 4.2 electron volt. So you have to convert this 4.2 electron volts to 4.2 something joules, right? So 4.2 electron volts into 1.6 into 10 raised to the power minus 19. Now this has become into joules. Plus kinetic energy. Over here, energy. Energy is equals to hc by lambda. So h we have, c is 3 into 10 raised to the power 8. C is the speed of light. Sorry. right? Divided by the wavelength. Now over here, what is the wavelength? 2000 angstrom. So 2000 into 10 raised to the power minus 10. Just do this. From here, you'll get the energy. This is the E naught or the work function. You just have to find out the kinetic energy. So kinetic energy is actually equals to E minus E naught. So when you're going to solve this out, you'll get the answer as option C, 3.2 into 10 raised to the power minus 19 joules. Alright, next question. Now this was 34 here. Question number 35. Which of the following possess highest electron gain enthalpy? Now highest electron gain enthalpy among these. Now all of these are basically the noble gases. Noble gases are having positive electron gain enthalpies. Now among the positive values, the maximum positive is of neon and minimum is of helium. So if you know the order, neon is maximum, helium is minimum, argon and krypton is present in between, and they are having the equal electron gain enthalpies. So answer is option B. Okay, so the order is going to be something like this for these four. Alright, next question number 36. Which of the following is not correctly matched? Not correctly matched, so incorrect match it is. Energy associated with Bohr's orbit is equals to minus 2.8 into 10 raised to the power minus 18 z square upon n square. So this statement is absolutely right. Energy is this only. Correct. Next, energy gap between two orbits is delta E and denoted by this. Yes, we have done this as well. Good. Kinetic energy of the ejected electron, h nu is equals to h nu naught plus half mv square. Correct it is. Now, energy of 1 mole of photons is equals to E into n naught h nu upon C. Now, this is not correct. My answer has to be hc upon lambda or simply h nu. If this c would not have been there, then this statement would be right. So this is a wrong statement. So answer is option D. Alright, next question number 37. The group number and electronic configuration of element Z is equals to 114 is what? So 114 will lie in the carbon family basically, which is having in the valence shell, which is having 4 electrons. So carbon family 7s2, 7p2. Answer is option B. Next question number 38. What is the maximum number of electrons that can be associated with the following set of quantum numbers? N is equals to 3, L is equals to 1, M is equals to minus 1. So that is, this is the magnetic quantum number belonging to one particular orbital. So in one particular orbital, we can have at max only 2 electrons. So answer is 2. Okay. Next question number 39. Compound with highest lattice energy will be. Now lattice energy basically depends on charge. Higher the charge, higher is the lattice energy. So over here magnesium is having 2 positive charge, oxygen is having 2 negative, lithium plus 1, iodine minus 1. KBr over here in both of these plus 1 and minus 1. So only option in which the charge is higher is option B. So answer is option B by default. Okay. Next question number 40. The value of Planck's constant is this. So this is h. We know that. Velocity of light is this. Which value is closest to the wavelength in nanometers of a quantum number with frequency this much? Okay, now over here, how can we find out the wavelength? What is the formula for wavelength? Wavelength is actually c by lambda. Sorry, frequency is c by lambda. Right, now if I want to find out wavelength, c by frequency, c is given to me as 3 into 10 raised to the power 8 divided by the frequency, which is 8 into 10 raised to the power 15 seconds inverse. Now this is second inverse, sorry. Over here this is meters. So please be very sure with the units as well. Okay, meter per second. Now when you are going to solve this out, you are going to get the wavelength nearly 3.75 into 10 raised to the power 1. Okay, when you are going to solve this. Now 3.75 into 10 raised to the power 1 is closest to which option here? Option D. Rest other options are not closer to this. So answer is option D. Okay. Next question. Now this was I think 40. Okay. 41. The frequency of radiation emitted when the electron falls from n is equals to 4 to 1 in hydrogen atom will be. So again over here you have to find out the frequency of the radiation. How can you find out the frequency of the radiation? Let's understand that. So basically you have to find out the value of 1 by lambda here, right? So 1 by lambda is equals to Rz square 1 upon N1 square minus 1 upon N2 square, which is 4 here. Now this is again for hydrogen atom, so value of Z is 1 in this case. Okay, now when you are going to solve this out, you will be getting this as 16 minus 1 is 15 upon 16 R. So this is 1 by lambda. Okay, and you have to find out the frequency. Frequency is actually equal to what? Frequency is C by lambda. So C 3 into 10 raised to the power 8 into 15 upon 16 R. So when you are going to solve this out in detail, again then you will get your answer as 3.08 into 10 raised to the power 15 seconds inverse. So please note over here, you are not asked to tell the wavelength. Frequency is asked in the question. Okay, solve the complete question. So my answer over here is option C. Next question, 42. The energy of an electron in the nth Bohr orbit of hydrogen atom is what? So energy is definitely equal to minus 13.6 into Z square upon N square. That is option C. Okay, this is in electron volts. Next question, 43. A 0.66 kilograms of ball is moving with a speed of 100 meters per second. So this is the speed. The associated wavelength will be what? So lambda is equals to h upon mv it is. Just substitute the values. What is h here? 6.6 into 10 raised to the power minus 34 divided by mass is 0.66. You have to take the mass in kilograms only. Even if in the question the mass is given in grams, you have to first convert it into kgs and then use it. Then speed is 100 meters per second. Just solve this out and you'll get your answer as this. See, this 6 and will actually get cancelled out. So that is why we are going to get either first option or D option. And just by changing the powers here, you will get the answer as option D. Alright, next question, 44. An atom has electronic configuration which is this. You will place it in which group? So over here, when you have to find out the group number for any element which is present in a D subshell or a D block. Now this is present in a D block because this, over here the last electron is entering in the 3D shell. So you just have to add the number of electrons in 3D and 4s. So in 3D we are having 3 plus 2, total 5. Ultimately the group number is also 5. So answer is option A. Okay. Next question, number 45. Which of the following is polar? So which of these is polar? PCl5 is non-polar. sp3d hybridization. This is non-polar. Okay. CO2 is a linear molecule. Again, this is also non-polar. BF3, non-polar. XEF6, now this is polar. How? Now you will say that this is having 6 surrounding atoms, octahedral geometry, so it should be non-polar because it is having a regular geometry. But over here, if you remember in xenon, we are basically having 8 electrons in the valence shell, and over here only 6 are making the bonds. So we have one more lone pair also present here. So this is not the octahedral geometry, this is rather the distorted octahedral. This is rather the distorted octahedral. So answer is option B. In distorted octahedral, the dipole moment is there, that is, this is a polar molecule. Next question, number 46. Which of the following orders of ionic radii is correctly represented? Now when we have to find out the ionic radii, now higher the anionic charge, higher is the radius. So if now that is also true for isoelectronic species. So over here 10 electrons are there, 10 electrons, and over here also 10 electrons. So in isoelectronic species, higher the negative charge, higher is the structure. So answer is option C. Now in this case, H positive is actually having a smaller size. This is wrong, and over here this is also wrong, totally wrong. In this case, the order should be opposite. Okay, it shouldn't be opposite as well. The order should be N3 negative should be maximum, then yes, it should be opposite only, yes. Mg2 positive, Al3 positive. It was right. Okay. Next question, number 47. Which one of the following arrangements represents the correct order of least negative to most negative electron gain enthalpy? So over here basically we have to arrange them in the order of their electron gain enthalpy. And electron gain enthalpy, as we move from left to right along the period, delta EGH or electron gain enthalpy, value of this increases. Down the group it decreases, right? So over here for halogens, for fluorine it is going to be maximum. After fluorine this will be for oxygen. So fluorine with maximum, oxygen after this, and this is only one option over here. By default answer is option A. After this we are having carbon and then aluminium and then calcium, right? Answer is option A. Moving on, next question 48. Among the elements calcium, magnesium, phosphorus and chlorine, the order of increasing atomic radii. Again, along the period atomic radii decreases, down the group radii increases, right? So you just have to place them accordingly. Chlorine will be having the least size, least radius, because this is present in the extreme right of the periodic table. So my answer over here has to be option C. Alright, next question 49. Which of the following represents the correct order of increasing electron gain enthalpy? Now again we have to arrange them in the order of their increasing electron enthalpy. Now I told you that as we move from left to right towards the halogens, the order or electron gain enthalpy will be maximum, will be increasing. Right, now talking about halogens, fluorine, chlorine. Over here chlorine is having a higher electron gain enthalpy as compared to fluorine. And why is this happening? Because of a very small size of fluorine and its inability to take an extra electron, because its size is very small. Because of a small size, it is going, after the gain of one electron, it is going to have some interelectronic repulsions. So for this, the fluorine will be having a lesser electron gain enthalpy as compared to chlorine. So chlorine, fluorine, sulfur and oxygen. Sulfur is also having a smaller size. Again, same reason as that of fluorine. So my order is going to be option B. Next question and the last question of this test, that is question number 50. Fluorine has low electron affinity than chlorine. Now I just told you the reason, because of a very small size and high charge density. In fluorine, it is going to have interelectronic repulsions in it. So that is why my answer is going to be option A here by default. So with this, we have discussed the complete chemistry part, complete 50 questions of the test. I hope you will be giving the next test for sure, that is on 12th of December. So see you on, and further you will be having the discussion of botany and zoology, that is complete biology. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Hello everyone, how are you all? Students, today here we are going to discuss about the minor test 1 and here I will be discussing about botany. These NEET test series have started on the 28th of November and these are some of the details here. It will continue till 3rd of May. You can register it, the link is in the description. Students, first question here is, plant families are characterized on the basis of A option here is vegetative features, B is reproductive features, C developmental features and D says all except C. So obviously here option D is correct because plant families we are having, they are generally categorized on the basis of shoot, or we can say stem, root. These are the vegetative parts of the plant, as well as the reproductive features. As you have seen, gynoecium, androecium, these are the reproductive features of the plants. They are also being taken into account in the plant families. So obviously, developmental features, they have not been taken into account here. So D option here is correct. Another question here is, in 5 kingdom classification system, all unicellular organisms having well-defined nucleus. See here, there are certain key terms. See here, all unicellular. We are here talking about the unicellular organisms, not the multicellular organisms. As well as they are having well-defined nucleus, surrounded by nuclear envelope. So obviously here we are talking about unicellular organisms that is having the single cell and eukaryotes. They are having the well-defined nucleus and nuclear envelope is present. As we know in the 5 kingdom classification, there were 5 kingdoms which was given by the R.H. Whittaker. What were they? Monera, Protista. They are also written here in the options. But if we talk about the 5 kingdoms, they are Monera, Protista, Fungi, Plantae, and Animalia. So obviously students, Protista is the kingdom which is carrying the unicellular as well as the eukaryotic organisms here. So here B option is correct. Another question here is, photoperiod affects reproduction in. We are having these options: seasonal breeders, B plants, C animals and all of the above. As you know students, in our plant growth and development chapter, what we have studied there, we have talked about photoperiodism. And photoperiodism means that the length of the day and the night, it is affecting the flowering. Obviously, it is a part of reproductive phase of a plant, as well as it is affecting here the seed germination. And when you study zoology, you also know that photoperiod is also affecting the seasonal breeders as well as the animals there. So all the options, they are correct here. D is the correct answer. Photoperiod, that is the length of the day, it will affect the seasonal breeders, animals as well as the plants. Another question here is, all are protozoans except A option is Trypanosoma, B is Paramecium, C is Plasmodium and D is Goniolax. So all the options A, B, C except the D, they are protozoans here. These are the examples of protozoans, whereas Goniolax, it is a dinoflagellate here. It is also causing the red tide as we have studied earlier. So this is not the example of protozoan here. So option D here is correct. Another question here is live specimens of plants and animals are found in. A option here is botanical garden, B zoological park, C museum, D both A and B. As in your school you must have seen the museum. So obviously these are the dead specimens. Whether we are talking about the plants and animals, they are having here dead specimens. So A and B, they are having here the live specimens of plants and animals. So D option here is correct. Both A and B, they are having here live specimens of plants and animals which are helpful in the identification nomenclature of these organisms. Another question here is choose the correct feature with respect to the smallest cell belonging to kingdom Monera. See here, we have to study. Here we are talking about the kingdom Monera and the smallest cell here. Remember students, when we were talking about the kingdom Monera, we have seen there the smallest cell is of mycoplasma, or we can say PPLO, pleuropneumonia-like organism, or the mycoplasma here. So it is having certain characteristics. We have to choose the correct one. Which one is the correct characteristic or feature of this PPLO or mycoplasma? A is saying presence of peptidoglycan in cell wall. Remember, mycoplasma, they are not having the cell wall. So this is the incorrect one. I am talking here about this one. Cell wall is absent in the pleuropneumonia-like organism or the PPLO. B, can survive without oxygen. This is the correct or the correct option for this question, or we can say this is the characteristic feature of PPLO. They can survive without the oxygen, or we can say they are anaerobic. C says that pathogenic to plants only, and D says that pathogenic to animals only. So they are the pathogens, but they can cause diseases in plants as well as in the animals. So C and D option, they are also incorrect here. So we are having the correct option as B. Another question here is increase in mass and increase in number of individuals are twin characteristic of. So we are having here the options: reproduction, B is growth, C is metabolism, D is consciousness. So obviously whenever the increase in mass is happening and increase in the number of individuals is happening, we will call that as growth. So here B option is correct. Increase in mass as well as in the increase in number of the individuals, or we can say increase in the number of cells. For unicellular organisms, we can say that. Another question here is red tide causing organism. Remember students, in one of the earlier question we have seen, what was that? Goniolux. So A belongs to kingdom Protista. Yes, it belongs to kingdom Protista here. Is a dinoflagellate. Obviously, it is causing the red tide. This red tide, I can also say that it is also known as harmful algal bloom, or HAB. It causes the red color of the sea here. That is why we are calling it as red tide, harmful algal bloom. So it is caused by the goniolax, and which is a protist. Dinoflagellate, C shows mixotrophic nutrition. This is not correct for this goniolax or the organism causing the red tide, because it is having photoautotrophic mode of nutrition. Photoautotrophic mode of nutrition is shown by goniolax, the organism which causes the red tide. Whereas mixotrophic, one of the best example for this kind of mode of nutrition we are having, it is Euglena. So here we can say that A and B, they are correct for the guanule eggs, whereas C is incorrect. So we will write the correct option as D, which says all are correct except the C one. Another question, key used for identification of organisms are generally dash in nature. So they are having certain characteristics. Is it the preserved, the keys are preserved, or conserved, or analytical, or all of the above? Remember students, it is used for the identification of the organisms. In a key, we are having the alternate characters. And it is helpful in the identification of the organisms based on the similarities and dissimilarities. So we can say that the keys, they are analytical in nature. So C option here is correct. They are having the alternate characters. On the basis of that, we will identify the organism. They are quite analytical in nature. C option here is correct. Another question here is select the mismatched pair. A. Mucor phycomycetes. B. Rhizopus is for phycomycetes. Both are correct here. C. Claviceps is for basidiomycetes. Whereas D saying Trichoderma is for deuteromycetes. This C option is correct here. This one is mismatched as claviceps. It belongs to ascomycetes. So the mismatched pair here is C option. Another question here is, in which of the following plants lateral branches originate from basal and underground portion of the main stem, grow horizontally beneath the soil and come out obliquely upwards, giving rise to leafy shoot? See here, I am having this image. We are having the origination of the shoots here, and we are calling this shoot modification as sucker. So this is the description of a shoot modification. We call it as sucker. Some of the key terms here are obliquely upwards, it will give rise to leafy shoots, and it is underground portion of the main stem, grow horizontally beneath the soil and come obliquely upwards. So we are having the options A as water hyacinth, strawberry. Is it showing the sucker? No. B, jasmine or grasses. This pair is also not for this sucker or for this kind of shoot modification. C, pineapple chrysanthemum. This is the correct option here, which shows this kind of shoot modification, and we call it as sucker. D is banana and pistia. So correct option here is C. Another question here is, select the correct feature with respect to the causative organism of potato spindle tuber disease. Remember students, when we were talking about the viruses, we have also talked there about viroids. And it is the causative organism of this kind of disease we are calling as potato spindle tuber disease. So for viroids, which one is the correct? We have to see here the correct feature of this causative organism of this kind of disease. A, discovered by Stanley. This is incorrect because viroids, they were discovered by Diner. Lack free RNA. This is also incorrect here because viroids, they are having the free RNA. C, absence of protein coat. This one is correct for viroids. They are not having the protein coat as the viruses they are having. D, larger in size than viruses. This is also incorrect for the viroids. Another question here is, how many of the given organisms show presence of dikaryophase in their life cycle? If we talk about the dikaryophase, what is it? Dikaryophase means the fusion of cytoplasm has happened and we are having the two nuclei. I can write it here, 2 nuclei they are present. They have not fused here. We are not having the fusion of the nuclei, we are only having the fusion of the cytoplasm, and this kind of stage we are calling as dikaryophase. So dikaryophase is the characteristic feature of ascomycetes and basidiomycetes. We are having some fungi here, the examples of some fungi here, and we have to identify which one is having the dikaryophase in their life cycle. Mucor, Penicillium, Aspergillus, Eustylago, Trichoderma, mushroom and Alternaria. We are having here the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 examples. Out of these, ascomycetes and basidiomycetes, Penicillium, Aspergillus, Eustylago and mushroom, they are having this phase which we call as dikaryophase, where the 2 nuclei will be present and the cytoplasm will be single here. So out of the 7, we are having here the 4 examples which are showing this dikaryophase. So C option here is correct. Another question here is, choose the incorrect statement with respect to gymnosperms. So we have to see here which one is incorrect. First of all, you have to identify whether we have to take the correct option or the incorrect. Option we have to take the correct, but we have to check for incorrect statement or the correct statement. Okay, here we have to identify which statement is incorrect for the gymnosperms. A option is saying ovules are not enclosed by ovary wall. This one is correct for the gymnosperms. B, seeds developed from ovules post-fertilization. This is also correct with respect to the gymnosperms. C, exclusively heterosporous. This is also correct for the gymnosperms. D, saying development of pollen grains takes place within megasporangia. This is the incorrect word here, because development of pollen grains, it is taking place inside the microsporangia. So D option is correct, whereas the incorrect statement with respect to the gymnosperms. Another question here is, select the mismatched pair. We have to see which pair is incorrect here. A is M.W. Bejerink gave the Contagium vivum fluidum. This is correct here. This is not mismatched. B, R.H. Whittaker gave 5 kingdom classification. As I have told you in one of the earlier question, this is also correct here. C, Carolus Linnaeus gave the 2 kingdom classification. This is also correct here. D, saying Theodina gave the term virus. This is incorrect here. This one is a mismatched pair. He gave viroids. So the option D here is correct. Another question here is, majority of pteridophytes. Obviously, students, you know that pteridophytes, they are the ferns. A is saying homosporous atracheophyte. B is saying heterosporous atracheophyte. C is saying homosporous tracheophyte, and D is saying heterosporous tracheophyte. Remember, we are calling tracheophyte when they are having the vascular system. Vascular system is present. So obviously in the ferns we are having the vascular system. We are having here these vascular bundles. So obviously they are the tracheophytes. So 2 options, they are eliminated here. They are tracheophytes. And homosporous, as they are having the spores, similar spores we can say. One kind of spores we can say. So obviously we can call this homosporous tracheophytes. Vascular system is present and they are having one kind of spores. So C option here is correct for the pteridophytes or the ferns. Another question here is, an event unique to flowering plants include A, syngamy, B is parthenocarpy, C, triple fusion, D saying both A and C. So here we are talking about the flowering plants. So obviously they are the angiosperms, and in the angiosperms we are having double fertilization. And if we talk about the double fertilization, we are having here syngamy as well as the triple fusion. Syngamy, whenever the male nucleus is combining with the egg to form the zygote, and the triple fusion when the male nucleus is combining with the polar nuclei and forming the endosperm. So both these option A and C, they are correct. We are having both A and C events that are unique to the angiosperms. Syngamy as well as the triple fusion, part of the double fertilization here. Characteristic features of our flowering plants. Another question here is choose odd one out with respect to members of class Rhodophyceae. So it is red algae here. A option is saying food is stored as starch. See here students, we have to select here odd one out. That is incorrect statement with respect to the Rhodophyceae or the red algae. A is saying food is stored as starch. This is incorrect because food is stored in case of red algae as Floridian starch. B option reproduces asexually by non-motile spores. This is correct here. C shows presence of R-phycoerythrin pigment. That is why it is known as red algae, because of this pigment. D, sexual reproduction is oogamous type. Oogamous, mainly the female gamete, it will be larger in size, non-motile, and the male gamete, it will be smaller in size and it will be motile here. So we are having A option is odd one out, and the correct option for this question as the food stored is in the form of Floridian starch. Another question here is fusion between one large non-motile static female gamete and a smaller motile male gamete is known as. See here, one large non-motile female gamete and a smaller motile male gamete. We can represent it here as larger one, that will be non-motile. Static, we can say this is the female gamete, and the smaller one which is motile, and it is female and it is male gamete here. Female larger, static, and the male is smaller and motile. So this kind of fusion, we are calling it as oogamy, as we have talked about in the earlier question also. So it is not isogamy. In the case of isogamy, we will be having morphologically similar gametes, male and female gamete. In the case of oogamy, we are having this condition. Another question here is plants having prothallus as thalloid gametophyte, embryo stage in life cycle, and archegonia as female sex organs, but absence of seed and flower. So we are not having here seed as well as the flower. So our option of angiosperm is eliminated here. It is not having the flower. Seed is also not present. So gymnosperm and angiosperm, both the options, they are eliminated here. We are having prothallus as the thalloid gametophyte and the embryo stage in the life cycle, and archegonia as a female sex organ. So obviously these are the ferns, and we can say the correct option here is pteridophytes, or we can say it is ferns. Another question here is which of the following organisms are not included in any of the kingdoms under Whittaker's 5-kingdom classification system. Remember, in the 5-kingdom classification system which was given by the R.H. Whittaker, we are having the Protista, we are having the fungi, Plantae, Animalia, and the Monera. So these are the options here. We have to find out which kind of organisms they were not included in this 5-kingdom classification. A. Euglena, virus and viroid. Obviously, students, Euglena. It was capped under Protista. B, virus, prions and lichens. This is the correct option because they were not included in any of the 5 kingdoms there. C, Trypanosoma, Plasmodium and Viroid. They were also included here under Protista. Virus, Viroid and Entamoeba also under the Protista. So the combination we are having correct here is the B option, as it was not included in the 5 kingdoms given by the R.H. Whittaker. Another question here is statement A, vegetative reproduction in mosses occur by budding in leafy stage. So this statement is incorrect here. Why? See here, mosses, here we are talking about the bryophytes. It is saying that vegetative reproduction in mosses, it is occurring with the help of budding. It is also occurring with the help of fragmentation. And in the protonema stage. This will be the correct statement now. If we correct this statement, vegetative reproduction in bryophytes or the mosses occur by budding and fragmentation in the protonema stage here. Now another statement, it is saying in bryophytes, zygote undergo reduction division immediately. So this is also the incorrect statement here. Why? Because it is saying that zygote is undergoing reduction division, but it undergoes the mitosis. What we understand by reduction division, obviously it is saying that it is undergoing the meiosis, but this is not happening. Zygote is undergoing the mitosis, and this statement here is also incorrect. So we are having options here as only statement A is correct, B is correct, both are correct, they are all false. D is saying both statements A and B are incorrect. So this option is correct here, D. Another question, roots of plant growing in swampy areas come out vertically upwards. So we are having the swampy areas and they are growing vertically upwards. This is not the normal condition. Root, they grow downward, they are growing downwardly in the ground. They are positively geotropic, we can say. This is an adaptation for, this is a kind of adaptation, and it is these kind of roots we are calling as pneumatophores. So the plants that are growing in the saline conditions, they show this kind of roots. And basically it is to acquire oxygen, as this saline environment, it is not very rich in oxygen. So we can say that A, food storage, this is not an adaptation for food storage. B, saying obtaining oxygen for respiration. This is the correct option here, as these plants which are showing this kind of adaptation, pneumatophores, they are growing in the saline conditions, very saline conditions, the environment which is very high in salt content. C, saying providing mechanical support. This is also not the correct option here. D, saying helping in viviparing. This is also not the correct option here. Correct option here is B. I have a representation here of pneumatophores. As you can see, they are vertically growing upwards. See here, this is an adaptation for very saline conditions. Another question here is column A and column B we are having, and we have to choose, we have to check correct matching here. Column A we are having the cucumber, and we have to see which kind of stem modification it has. See here, cucumber, is it having the rhizome? No. Stem tendril, yes, it is present in the cucumber. So I can say one goes for second. Potato, is it having the rhizome? Obviously not. Stem modification here is of tuber. So 2 goes for 3 here. Citrus, is it having the rhizome or the thorn? Obviously, it is having a shoot modification here, we call as thorn. 3 goes for 4 here. Turmeric, it is having rhizome. So 4 goes for 1. And here the correct option is first goes for second here, second goes for third. And citrus, it is having the thorn stem modification, and turmeric, it is having the rhizome. So correct option here is C. Basically, we have to identify which kind of stem modification is shown by these plants. Another question here is sec fungi differs from imperfect fungi in terms of. Sec fungi means ascomycetes. How is it different from imperfect fungi? Imperfect fungi, we are calling it by this name because they are not showing sexual reproduction. No sexual reproduction is shown by these kind of fungi. So they are differing in terms of A, cell wall composition. This is not the correct option here. B, occurrence of nucleus. This is also not the correct option here. C, stored reserve food. No. As I have told you, imperfect fungi, we are calling this by this term as they are not showing any kind of sexual reproduction. So D option here is correct. Ascomycetes and imperfect fungi or the deuteromycetes, they are differing from each other in case of sexual kind of reproduction. So D option here is correct. Another question, choose odd one out with respect to the pattern of arrangement of leaves on the stem. So we have to see pattern of arrangement of leaves. What we call it? We call this as phyllotaxy. We are having some pairs here. Calotropis, it is showing the opposite kind of phyllotaxy. Mustard, it is showing the alternate phyllotaxy. They both are correct here. C, China rose, it is showing opposite phyllotaxy. This is the incorrect here as China rose or hibiscus. It shows alternate kind of phyllotaxy. And last one is Alstonia, which shows world kind of phyllotaxy. See here students, we are having this representation. Alternate, we mean by this kind of phyllotaxy. Opposite, we are having this kind of representation. World is this kind of. So hibiscus or China rose, I can say, it is showing this alternate kind of phyllotaxy. The arrangement of leaves on the stem is this kind. So here, correct option is C. This is the mismatched pair here. Another question here is, how many of the given plants have zygomorphic flowers? So here we have to see zygomorphic flowers are shown by which plant here. So zygomorphic, if I say, it is having one plane of symmetry. Whereas if we talk about the actinomorphic, they are having multiple planes of symmetry. Zygomorphic, one plane of symmetry, as we human beings are having only one plane of symmetry. So, actinomorphic, it is having multiple planes of symmetry. I have written there P and S means plane of symmetry there. So, out of these, which are having zygomorphic kind of flowers? Mustard, datura, pea, canna, chili, tomato, gulmohar, bean and cassia. So, you must have seen the flowers of gulmohar, cassia, canna as well as the pea. They are all having only one plane of symmetry. That is why we can call them as zygomorphic flower. So out of these, we are how many of the plants they are having the zygomorphic? We are having the options as 2, 3, 4 and 5. So obviously here C option is correct. P, Canna, Cassia and Gulmohar. They all are showing here zygomorphic kind of symmetry. Only one plane of symmetry is shown by them. Another question here is epipetalous condition is seen in all except. What do we understand by epipetalous? See here students, epipetalous condition means that anther will be fused with petals or the corolla we can say. So anther will be having its fusion with the petals. We are calling this condition as epipetalous. It is shown by all the options here except the tulip. It is not showing here the addition of anther with that of the petals or the corolla here. So it is not showing here epipetalous kind of condition. Another question, a sterile stamen is known as. What do we understand by sterile stamen? Sterile stamen means that stamen will not be able to produce the pollen grains. No pollen grains will be produced. And we have a term for this kind of stamen, we call it as staminode. Sterile stamen or the staminode which is not able to produce pollen grains, here the option B is correct. It is not known as staminate or the staminal, it is known as staminode. Another question here is, we have to see which one is the incorrect. We have to see here the incorrect statement. In maize, seed coat is membranous and is generally fused with the fruit wall. So we are having the maize seed coat will be membranous here and it will be fused with the fruit wall. This is correct here. B, ovary after fertilization modifies into the fruit. This is also correct and it is very simple. Ovary is converting into fruit after the fertilization. Calyx protects the flower in the bud stage. So calyx, what are the constituents here of the calyx? It is having the sepals. So sepals, they are protecting the flower in the bud stage. So this is also correct here. Corolla is composed of sepals. This is incorrect statements here as corolla is having petals. The colored part of the flower, they are petals here and they are having a whorl which we call as corolla. So the incorrect statement here is D. D option here is correct. Next question here is statement A. In the flower of lily, stamens show adhesion as they are joined with the tepal of perianth. See here students, perianth, when the corolla and calyx, they are combined and its unit we call it as tepal. So this is the characteristic feature of lily. Stamens, they are fused with the tepals of the perianth. So we are calling this condition as epiphyllous. Epiphyllous kind of condition. Another statement here is, in the flowers of salvia and mustard, stamens show variations in the length of filament. This is also correct here. They are having variations in their length of the filament. I can show you here. This is the anther. It is having this filament. They are having variations in this length. So both the statements, they are correct here. So we can say that both statements A and B, they are correct. So correct option here is C. Another question, which of the following is not a feature of sclerenchyma? We are having this plant tissue which we are calling as sclerenchyma. A, present as fibers or in the form of sclerenes. This is the correct statement here. We have to see which is not the characteristic feature of this kind of tissue, sclerenchyma. B is lignified cell walls, they are present. This is also correct for sclerenchyma. C, provides mechanical support to young stem. This is the incorrect characteristic for sclerenchyma as it is providing mechanical support at maturity. To the young stems, the mechanical support is provided by another tissue we are having, collenchyma. This is incorrect statement here. D, dead cells. Obviously, sclerenchyma, they are dead cells here. So, we are having the correct option here as C. Another question, which of the following below features belong to leaves of dicot? A, Casparian strips in the endodermis. It is the characteristic feature of root. As we are having here the endodermis. Casparian strips, they will be present in the endodermis of the root. B, 2 is absence of cuticle. This is also not correct for leaves of dicot. Third says bean-shaped guard cells. See here, we are here talking about the bean-shaped guard cells. So this is the characteristic feature of dicot leaves. So this is correct for it. And the fourth says presence of palisade as well as the spongy parenchyma. This is also the characteristic feature of these dicot leaves. So we are having the correct statements third and fourth. A saying only 4 is correct. This is not true. B saying both 1 and 2 are correct. This is also not true, because in the first we are talking about the root, and then in the second cuticle is present on the leaves. So this is also incorrect here. C, all except 2. This is also not correct option. D is both 3 and 4. This is the correct option with respect to the dicot leaves. Another question, select the mismatched pair. We have to see here mismatched pair. A, Coccambium phallogen. This is the correct pair here. It is also known as a phallogen. B, lenticels and guttation. This is the incorrect option, incorrect pair here. Why? I'll tell you. C, heartwood dead elements. This is also correct. And D, sevwood light color. This is also correct. We will see the representation also. B is saying lenticels are used in the process of guttation, or lenticels, they are performing the process of guttation. This is not correct. Why? Lenticels is incorrect term here, because hydrathodes, they are doing the process of guttation here. So we are having the mismatched pair here, B. Now we talk about the heartwood and sevwood. You can see here in this representation, we are having this center one heartwood and the sevwood outer one. This is quite somewhat blurry here. And the phallogen, if we talk about, it is also known as Coccambium. Another question here is, autumn wood shows presence of all except A, fewer xylary elements, B, darker in color, C, higher density. These are all correct for the autumn wood. We will see how they are correct for the autumn wood. We are having a representation here. But the D says vessels with wider cavities. This is incorrect for the heartwood, as they are having the deposition. Vessels, they are having the depositions. Because of that, they are having narrower cavities. So D option is incorrect with respect to the autumn wood. If we talk about the darker in color, see here, autumn wood, dark narrow circle. Inside it you can see the rings, and the spring wood, it is light wider circle. So other options, they are correct with respect to the autumn wood. We are having the narrower cavities here. It is not the wider cavities, as the vessels, they are having large depositions. Another question, a feature odd regarding the vascular bundles of monocot stem is async and dark and closed type. This is correct with respect to the monocot stem. B, occurrence of water containing cavities. They are also present in the monocot stem. So this option is also correct here. C, sclerenchymatous bundle sheath. Bundle sheath is also having the sclerenchyma here. This is also correct for the monocot stem. Whereas if we talk about the D option, bundles arranged in the form of a ring. This is not correct with respect to the monocot stem. See here, if we talk about the end arc and S arc, the monocot stem is having this kind. of vascular bundles, and they are quite dispersed in nature. They are not arranged in the form of a ring. I can say vascular bundles, they are dispersed in nature. They are not in a form of a ring. So D option here is the odd one, or we can say the incorrect statement with respect to the monocot stem here. Another question, which of the following tissue constitute stele? Now we are having the A option, endodermis, cortex and epiblemma. Stele is constituting what? Epiblemma, cortex and pith. C is saying pericycle, endodermis and epiblemma, and D is saying pericycle, vascular bundle and pith. These are forming the stele here. Pith, vascular bundle and then the pericycle. If we are having here representation, see here stele, which is inside part of this representation here, and we are having phloem, which is our vascular bundle, xylem, we are having here the pericycle and a pith in the center, which is forming our stele here. So the constituents of the stele, pericycle, outer part, vascular bundle, that is xylem and phloem, and the pith, the middle part here. Another question here is, read the following statements. First one is, leaf is a lateral, generally flattened structure borne on the stem. This is correct here. We are saying that it is lateral, generally flattened, and it is borne on the stem. Second says that leaves originate from shoot apical meristem. This is correct here, and arranged in basipetal order. Obviously, this is incorrect. They are arranged here in acropetal manner. What does that mean? It means that we are having a shoot and we will be having the young leaves on the upper part, and the base part will be having the older ones. So I can say that younger leaves will be at the top and the older ones will be at the bottom. So that is why this statement is incorrect here, as they are arranged in acropetal manner. Another statement we are having, solan petiole can also be known as pulvinus. Here this statement is also incorrect, because petiole is not solan when we are calling it as the pulvinus. We are having the solan leaf base. See here in the representation, we are having this petiole. It is not solan, we are not calling it as pulvinus. When the leaf base it is solan, we are calling it as petiole here, pulvinus here. Now another statement here is, veins provide rigidity to the lamina. So this one also correct here. So we are having the correct statements as first and fourth. How many of the above statements are correct? So they are 2 in number. First and fourth, they are correct. Second and third, they are incorrect here. Another question here is, in which of the following plants gynoecium is situated in the center and other parts of the flower are located on the rim of the thalamus? So we are having other parts of the flower which will be located on the rim of the thalamus, and the gynoecium is in the center. So remember students, we are having certain terms for it. See here, hypogynous flower, perigynous flower and epigynous flower. And today we are talking about this perigynous flower. Gynoecium is in the center, and we are having the other parts of the flower located at the rim here, rim of the thalamus. So we will call this as perigynous flower here. And it is the characteristic feature of plum, rose and peach. So we are having the correct option here as B. Mustard, brinjal, plum, this is not the correct pairing here. Sunflower, guava, cucumber, this is also not the correct combination here. And mustard, china rose and brinjal, they are also not the correct combination here. We are having this perigynous kind of flower when the ovary is in the center. Remember, this is the description of the perigynous kind of flower. Rim of the thalamus, it will be having other floral structure. Center, we are having here the gynoecium, and they are quite at the same level here. So we are having the correct combination here, plum, rose and peach. Another question here, select the incorrect match. Plant, phyllotaxy and gynoecium. We have to see which one is a correct match here. First is petunia. It is having the phyllotaxy alternate. Remember, we have seen alternate, whorled and spiral kind of phyllotaxy there. Gynoecium, it is bicarpellary syncarpus. When we are saying syncarpus, when the carpels fused, they are fused in nature. Bicarpellary, obviously they are 2 in number. Carpels, they are 2 in number. This is here the correct match. We have to see the incorrect one. Soybean, it is also having the phyllotaxy alternate. Gynoecium, it is saying that it is having bicarpellary apocarpus. Apocarpus, when we are having no fusion. Carpels, they are not fused. But this is not the case in case of glycine max or the soybean here. We are having here monocarpellary, which means that there is only one carpel. So this is the incorrect match here. B option here is correct. If we see further, C1 saying groundnut, it is having alternate phyllotaxy, and gynoecium, it is monocarpellary, means that one carpel is there. Obviously, when one carpel is there, we are not talking about whether it is apocarpus or syncarpus, because it is of no context here, as they are fused or free. Obviously, we are having only one carpel. D, tulip, alternate tricarpellary syncarpus, means that 3 carpels are there which are fused together. So we are having the correct option here for glycine max or the soybean, and it is having monocarpellary gynoecium. So correct option here is B. Another question, haplodiplontic life cycle is exhibited by all except. If we talk about the haplodiplontic kind of life cycle, it is having dominant gametophytic phase. Gametophytic phase, it is dominant. And sporophytic phase, it is dependent over the gametophyte. So this kind of life cycle we are calling as haplodiplontic kind of life cycle. We are having here the options, all bryophytes, obviously they are having haplodiplontic life cycle where gametophyte will be dominant and sporophyte, it is quite reduced here, dependent on the gametophyte. B, all pteridophytes or the ferns. First one we are talking about the mosses, second one we are talking about the ferns. They are also having haplodiplontic kind of life cycle. Third says fucus and laminaria. Obviously they are the algae. If we talk about the fucus, it is having diplontic life cycle. And if we talk about the laminaria, it is having diplohaplontic. So they are the exceptions here. They are not showing this kind of life cycle which we have been asked about haplodiplontic life cycle. So C option here is correct. And if we see the D option here, Polysiphonia and Kelps, Polysiphonia, it is also having here haplodiplontic life cycle. So C option here, fucus and laminaria. Fucus is showing us diplontic life cycle, whereas the laminaria, it is showing us diplohaplontic life cycle. So C option here is correct. They are not showing this kind of a life cycle which we are calling as haplodiplontic life cycle. Another question, angiosperms differs from gymnosperms in having A, double fertilization, B, seeds, C, pollen grains, D, cones. So obviously double fertilization is the characteristic feature of our flowering plants or the angiosperms. Double fertilization, as we have seen earlier also, it is having the syngamy and triple fusion. It is happening exclusively in the angiosperms or the flowering plants. So we can say that they are differing from the gymnosperms in case of this double fertilization, a characteristic feature of angiosperms. Another question, statement A. During syngamy, male gamete fuses with egg and results in formation of zygote. This is correct. As I have told you earlier also, part of the double fertilization syngamy, what is happening? One male gamete will fuse with the egg and form the zygote here. So we are having certain key terms here, male gamete fusing with the egg and giving us zygote. We are calling it as syngamy. In the next statement, so statement A is correct here. In the next statement, during triple fusion, male gamete fuses with haploid secondary nucleus to form triploid PEN here. This is incorrect statement as in the case of triple fusion. What we are having, male gamete, it combines with the polar nuclei and it gives endosperm. That is why this statement B is incorrect here. I can say here that only statement A is correct. See here, I am having this representation. You can see here that when the egg cell is combining with the male gamete, we are calling this process as syngamy. And what we are having here? We are having here the formation of zygote. Zygote is formed here. Another male gamete, when it is combining with the polar nuclei. See here, polar nuclei. First one, syngamy, when the male gamete has combined with the egg cell here in the center. This process we are calling as syngamy. All these two kinds of processes, they are the part of double fertilization here. Syngamy as well as the triple fusion. Syngamy is clear, we are having the formation of the zygote. Whereas if we talk about the male gamete, it is combining with the polar nuclei and giving us endosperm. What we are calling this as, this process is known as triple fusion. This is the basic difference here. Simple. One process triple fusion and another one as syngamy. Now students, another question here is, read the following statements. First is saying fusion of two protoplasts of fungal gametes is known as karyogamy. When we are talking about the karyogamy, obviously here karyo plus gamy. That is the fusion of nuclei is happening. So if we are saying that fusion of two protoplasts is happening, this is not correct in case of karyogamy. So this statement is incorrect here. Second statement is saying organisms that absorb soluble organic matter from dead substrate, they are known as saprophytes. This is correct here. Saprophytic organisms obtaining their nutrition from the dead and decaying organisms here. Another statement, some of the cyanobacteria can fix atmospheric nitrogen in specialized cells known as heterocyst. When we were talking about the nitrogen fixation, we have seen that specialized cell, we are calling it as heterocyst. It is having there the nitrogen fixation. So this statement is also correct here. Fourth is saying vast majority of bacteria, they are heterotrophs. Obviously, they are having their mode of nutrition which is heterotrophic in nature. So this statement is also correct here. How many of the above statements are correct? 1, 2, 3 and 4. Obviously here first statement is incorrect. We are having other 3 are the correct statements here. So C option here is correct. Another question, halophiles belong to the group A. Cyanobacteria, B. Archaebacteria, C. Mycoplasma, D. Euglenoids. Remember students, when we were talking about the cyanobacteria, we can refer them as blue-green algae. When we talk about the mycoplasma, as I have told you earlier also, they are the PPLO. Euglenoids, they are having euglena. So we are having the archaebacteria. We have also studied about them. They are having halophiles, methanogens, and thermoacidophiles. Simple, halophiles, they are salt-having organisms here. Methanogens, they are evolving here, the methane gas. And the thermoacidophiles, they are also present in the extreme conditions. So archaebacteria, that is why they are known as extremophiles. They are having these three groups there. So obviously we can say that halophiles, they belong to the group archaebacteria. Another question here is, sporozoans differ from all other protozoans in A. Using flagella for capturing prey, B. Having silica shells on their surface, C. Spore-like stage in their life cycle, and D. Being the non-parasites. So obviously all the options, they are not relevant here. They are not the non-parasites. If we talk about the sporozoans, you must be remembering one example here, which is Plasmodium. Obviously it is a parasite. It causes malaria in human beings. And when we talk about its life cycle, we have seen it is having a spore-like stage in their life cycle. So obviously they are differing from other protozoans in this main characteristic feature. That is why they have been termed as sporozoans. Spore-like stage is present in their life cycle. Remember, you have to remember one example of this, Plasmodium, and you will be clear with the characteristics here. So we are having here correct option, which is C. They are having the spore-like stage in their life cycle. That is why they are differing from other protozoans. And we are calling them as sporozoan. One of the example is Plasmodium. Another question, select incorrect statement with respect to fungi. We have to see the incorrect one. E. Vegetative reproduction in fungi takes place by fragmentation, fission, and budding. We have seen fragmentation also happens in the fungi, fission is also having, as well as the budding. As you have seen in the case of Saccharomyces also, it is also known as the bud yeast. It is having budding process. Fission is also having in another kind of yeast. We are having in fragmentation in the fungi, which is having the hyphae. So we have seen this kind of vegetative reproduction in the fungi. B. Fruiting bodies of fungi are the site of reductional division. When we talk about the reductional division, obviously we are talking here about the meiosis. So the fruiting bodies, obviously they are the site of this kind of cell division. We are calling it as meiosis. Puccinia is an edible fungus. This is not the correct option here. It is the, this is the correct option. This is not the correct statement here. This is the incorrect statement here. Puccinia, as you can see here, it is causing the infection in the plants. It is also known as rusts. So obviously it is not an edible fungi. It is a parasitic kind of fungi. It is causing disease in the plants, Puccinia. So we are having the incorrect statement here, this one. In Phycomycetes, mycelium is aseptate and cenocytic. When we are talking about the Phycomycetes, one kind of fungi here, it is saying that it is aseptate. Septa will be absent. See here students, we are having this hyphae. Okay? It is not having the septa. and it is cenocytic in nature. Cenocytic means it is having multiple nuclei. That is why we are calling it as cenocytic in nature, aseptate. So this is also the correct statement. We are having the correct option here as C, which is incorrect, as Puccinia is not an edible fungi. It is causing rust in different kinds of plants. Another question, statement A, genetic material in virus can be either RNA or DNA. This is correct here. Virus, they can have the genetic material as RNA as well as the DNA. Statement B, viruses are facultative parasites. This is not the correct statement here. Why? Because it is saying facultative. When we are saying facultative, facultative means that we are saying that they are optional parasites. They are not the optional parasites, they are the obligate parasites. They do require host for their reproduction. So we can say that they are obligate parasites. This statement here is incorrect, as we cannot say that they are facultative parasites. Optionally, they will be requiring a host. This is not the correct statement here. Statement B here is incorrect. Select the correct statement. Only A statement here is correct. That is why A option here is correct. Statement A, animals, mammals and dogs, they represent taxa at different levels. This is also correct here. Animals, mammals, dogs. Obviously, they are differing at their taxonomic levels here. See here, mammals, dogs and animals. The larger one, animals, and then we are having the mammals. Again, at the lower level, we can say that if we are seeing other kind of characteristics, we are having the dogs. So taxonomic levels, they are differing here. Statement B, wheat and mango show similarity at the level of family. This is not correct, because wheat, it is belonging to a family, we are calling it as Poaceae. Whereas the mango, it is belonging to a family, we are calling as Anacardiaceae. So this statement B here is incorrect. Choose the correct statements. Only statement A is correct. This is the correct option here, as I have told you why this statement B is incorrect. The last question here is, choose odd one out with respect to Mangifera indica. When we are talking about the Mangifera indica, we are here talking about the mango. We have to see which one is incorrect. As I am saying, odd one out. So incorrect with respect to the mango. A order, Sepindiales. This is correct order for the mango or the Mangifera indica. B family, Anacardiaceae. C class, Monocotyledone. And the D division, Angiospermae. Obviously, they are the flowering plants. This is correct one here. But here, students, this class is not correct, because they are the dicotyledons. So we are having this class incorrect with respect to the Mangifera indica. C option here is correct, as we have to choose the incorrect or the odd one out statement here. That was all for the botany section. Thank you.
Hello students, good evening everybody. I hope everyone is doing great, and I also hope that all of you have taken this examination, that is first AIRTS minor test, that is All India Rankers test series, and I sincerely hope that all of you have done wonderful in this test. So let us start discussing the questions that had appeared in minor test 1 AIRTS in the zoology section. So starting with question number 1. The question number 1 is stating that which of the following animals has a complete digestive system with mouth on the ventral side and anus on the dorsal side? The options are Ophiura, Ascaris, Melanoglossus, Myxine. So we are well aware that whenever the question is asking you which of the following animals has a complete digestive system. So what is meant by a complete digestive system? It means that the alimentary canal is tubular and has two separate openings or two separate apertures. One opening serves as a portal for entry of food and the other aperture serves as a portal for exit of digestive waste. Right? So this is called as a complete digestive tract or a complete digestive system. We know that the complete digestive system is starting from phylum Aschelminthes, right? So talking of Ophiura, and then what is the other part of the question? Mouth on the ventral side and anus on the dorsal side. So the alimentary canal is complete and the mouth is on the ventral side. What is meant by ventral? Ventral is the belly side. Okay, and what is meant by dorsal? The back side. Okay, so generally we see that the alimentary canal is lying along the longitudinal axis of the body, of the animal of the body. Even when we consider our body, this is the longitudinal axis. So the alimentary canal is lying along, or it is located along the longitudinal axis of the body. But here, when we consider the ventral side and the dorsal side, so then there are some animals in which, like starfishes, right? So in starfishes we find that it is a flattened structure, and in the flattened structure the alimentary canal is present along this particular axis, along the central axis, and the belly side contains the mouth, which is called as the ventral side, and the back side contains the anus, which is called as the dorsal side. Now let us take a look at the different options. First is Ophiura. Ophiura belongs to phylum Echinodermata, right? Ascaris belongs to phylum Nematoda or Nemathelminthes or Aschelminthes. Third option is Melanoglossus. Melanoglossus belongs to phylum Hemichordata. Myxine, class Cyclostomata, right? So this is chordata. So the correct option over here in Ascaris, we know that there is a complete alimentary canal, but we do not have something called as the ventral mouth or the dorsal anus, all right? Because the body is elongated, right? Next is Melanoglossus, similar arrangement. Myxine, similar arrangement. So the correct option or the correct answer to this question is first option, that is Ophiura. Let us move to the next question. Next question is, in which of the following body is covered by an external shell and is divisible into head, muscular foot and a visceral hump? So the moment we take a look at, even if we are not very sure about what is an external shell, and we tend to get confused that the external shell might be present in more than one different type of phyla. But there is something mentioned in the question which is exclusively found in only one phylum. So if we are well aware of the characteristic feature which are exclusively found in only one phylum, namely head, muscular foot and visceral hump, so then we can easily guess amongst the different examples which are given that belongs, the option which belongs to phylum Mollusca, because in phylum Mollusca the body is divisible into a head, muscular foot and visceral hump, right? So which of these options belong to phylum Mollusca, we need to remember. It is very, very important for us to remember the examples as mentioned in your NCERT for each phylum separately, right? So dentalium is elephant tusk shell, or simply it is also called as a tusk shell. It belongs to phylum Mollusca. Okay, so this happens to be the correct answer, but just looking at one correct answer, it is not good for us to arrive at a conclusion. So we must look at the other options also. Let us take a look at the other options. Periplaneta americana. This is cockroach, right? Belongs to phylum Arthropoda. Next is locusta, locust. It is a gregarious pest which belongs to phylum Arthropoda. Next is naja, that is the cobra, belongs to Reptilia, class Reptilia of chordata, right? So by exclusion, we have the correct answer as A, dentalium, which is the elephant tusk shell, belongs to phylum Mollusca. Great. Let's move to the next question. The animals with their body cavities lined by food filtering cells and exhibiting intracellular digestion. There are two key parts of this question. First key part is body cavity lined by food filtering cells. What do we understand by body cavity lined by food filtering cells, right? So we know that members of phylum Porifera, which are also commonly called as sponges, are also called as filter feeders. We are well aware of this fact, and they are called as filter feeders because the inner layer of cells which are present in their body wall, which is called as the choanoderm, which is lined by choanocytes, is responsible to filter the food which is coming along with the ingressing water. Okay, and because they are flagellated cells, so these flagella can trap the organic food material, maybe microscopic food material also, which is coming along the water current of the ingressing water, and they take in this organic material or food material into their cytoplasm, in which we have a food vacuole where hydrolytic digestion of this food takes place. So digestion in Porifera is intracellular. Now we need to take a look at what are the different options: cnidarians, ascidians, annelids, sponges. So the correct option here is sponges. We do not have to take any further look whatsoever, right? So body cavities lined by food filtering cells. What are these food filtering cells? These are choanocytes. Now there is another term which is also used for choanocytes. They are also called as collar cells. What are they called as? Collar cells. Why are they called as collar cells? They are called collar cells because their plasma membrane is evaginated to form a collar-like structure, just like we have a collar of the t-shirt. So their plasma membrane is evaginated to form a collar-like structure all around it. And then we also have a central flagellum which emerges out, something like this. And then we have a food vacuole which is present over here. So this flagella is going to trap that food particle, take it inside. This food particle is going to get digested in this hydrolytic enzyme present in the food vacuole. So the digestion is very much intracellular, right? I would like to cite an analogy over here that in humans, digestion is extracellular. Please remember, we humans do not undergo intracellular digestion, primarily because the food which is entering or ingested into the alimentary canal is digested, that is, the nutrients which are found within the food particles are digested with the help of enzymes found in the different digestive juices. So these digestive juices, including the saliva in the buccal cavity, gastric juice in the stomach, succus entericus, pancreatic juice, all this, so they are released into the lumen of the alimentary canal, and that is where digestion takes place. Lumen is the hollow cavity through which the food is passing. So the digestion in humans is extracellular and not intracellular, unlike sponges, right? So let's move to the next question. Next question is asking you blood glucose concentration in a normal healthy individual is. This is a fact-based question, categorically mentioned in your NCERT text. Very, very important for us to remember. The range of the blood glucose level in a normal healthy individual, that is the circulating glucose in the blood, in a normal healthy individual is 4.2 to 6.1 millimoles per liter. It is a factual question. We must remember this, right? Next question, of the following amino acids, identify the basic amino acid. Again, it is a fact-based question. We must remember it is lysine, which is a basic amino acid. This glutamic acid is an acidic amino acid. Valine happens to be a neutral amino acid. Tryptophan is an aromatic amino acid, right? So the correct answer over here is lysine. Next question, let's move to the next question. Next question is asking you how many carbon atoms are found in arachidonic acid. This question is from the topic lipid. If you carefully remember chapter biomolecules, in the topic lipid we have seen that what are lipids? Lipids are the biomolecules which are not strict macromolecules. It has been very, very specifically mentioned. Why are they called as not strict macromolecules? Why are they not strictly macromolecules? Because when you do the the chemical analysis, whenever you do a tissue analysis for the different types of nutrients which are found in a living sample, then what you do, you take a living tissue sample, you grind it in trichloroacetic acid, you're using a mortar and a pestle, and then you get a slurry, a thick slurry. So that slurry you pass through a cheesecloth or any filtration membrane for that matter, and then you get something what is filtered out. Let's say you pour it in a beaker which is called as a filtrate. What remains on top of the cheesecloth or the filtration membrane is called as a retentate. And the filtrate comprises of the acid soluble pool, the retentate comprises of the acid insoluble pool, but more importantly, the molecules which are found in the acid soluble pool or in the filtrate are small. They are small molecules. Now, what is the parameter based on which we label them as small, based on which we classify them as small? So it is based on their molecular weight. What is the molecular weight? The molecular weight must not exceed 1000 Dalton or 800 Dalton to be more precise, right? So their molecular weight is from 18 to 800 Daltons or 18 to 1000 Daltons, whereas the molecular weight of those molecules which are found in the retentate, that is in the acid insoluble fraction, it happens to be more, it exceeds 10,000 Daltons. Okay, so forget 100 Daltons or 1000 Daltons, 10,000 Daltons. So 10,000 Daltons and above molecular weight is remaining in the retentate. But surprisingly, lipids are there in the retentate, but their molecular weight does not exceed 10,000 Daltons. That is, their molecular weight does not even exceed 1,000 Daltons. What is the reason? Right? And why are they even found over there in the first place? Along with the other macromolecules, the criteria for them to be called as macromolecules is their molecular weight must exceed 10,000 Daltons. It must be 10,000 Daltons and above. Why do we have lipids along with the other macromolecules like proteins or nucleic acids or large polysaccharides? The reason is that whenever we grind a living tissue, we have ground the living tissue, right, in order to analyze it for its different components or for its composition. So whenever we grind a living tissue, we essentially disrupt the cell structure. So when we disrupt the cell structure, we break the cell membrane. Cell membrane is a phospholipid bilayer. So whenever we break the cell membrane, it arranges itself. It's a hydrophobic structure. So it will arrange itself in the form of small vesicles. So those vesicles are acid insoluble. They are not going to pass through the cheesecloth. That is why they are there. Otherwise, these lipid molecules, despite being there along with the other macromolecular, components of the cell, are not strictly macromolecules because their molecular weight does not exceed even 1000 Daltons. Why their molecular weight does not exceed 1000 Daltons? Because they are not polymers. Remember, the reason why the molecular weight of different macromolecules exceeds 10,000 Dalton is that they are polymers, right? So for example, proteins are polymers of amino acids. Polysaccharides are polymers of sugar molecules, of monosaccharides. Right. Similarly, nucleic acids are polymers of nucleotides, but lipids, they're not polymers. They're simply esters of fatty acid and glycerol or other maybe high molecular weight alcohols. Different types of lipids are there. So with that, how many carbon atoms are found in arachidonic acid? So in 18 carbon atoms are found in oleic acid. 16 carbon atoms are found in palmitic acid. Okay, 22 carbon atoms not really required, 20 carbon atoms. So I'm giving you the examples which are mentioned in your NCERT. 20 carbon atoms are found in arachidonic acid. Arachidonic acid. So the correct answer over here is arachidonic acid, A, right? So how many carbon atoms are found in arachidonic acid? The correct answer is D, that is 20. Now this another very, very important thing for us to keep in mind over here is that these number of carbon atoms are excluding or including the carboxylic carbon. It is including the carboxylic carbon. Okay, so I think I should mention it over here, including the carboxylic carbon or carboxylic carbon, whatever way you want to pronounce. You should know what the idea is, right? Next. So next question is, which of the following statements holds true for lipids? So their molecular weight does not exceed 10,000 Dalton. Lipids are acid soluble. Lipids are made of waxes. They are found in acid insoluble fraction. Okay, so the correct answer here is D. They are found in acid insoluble fraction, of course, which is also called as a retentate. This is also called as a retentate. Okay, lipids are made of waxes. Not really, waxes are a type of lipid. They're not made of waxes. Lipids are acid soluble? No, because if lipids were acid soluble, they would be found in the filtrate, but they are found in the retentate. Their molecular weight does not exceed 10,000 Dalton. Wrong, their molecular weight does not exceed even 1,000 Dalton. Okay, fine. So the correct answer here is D. Next question. Select the correct statement for living state. So the living state is an equilibrium steady state. The living state is a non-equilibrium non-steady state. The living state is a non-equilibrium steady state, or the living state is an equilibrium non-steady state. Okay, so here the correct answer is C. The living state is a non-equilibrium steady state. The reason being that ideally any physical or chemical system has a natural tendency to spontaneously attain equilibrium. That's a natural tendency for any physical or chemical system. Okay, so spontaneously means without the help of any external agent or without the help of any external energy source. But the living systems operate in a way that they tend to disrupt the equilibrium, so it is a non-equilibrium steady state. The question is why? The reason behind this is that any system, if remains in equilibrium, does not have an energy variable included in it, okay, whether it be release of energy or input of energy. Because the moment the energy variable is included, the equilibrium tends to get shifted. All right. It happens to be one of the principles in chemistry also, namely Lee-Chatelier's principle. You would be better aware of that. So here the question is then why the living system, we are also made up of different chemicals and physical systems, right? So then why we do not follow the general rule of physical and chemical systems that we should spontaneously tend to attain equilibrium. The reason behind this is that if we remain in equilibrium and there is no energy input, we won't be able to perform work. Because in order to perform work, energy variable has to be included. And the moment energy variable gets included, the equilibrium gets shifted towards non-equilibrium state. Right? So non-equilibrium part is clear to all of you. What is meant by steady state? Steady means the different physiological variables which are found within our body. So, we are a conglomerate of the different organ systems which are found within, like digestive system, circulatory system, excretory system, respiratory system, so on and so forth. So, every physiological system has some physiological variable, more than one physiological variables, each of that physiological variable has a range, has an optimum range within which that system functions at its best. Right? So that is why it is important that despite breaking the equilibrium or despite deviating from the equilibrium state, we must maintain a relatively steady state. So the living system is what? Non-equilibrium steady state. I hope the question is clear to all. So the correct answer to this question is C. Right? So the correct answer to this question is C. Let's move to the next question. Read the following statements and select the correct option among the following. Enzymes that catalyze the removal of groups from substrates by mechanisms other than hydrolysis. So I hope you remember what are the 6 different classes of enzymes into which the enzymes have been classified. The 6 different classes are what? The 6 I would like to write here itself. The 6 different classes are oxidoreductases, right, and then we have transferases, right, and then we have hydrolases, then we have lyases, okay, then we have isomerases, and finally we have what are called as ligases. Okay, now oxidoreductases, oxidation reduction. Transferases, transfer of different groups, right, apart from hydrogen. Hydrolases, breakdown of large macromolecules into their constituent simpler monomers with the help of or with the involvement of a water molecule. Hydrolases, like most of the digestive enzymes present in our juices like proteases or salivary amylases or lipases, these are all hydrolases, right? Lyases do what? Lyases break down the molecules. They remove the functional groups with the introduction of a double bond. So how does it do it? So I will have to take a separate slide for this one. So here, for example, we have this molecule, okay, and this under the influence of lyases will form XY plus C double bond C. So what has it done? This molecule initially had the X and the Y functional groups. What is a functional group? You would know better. Functional group is that group or that molecule which is attached to a hydrocarbon which determines the chemical and physical properties for that hydrocarbon molecule. Okay. For example, we have hydroxyl group or carboxylic group, aldehyde group, ketone groups, amino group, so on and so forth. So what does it do? What does lyase do? It will remove it and then introduce a double bond. So this is what lyases do, right? Let's move to the next question. So the correct answer to this question is lever. You're talking about enzymes that catalyze the removal of groups from substrates by mechanisms other than hydrolysis. They have not directly mentioned lyases, but you need to recall using what is the mechanism of action of the enzyme. What enzyme are they referring to? So here they are referring to lyases. And what do they do? The moment you recall what enzyme they are referring to, you can easily switch your mind into the lever double bond. Okay. So next is question 10. Read the following statements and select the correct statement among the following. Inhibition of succinate dehydrogenase by malonate occurs by non-competitive inhibition. So here they are talking about two different types of inhibitions, enzyme inhibitions, namely competitive inhibition and non-competitive inhibition. So inhibition of succinate dehydrogenase by malonate occurs by non-competitive inhibition. Binding of succinate with succinate dehydrogenase declines enzymatic activity. Inhibition of succinate dehydrogenase by malonate occurs by competitive inhibition, and binding of malonate with succinate dehydrogenase enhances the enzymatic activity. So since here we are talking about enzyme inhibition, there is no question of enhancing the enzyme activity. So wherever we find enhancing the enzyme activity, we are going to eliminate it. The correct answer over here is inhibition of succinate dehydrogenase by malonate occurs by competitive inhibition, because succinate dehydrogenase is responsible to act upon succinic acid as its primary substrate. Okay, but there is another molecule which is called as malonate, which has its conformation similar to succinic acid or succinate and will compete with succinate to bind with the active site of the enzyme succinate dehydrogenase. Okay, so I would like to give you a small pictorial representation of what exactly is happening. For example, we have, this is called as succinic dehydrogenase. Okay, and here we have, let's suppose that this is succinate, and then here we have this. Okay, so this is malonate. So we clearly see over here that this is the active site, this is the active site. So the part of the substrate and the the inhibitor or the competitor. So this is the competitor or inhibitor, competitor or inhibitor. Why? Because it will compete with succinate because of similar conformation of that part which actually goes and attaches itself with the active site of the enzyme. Okay, so that is why it is called as malonate or competitive inhibition. So once this goes and binds over here, the active site is no more available for succinate to go and bind. So this is called as competitive inhibition, right? Let's move to the next question. So the correct answer here is C. Next question, how many of the following drugs are drugs and toxins respectively? So this comes to the topic of secondary metabolites in biomolecules chapter. So here we know that what are these? Here morphine and codeine, these are alkaloids. So I'll write down here morphine and codeine are alkaloids, right? Next, monoterpenes and diterpenes. Monoterpenes and diterpenes, these are terpenoids. Monoterpenes and diterpenes, these are terpenoids. Okay, then we have abrin and ricin. Abrin and ricin, these are toxins. Okay, vinblastin, curcumin. Vinblastin, curcumin. Vinblastin and curcumin, these are drugs. Okay, anthocyanin, and in fact there is one more that is not mentioned here, carotenoids. So anthocyanin and carotenoids, both of them are pigments. Okay, so anthocyanin and carotenoids are pigments, right? So here we have classified all the listed secondary metabolites into their own classes, and then what is the correct answer here? They are talking about how many of the following are drugs and toxins respectively. So before the comma should be drug, after the comma should be toxin. How many drugs do we have? We have 2 drugs, vinblastine and curcumin, right? So 2 over here. Where do we find 2? Only one option. So we do not even have to look at the other options. This is a very simple rule out question. So the next is 2, but still let us verify. So next is what? 2 toxins. So toxins, abrin and ricin are mentioned. Abrin and ricin are mentioned. So 2, 2. The correct answer over here is D. All right. Fine. Let's move to the next question. Next question: which of the following types of wings is not used in flight in Periplaneta americana? Very, very easy question. The correct answer is tegmina. Tegmina, we have 2 pairs of wings arising out of the dorsal surface of Periplaneta americana. One from the metathorax dorsal side and other from the mesothorax dorsal side. So the metathoracic wings are rather leathery and opaque, and they're not used in flight, which are called as tegmina or elytra. And the hind wings, pair of wings, which are arising out of the dorsal surface of the metathorax, are membranous and transparent and are used in flight. Okay, so here the correct answer to this question is A, that is tegmina. Right, so metathoracic is again the membranous and the transparent ones, and then the transparent is the same thing, membranous is the same thing, right? Next question is what? In humans, testes and ovaries and ducts are lined by? Very, very simple question. You just have to remember what is germinal epithelium. So it is cuboidal epithelium which is lining the testes and the ovary. What part of the testes and the ovary? Okay, so when we talk about germinal epithelium lining within the testes, it is the lining of the seminiferous tubules. We are very, very sure about that. And when we are talking about the ovary, then it is the type of cuboidal epithelium which is lining the stroma of the ovary, right? So they are cuboidal in outline and they differentiate to give rise to the gamete mother cells, which are also called as the germ cells, namely spermatogonia in males, oogonia in females. So here the correct answer to this question is simple cuboidal epithelium. Very simple. Okay, here there was one more part, ducts. Okay, so ducts are also there. For example, ducts of pancreatic duct and ducts of large salivary gland like Stenson's duct. All those are also lined by cuboidal epithelium only. Let's move to the next question. Identify the structure that helps in establishing sexual dimorphism in Periplaneta americana. So we just have to look from the outside. Look at the cockroach from the outside. You do not have to dissect it to find if it has testes or ovary. So just looking from the outside, can you determine if it is a male or a female cockroach? So there is one structure which is called as anal style, found exclusively in male cockroach, absent in the female cockroach. Okay, so here very simple question, anal style is the correct answer. What are labial palps? These are sensory structures coming out of the labia. Okay, what is anal cerci? Again, filamentous structures coming out of the abdomen of both, 10 segment of both males and female cockroach. Malpighian tubules, these are a circle of around 100 to 150 blind-ended fine tubular structures, filamentous structures, which are excretory in function in cockroach, right? So found in both males and females again. So let's move to the next question. Which of the following statements is incorrect? So first is in female cockroach, 7th sternum is boat-shaped, and together with 8th and 9th sterna, they form the brood pouch, the posterior part of which contains the female gonopore. We will look into it. Let's read the other options. The second option is male cockroach possesses thread-like anal styles which are absent in females. Okay, so male cockroach, of course, in the previous question only we have already seen that the thread-like anal styles are found exclusively in the male cockroach only and absent in the female, and using which we can externally determine or establish the sexual dimorphism in Periplaneta americana. Next is in both male and female cockroach, the 10th segment bears a pair of jointed filamentous structures called anal cerci. Okay, so this is also very much correct. In both male and female we have it. In both male and female cockroach, exoskeleton has hardened plates which are called as sclerites. This is also a correct statement because That there are different chitinous plates, hardened chitinous plates, which are surrounding each segment of Periplaneta americana. Namely, there are 4 plates. The dorsal plate is called as a tergum, the ventral plate is called as a sternum, and the lateral plates are called as a pleura. All these 4 chitinous plates are joined together with the help of a flexible membrane, which is called as the arthrodial membrane, right? So the correct answer over here is A. Now the question is why? Because here, although 7th is boat shaped and along with 8th and 9th sterna, they form the brood pouch in human females, in Periplaneta americana females, but the anterior part contains the female gonopore and not the posterior part. So this is the wrong answer, and hence the correct answer is A, because we have to select the incorrect statement, which is the correct answer. Okay, so here, because of this happens to be the wrong statement and the correct answer. Incorrect statement but the correct answer. Okay, let's move to the next one. Read the following statements and select the correct option. Again, lining of the stomach and intestine comprises of brush-bordered columnar epithelium. Well, this is true. Glandular epithelium may or may not be secretory in function. Glandular epithelium may or, we will look into this. Tight junctions perform cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. Blood and lymph have fiberless matrix. Well, this is correct. Okay, so tight junctions perform cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. Is this correct or wrong? See here, the correct answer is, this is true. The first one is also true, but glandular epithelium may or may not be secretory in function. If it is glandular epithelium, it must be secretory in function. So may or may not be, the question doesn't arise. Tight junctions perform cementing to keep the neighboring cells together. It is the adhering junctions to keep the neighboring cells together. The tight junctions are responsible to seal the apical portion or the free surface of the cells of the epithelia in order to prevent the leakage of substances from the tissue to the outside. So that is a function of the tight junctions, right? So here the correct answer is A, that is 1 and 4 are true. 1 and 4 are true, and 2 and 3 are false. Very clear. Let's move to the next question quickly. A patient suffering from acute gastritis. What is meant by acute gastritis? Even if you don't understand what is acute, it's totally fine. But you are expected to know what is gastritis, because itis is a term which is used for inflammation of any particular organ within the body, right? So gastritis, gastro is a term related with stomach. So whenever there is inflammation of the mucosa of the stomach, it is called as gastritis, right? So a patient suffering from acute gastritis, acute means severe, right? Suffering from impairment of which of the following types of tissue? So impairment of which of the following types of tissue? Squamous epithelium is not found in the gastric mucosa. Areolar tissue is not found in the gastric mucosa. However, areolar a little bit is found in the submucosa. Adipose tissue again a little bit is found in submucosa, not found in the mucosa. Glandular epithelium, of course, is the correct answer. So here the correct answer is D. Okay, so the correct answer over here is D. Let's move to the next question. Read the following statements and identify the correct option. What is the correct option? What are the statements? Communication junctions at some fusion points allow a cardiac cell to contract independently. So here they are talking about the cardiac tissue. So within the cardiac tissue, you know that the cardiac cells, they are, striations are found but not very prominent. That is, feeble striations are found. The cells are branched, and at some points the fusion between the two successive cardiac cells forms a structure which is called as, so communication junctions at some fusion points allow a cardiac cell. So intercalated discs are found, okay, at some points of fusion between two successive cardiac cells, which serve as signal boosters. So glial cells are non-neuronal cells that constitute less than half the volume of neural tissue in humans. This is wrong, because glial cells are non-neuronal cells which constitute more than half the volume of the neural tissue. Okay, so this is wrong. This is wrong. Compromised functioning of endocrine part of the pancreas may cause high blood glucose level. Compromised function means impaired function or not properly functioning. So endocrine part of the pancreas will cause high blood glucose level, of course, because we have the endocrine part of the pancreas made up of the islets of Langerhans, cluster of cells. So these islets of Langerhans comprise of 3 different types of cells, namely alpha cells, beta cells, and delta cells, right? So it is the beta cells which secrete insulin, responsible to regulate the blood glucose level, along with the glucagon, which is secreted by the alpha cells of the islets of Langerhans. So compromised functioning, this is the correct statement. It may cause high blood glucose level. Next, the wall of internal organs like blood vessels and stomach is composed of non-striated branched cells. What is the type of the epithelium which is lining blood vessels and stomach? So blood vessels, we have squamous epithelium lining the tunica intima, and the stomach and the small intestine both, we have columnar epithelium lining the mucosa, right? It's composed of non-striated branched cells. So this is wrong, this is wrong, this is also wrong. Okay, so this is wrong. So second and fourth are wrong. Communication junctions at some fusion points allow a cardiac cell. Now again, you see these intercalated discs which are found in the cardiac tissue at some fusion points of two successive cardiac cells. They have communication junctions, that is true, or gap junctions are there, but that is there for the entire cardiac tissue to contract as a unit, not for a single cardiac cell to contract independently. Okay, so in my opinion, this is also wrong. So the correct answer is 3 is correct, 3 is correct, and okay, so the correct answer is 3 is correct, and 1, 2, and 4 are incorrect. I hope I have justified the answer, right? Let's move to the next question. Next is, which of the following does not allow leakage of substances out of a tissue? Recently, we had discussed a question related to this, very much related to this. Here, the correct answer is tight junctions, because it is a tight junctions which form a sort of, barricade, which, on the free surface of the epithelium or on the apical surface of the epithelium, not permitting leakage of substances out of the tissue, right? However, we have certain other junctions, like adhering junctions, which sort of form a cementing material between the neighboring cells of the same epithelium. Okay, so they are holding the neighboring cells together. Then we have something called as a gap junction. They are responsible for movement of ions and small molecules and sometimes large molecules, thereby establishing a pathway for molecular crosstalk or molecular interaction between the neighboring cells of a given epithelium, right? So here the correct answer is B. Let's move to the next question. Read the following statements about periplaneta and select the correct statement. The head is formed by fusion of 6 embryonic segments. This is a correct statement, and is attached to the prothorax by a flexible neck, which is an extension of the head. Wrong, because the neck is an extension of the prothorax, not the head. Okay, so this is a tricky statement here, mind you. Next is what? In males, the 7th sternum together with 8th and 9th sternum forms the brood pouch. Wrong. It is the 9th, the 9th and 10th sternum and the 10th tergum. Okay, that forms the brood pouch in males. In anal style, an abdominal structure does not help in establishing sexual dimorphism. In cockroach, well, this is again wrong, because it does help. And then hepatic CK release digestive juice into the midgut. Of course it does, because it is present, it is a ring of 6 to 8 blind tubular structures, yellow colored, which secrete digestive juice into the midgut, because it is positioned at the junction of the foregut and the midgut. So what is the other term that is used for the foregut? It is a stomodium. And what is the other term which is used for the midgut? It is a mesentron, right? And the other term which is used for the hindgut is called as proctodium. So these hepatic CK are positioned at the junction of the stomodium and the mesentron, okay? And they secrete digestive juices which are to be released into the midgut. That is a mesentron. Let's move to the next question. Cystic duct is related to which of the following in human digestive system? Fact-based question. You should remember that cystic duct is a duct which is coming out of the gallbladder, right? So the gallbladder is the correct answer. What is the type of duct which is coming out of the liver called as? It is called as the hepatic duct. So we've got 2 lobes. So 2 hepatic ducts arising out of each lobe, and then they finally join together to form a common hepatic duct. So the common hepatic duct will join the cystic duct coming from the gallbladder to form the common bile duct. So that common bile duct will again join the pancreatic duct to form what is called as a hepatopancreatic duct. So this hepatopancreatic duct is now going to drain into the duodenum via a swelling or an ampulla, which is called as the sphincter of Oddi. Okay, and that ampulla is called as the ampulla of Vater. Okay, fine. So there is a sphincter also which is called as the sphincter of Oddi. Right. So next, hepatopancreatic duct opens into which of the following structures? So I have just answered this question, which happens to be the next question also. So this is the duodenum. Okay, via which sphincter? It is a sphincter of Oddi, and there's also a swelling or a dilation. So there's a dilated portion which is called as an ampulla of Vater, VATER, right? Next question, absorption of water and alcohol and initiation of protein digestion takes place in which of the following parts of the alimentary canal? Okay, so water and alcohol, you may argue that why not the buccal cavity? It does in the buccal cavity, but it is not just water and alcohol here, they're also talking about protein. Alright, so here the correct answer is the stomach, not the buccal cavity. Next is, there's no question of colon and rectum altogether because there is no absorption of nutrients, major nutrients taking place in the colon, any part of the colon, be it the cecum, be it the ascending colon or transverse or the descending colon, right? Next question, read the following statements and select the correct option. Villi and microvilli found in the submucosa of the intestine increase the surface area for absorption. It is a true statement. Is it a true statement? No, it is not a true statement. Why? Because here they are talking about submucosa, whereas we have villi and microvilli in the mucosa. So this is an incorrect statement. Okay. Bile pigments help in fat emulsification. So bile pigments, do they help in fat emulsification? No, they do not help because it is a bile salt which help in fat emulsification, namely sodium glycocholate and sodium taurocolate. Bile pigments are bilirubin and biliverdin, which are formed by the degradation of hemoglobin in the RBCs. Okay. Next is chloride ions are required to activate salivary amylase. This is true statement. In the buccal cavity, chloride ions are very much required for activation of salivary amylase, which is also called as tyalin or alpha amylase. Next is the activity of gastric protease is stimulated by the activity of HCl or by the release of HCl. Very much true that the protease in the gastric juice is secreted in the form of an inactive precursor which is called as pepsinogen, which must be activated with the help of HCl, which is secreted by the parietal cells or the oxyntic cells, right? So here let us see what are the different options. 1, 2. So which one is correct, which one is wrong? Activity is, this is correct, chloride ions is correct, this is wrong, this is wrong. So 3 and 4 are correct, 3 and 4 are correct, 1 and 2 are incorrect. So the correct answer is A. Okay, so the correct answer is A. So this is why the correct answer is A. Next question, which of the following is the correct option representing the human diaphyodont milk teeth dentition? They're asking you about the milk teeth dentition and not the permanent teeth dentition. So milk teeth dentition is 2102 by 2102. Okay, so it is 2102 by 2102. So here we know that this 2 stands for incisors. This is for canine, this is for premolar, and this is for molar. So let's suppose that this is for the 1/2 of the upper jaw, that the numerator represents 1/2 of the upper jaw and the denominator represents 1/2 of the lower jaw. So we have to multiply this by 2 to get the entire dentation of the upper jaw. We also have to multiply this by 2 to get the entire dentation of the lower jaw. So how much is the total? We get 10 in the upper jaw, 10 in the lower jaw, making it a total of 20 odd teeth found in the deciduous dentation or the milk teeth dentition. So the question is that we do not have, whereas in the adults, you very well know the adult dental formula is what? 2123 by 2123 into 2. And we say that we are diphyodont. What does that mean? That means that we have 2 sets of teeth arising during our lifetime. But here we see that in the milk teeth, the 2 premolars do not arise at all in the first set, and 1 molar also does not arise at all in the first set. And when they fall off, all of them fall off to be replaced by the adult set. It is for the first time that we will have these 2 premolars arising up and 1 molar arising up. So we can ideally say that 2 premolars and 1 molar are monophyodont, whereas the rest are diphyodont. Can't we? We can say that, right? So that is how. Anyway, that is not a part of the question, but I found it advantageous for us to discuss that as well, because it comes up as an offshoot of the question. So next is what? Read the following statements and select the correct option. The common bile duct is formed by the joining of the 2 hepatic ducts. Common bile duct is formed by the joining of the 2 hepatic ducts. Well, this is the duct from gallbladder empties directly into the duodenum. No, this is incorrect. Okay, the secretion of oxyntic cells plays an important role in protecting the gastric epithelium from excoriation. The secretion by oxyntic cells. So oxyntic cells themselves secrete HCl, play an important role in protecting. So of course it does not protect. Various types of movements are generated by the mucosa layer of the gut wall. Yes, not really mucosa, it is a muscularis layer, not mucosa, muscular. This is also incorrect. Okay, so common bile duct is formed by the joining of the two hepatic ducts. This can be taken as a correct option or really not. Why? Because the common bile duct is formed by the joining of the two hepatic ducts to form a common hepatic duct, and then when we have the the cystic duct which is coming from the gallbladder joining the common hepatic duct, we have the common bile duct. So here they are talking about the common bile duct. So again this is wrong. So what is the correct answer? That 1, 2, 3, 4 are incorrect. All of them are incorrect. Okay, so here the correct answer is D. Next question, which of the following is a correct statement? Disaccharidases found in the pancreatic juice break down maltose into glucose units. Disaccharidases are found in the succus entericus or intestinal juice and not in the pancreatic juice. So this is outrightly wrong. Next, pancreatic lipase breaks down fats into diglycerides and monoglycerides. We will take a look. Nucleases which are found in the succus entericus cause the breakdown of nucleic acid into nucleotides. So nucleases are not found in the succus entericus, they are rather found in the pancreatic juice. So this is again outrightly wrong. Next, salivary amylase functions at a pH of 1.8. No, it is at a pH of 6.8, not 1 point. So this is again wrong. So the correct answer here is B, that is pancreatic lipase does break down fat into glycerides, diglycerides and monoglycerides. Right? Let's move to the next question. Select the correct statement among the following. Absorption of water, some minerals and drugs takes place in the large intestine. Well, there's a slight correction over here. So in your question paper, it is not water. Here they have mentioned fructose. So I'm going to correct this. This is fructose over here. And that makes this option incorrect. Okay, because absorption of fructose does not take place in the large intestine. Right? Next is the principal organ for absorption of nutrients is the colon. Again, it is wrong because in the colon we have water, minerals and some drugs which are absorbed in the colon and nothing else. Okay. Then certain drugs coming in contact with the mucosa of the mouth are absorbed by the capillaries which are lining them. Looks like a correct statement. Next is absorption of lipids takes place in the gastric mucosa. Okay. So does gastric mucosa help or work in the absorption of lipids? No, it does not. Why? Because absorption of nutrients, first of all, these lipids need to be broken down into fatty acid and glycerol, and then they get absorbed, and that too not directly into the bloodstream but into the lacteals. Right? So here again this is wrong, and the correct answer is certain drugs coming in contact with the mucosa of the mouth are absorbed by the capillaries of the capillaries which are lining, capillaries of the buccal cavity. Okay, next question. The trachea in humans extends up to the mid-thoracic cavity and divides at which level? So it is the 5th thoracic or T5 level. We should remember this. Again, it is a fact-based question or a factual question which we are expected to remember and register in our minds. Right? Next question. Which of the following volume signifies the additional volume of air a person can inspire by forceful inspiration? Now we know that the additional volume of air which is inspired by forceful inspiration is called as what? So the additional volume of air which is inspired by forceful inspiration is called as inspiratory reserve volume. Okay, and the value of inspiratory reserve volume is 2500 to 3000 ml. So that signifies the additional volume of air a person can inspire by forcible inspiration. Right? Next question. The contraction of which of the following causes forcible expiration? So expiration forcibly, we know that the abdominal muscles and the internal intercostal muscles are responsible for causing forcible expiration by their contraction. Okay, so here since we do not have internal intercostal muscles but we have abdominal muscles, so the correct answer here will be abdominal muscles. We can outrightly discard these. Why? Because external intercostal diaphragm are responsible for normal expiration. Next question. Select the incorrect statement among the following. So the respiratory rhythm center present in the pons moderates the pneumotaxic center. Is the respiratory rhythm center found in the pons, or is the pneumotaxic center found in the pons? It is the pneumotaxic center which is found in the pons, and that is responsible to mediate the respiratory rhythm center which is found in the medulla oblongata. All right, so this is an incorrect statement. We can outrightly see, and happens to be the correct answer also. So the incorrect statement, which is the correct answer. Let's take a look at the others as well. So the trachea, bronchi, and initial bronchioles are supported by incomplete cartilaginous rings. This is a true statement. The alveoli are lined by squamous epithelium. Again, it is a true statement. The oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve is sigmoid. This is a true statement. So the correct answer to this question is A. Okay, let's move to the next question. Next question, which of the following cannot be measured by a spirometer? What is a spirometer? Spirometer, also called as a respirometer, is an instrument which is used to measure the volumes, the functional volume, the pulmonary volumes and pulmonary capacities, very simply put. Right? Not all pulmonary volumes and not all pulmonary capacities. Why? Because those pulmonary volumes and those pulmonary capacities which include residual volume cannot be measured by a respirometer or a spirometer. Because why? Because they do not tend to come out of the system. So they tend to remain within the lungs itself, so they cannot be measured. Now among these, expiratory capacity. What is expiratory capacity? It is the volume of air which we exhale after normal inspiration. That is called as expiratory capacity, right? So the value of this is tidal volume plus expiratory reserve volume. Next is, so here we do not have residual volume, so this can be measured. So we just have to look at the option which has residual volume as a part of it, right? Next is what? Functional residual capacity. What is functional residual capacity? Again, functional residual capacity is RV plus ERV. So here residual volume can be seen. What is inspiratory capacity? Tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume. Okay, and then what is tidal volume? It is the volume of air that can be inhaled or exhaled during normal inspiration or normal expiration, right? So we do not have residual volume even in this option. So the correct answer over here, this is the value of this is 500 ml per breath. Okay, so multiply it by 12, so you'll get around 6,000 to 8,000 ml per minute. Okay, so here the correct answer is functional residual capacity. Cannot be measured using a spirometer. Next question, the partial pressure of oxygen and carbon dioxide in deoxygenated blood and oxygenated blood is respectively. The moment this question is seen, we should be able to retrieve the table. What table? This table. So this table is very, very important for us to retrieve from our hard disks, which are not so hard in our brains. Okay, so here, first of all, we have the respiratory gases. So let's suppose we have the respiratory gases here, two respiratory gases, namely the O2 and CO2, right? So first of all, we have the atmospheric air. Then we have the alveoli. Then we have the deoxygenated blood. Then we have the oxygenated blood. Then we have the tissues. Okay, so here let us see what the values are. In the atmospheric air, 159 alveoli, we have 104. Deoxygenated blood, we have 40. Oxygenated blood, we have 95. Tissues, we have 40. Here we have 0.3 of atmospheric air, right? In the alveoli, we have 40. Deoxygenated blood is 45. Oxygenated blood is 40. And tissues, we have 45. What is the question asking you? The question is asking you the partial pressure of oxygen and carbon dioxide in deoxygenated blood. So what is the partial pressure of oxygen in deoxygenated blood? This is the first thing. So oxygen in deoxygenated blood, oxygen in deoxygenated 40, and carbon dioxide in oxygenated blood, carbon dioxide in oxygenated blood, carbon dioxide 40. Okay, I'm repeating it. The question is asking you partial pressure of oxygen and carbon dioxide in deoxygenated and oxygenated blood respectively, which means you have to relate oxygen with deoxygenated, carbon dioxide with oxygenated, as simple as that. Okay, which are respectively 40 mm of Hg and 40 mm of Hg each. So the correct answer over here is D, that is 40 and 40 mm of Hg. I hope you have understood this question. Yes, let's move to the next one. Next is asking you, so section B here, read the following statements and identify the correct option. So what are the correct options? A fall in oxygen concentration in blood causes chemoreceptors to get stimulated. It has been categorically mentioned in your NCERT that the chemoreceptors which are found within the body get stimulated only under the influence of a variation or a change in H+ ion concentration and partial pressure of carbon dioxide and not oxygen. Not oxygen. So no matter how much the oxygen falls, no matter how much the oxygen rises, it does not really matter. But yes, if there's even a slight variation in the carbon dioxide partial pressure, in terms of rise or fall, or a slight variation in terms of H+ ion concentration in terms of rise or fall, then these chemoreceptors are going to get stimulated, right? So this is a wrong statement. Now, low temperature may or may not cause dissociation of oxygen from hemoglobin. Trying to recall the different factors which are responsible for dissociation of oxygen from hemoglobin, that is at the site of alveoli, are we have high partial pressure of oxygen, right? And then we have low partial pressure of carbon dioxide, and then we have low temperature. We also have low pH, and we also have low BPG concentration, that is biphosphoglyceric acid concentration. So these are the different factors which are responsible for dissociation of carbon dioxide from hemoglobin at the site of the alveoli or at the site of the lungs. So here they are saying low temperature may or may not cause dissociation of oxygen from hemoglobin. So what is the site at which the hemoglobin will dissociate from oxygen? Hemoglobin will dissociate from oxygen at the site of tissues. Okay, so at the site of tissue there's high temperature. So it is high temperature which is responsible for dissociation of oxygen from the tissues, right? So here also this happens to be wrong. Next is higher concentration of CO2 is transported in dissolved state in plasma as compared to dissolved oxygen in plasma. What is the percentage of oxygen which is transported as dissolved state in plasma? It is 3%. And 97% is oxyhemoglobin. What is the percentage of carbon dioxide that is transported as dissolved state in plasma? It is 7%, right? So we have higher concentration of CO2 which is transported as dissolved form in plasma as compared to the concentration of oxygen which is transported as dissolved state in plasma. So this is the correct statement. There's nothing wrong with this. Contraction of internal intercostal muscles caused force expiration. This is correct statement, right? So 3 and 4 are correct. So correct answer is D. 1 and 2 are incorrect and 3 and 4 are correct. All right, let's move to the next question. Every 100 ml of oxygenated blood delivers about how much ml of oxygen? How much ml of oxygen to the tissues and every 100 ml of deoxygenated blood delivers about how much ml of CO2 to the alveoli of the lungs under normal conditions or under the normal physiological conditions? So here again it's a fact-based question, it's a factual question. There's a information-based question, so we must be able to recall it. The correct answer is here 5 and 4. So 5 ml of oxygen to the tissues and 4 ml of carbon dioxide to the alveoli every 100 ml of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood respectively. Next question is, the tunica media is dash in veins as compared to arteries. Okay, so here they are asking you that we know that considering arteries and veins, the wall of the artery has 3 layers, wall of the veins also has 3 layers. There's an outer layer which is called as a tunica externa. Okay, there's a middle layer which is called as a tunica media, and then there's an inner layer which is called as a tunica intima. Of these 3 layers, the tunica media layer is much wider in case of arteries, whereas the tunica media is much thinner or narrower in case of veins. Why? Because blood flows with high pressure in arteries, so in order to withstand or resist or prevent any possible rupture of the wall, the tunica media is relatively thicker. Okay, so that is also the reason, because of the difference in the thickness of the tunica media, we also have the difference in the dia of the lumen of the arteries and the veins. More the thickness of the tunica media, lesser the diameter of the lumen of the arteries. Okay, so here the correct answer is thinner Next question is the atrioventricular bundle passes through the dash to emerge on top of the dash. Again, it is a statement directly from the NCERT. Not even one word has been edited or changed or replaced. So here the correct answer, the atrioventricular bundle passes through the dash to emerge on top. Here atrioventricular septa, interventricular septa. Okay, very easy question. Next question is, which of the following circulations is helpful in circulating blood to and from the cardiac musculature? That is, it is true that the heart is pumping blood through the entire body, but what pumps the blood to the heart muscles? Okay, so it is a coronary circulation. Again, not completely informative, conceptual also, but we should be aware of what is the kind of circulation which supplies to the heart. Okay, so it is coronary circulation. It is a coronary artery which carries oxygenated blood to the cardiac musculature. Okay. So next is, which of the following is not true in context to cardiac cycle? Okay, atrial systole coincides with the ventricular diastole. This is true. Ventricular systole coincides with the atrial diastole. This is also true. Joint diastole lasts for 0.4 seconds. Also true. Atrial diastole lasts for 0.8 seconds. This is wrong, because atrial diastole will last for how long? Let us draw the pie chart. Okay, so here we have 0.4, 0.1 and 0.3. So this is the atrial systole, this is the joint diastole, and this is the ventricular systole. Right, now the question they're asking you is, the atrial diastole lasts for 0.8 seconds. So atrial diastole is going to coincide with ventricular systole. So ventricular systole is for 0.3 seconds. So here they have mentioned 0.8 seconds. This is wrong, right? So incorrect statement, but the correct answer. Next question. Select the correct option among the following. Cardiac output is the volume of blood pumped out by each atrium per minute, which is 5000 ml in a healthy individual. So this is incorrect. Why? Because it's not the atrium but the ventricle, right? So wrong statement. Next statement is what? Cardiac output is the volume of blood pumped out by both ventricles taken together. No, it is not both ventricles taken together, but by each ventricle. Right? So again, this is a wrong statement. Flow of blood from atria into the ventricles is associated with a decline in ventricular pressure. This is true. Why? Because during the joint diastole, when all the four chambers of the heart are relaxed, so during that state we have the blood which is flowing from the different veins, that is the pulmonary vein into the left atrium, and inferior and superior vena cava into the right atrium, and then finally into the two respective ventricles, because the bicuspid and the tricuspid valves are open. So at that point of time we have blood coming, that is oxygenated blood in the left atrium and deoxygenated blood in the right atrium respectively. Okay, but flow of blood from the atria into the ventricles is associated with a decline in the ventricular pressure. So after that, what happens, that as and when the atria keep getting filled up, then we have the electrical impulse which are generated in the SA node. So from the SA node, the electrical impulses are quickly getting transmitted into the entire atrial musculature, thereby causing the increase in the flow by 30%. This is what is mentioned in your NCERT. So there is a subsequent increase in the flow of blood by 30%, and then this impulse is getting transmitted via the atrioventricular node into the bundle of His. So at that point of time the ventricles are relaxed. So when the atria are contracting to push the blood from the atrial chambers into the ventricles at that point of time are relaxed. Okay, so that's why they are saying that ventricular pressure is declining. So decline in ventricular pressure is possible only when the ventricles are in a diastole stage and not in a systole stage, right? So the correct answer over here is C, that is. Anyway, let us take a look at the last option as well. The last option is asking you, bundle of His spreads the action potential throughout the atrial musculature. This is categorically wrong, because bundle of His is spreading the depolarization waves into the ventricular musculature and not the atrial musculature. Okay, so here the correct answer is C. This is also wrong. Let's move to the next question. The SA node generates about 70 to 75 action potentials per minute, due to which it initiates but cannot maintain a heart rate of about 70. Of course it can maintain. Alongside initiating, it is also maintaining, right? It maintains but cannot initiate, so both of them are wrong. It is called as a pacemaker. Of course it is true. It requires neural assistance to initiate the heartbeat. Wrong. Why? Because we as chordates or vertebrates have a myogenic heart, which is to say that we do not require neural assistance to initiate cardiac, that is action potentials in the cardiac musculature, right? So we have a myogenic heart, so the correct answer over here is C. It is a pacemaker. However, it is not just initiating or making the pace, but is also capable of setting the pace. Next question, select the correct option pertaining to amphibians and reptiles. Again, it is a direct question from your NCERT. There is nothing from outside it. So here, the left atrium receives oxygenated blood from the gills, lungs, skin, and right atrium. Now the question is, why do we have all these respiratory organs mentioned here? Why? Because the options are, the animals that we are talking about are with reference to amphibians and reptiles. Okay, so what are the different respiratory organs which are employed for respiration? Let's suppose only in amphibians. So we have bronchial respiration pertaining to the gills respiration. Then we also have buccopharyngeal respiration with respect to the pharynx and the oral cavity. We also have pulmonary respiration with respect to the lungs, and we also have cutaneous respiration with respect to the skin. Okay, so all these different types of respiratory mechanisms are there, and the right atrium gets deoxygenated blood from the other body parts. This is absolutely correct statement. Okay, it is very nicely mentioned. Next is the left atrium receives. This is wrong. Wrong. Pulmonary respiration is predominant in the larval stages. Of course not. Why? Because larval stages are predominantly aquatic. So how can pulmonary respiration, which takes place with the help of lungs, be predominant in them? It is the bronchial respiration and not the pulmonary respiration which is predominant in amphibian larval stages. Okay. Next question, cutaneous respiration is predominant mode of respiration in adults. Of course not, because the lungs get well developed in the adults in order to for the pulmonary respiration to take over the other modes of respiration when the adults are full grown. Okay, so again this is wrong. Let's move to the next question. Read the following statements and select the correct option. Auto-excitability and neurogenic heart are the properties of vertebrates. Is this a true statement? Vertebrates have a myogenic heart and not a neurogenic heart, because the neurogenic heart is a characteristic property of the invertebrates. So here, although we have auto-excitability, but we do not have a neurogenic heart. Wrong statement outrightly. Next, generation of action potential by the SA node causes an increase in the blood flow from atria into the ventricles by 30%. Very true statement. Okay, so this is correct statement. Let's move to the next one. The pericardium, a single-walled membrane, encloses the pericardial fluid. Pericardium is a double-walled membrane. That is, there's an outer layer or the outer wall, which is a relatively fibrous connective tissue wall, and then there's an inner wall, which is made up of the serous membrane or the mesothelium. Okay, so again here it is not a single-walled, it is a double-walled membrane. Hence, this is also wrong. Wrong. Angina may be due to insufficient oxygen supply to the heart walls. Of course, it can be. The complete name is angina pectoris. This is also called as angina pectoris. Okay, so here the correct answer is, that is 1B, that is 1 and 3 are incorrect and 2 and 4 are correct. Okay, clearly so. Let's move to the next question. The second heart sound is heard due to which of the following events during the cardiac cycle? So here we should remember the sequence of events or the series of events which take place during one complete cardiac cycle. So it all starts with a joint diastole where all the 4 chambers of the heart are completely relaxed. So once all the 4 chambers of the heart are completely relaxed, it is the blood which is flowing from the 2 pairs of pulmonary veins into the left atrium and the inferior and the superior vena cava into the right atrium, and then via these 2 atria, when the blood keeps getting filled up because of the pressure which is generated, the tricuspid valve in the atrioventricular septum of the left side and the bicuspid valve of the atrioventricular septum of the right side, they open up, causing the blood to start flowing into the respective ventricles. Okay, so the second heart sound. So heart sound is created when? Heart sound is created because of the closing of the valve. First of all, it is not because of the opening of the valve. So when the heart sound is created by the closing of the valve, we have 2 different types of valves. One is the atrioventricular valve. The other is a semilunar valve. Okay, so the atrioventricular valve will close when? See, they are opening up when there is an increasing pressure from the blood from the upward. That is from the atrial chambers. Okay, so then they open up. But then as and when the SA node will start generating the action potential, this action potential will flow into the AV node, then it will flow into the bundle of His, then it will flow into the Purkinje fibers, and then the ventricle will start contracting, causing the ventricular systole. So when the ventricular systole initially starts, whenever there is a beginning of the ventricular systole, to say that there is an initiation of the ventricular systole, then there is an attempted backflow of the blood from the two different ventricular chambers into the atria. So the blood is attempting to get back into the two respective atria, but that is not permitted. That's not allowed. How? There's a mechanism. The mechanism is because of the attempted backflow of the blood, these bicuspid and the tricuspid valves will close. Alright, so once the bicuspid and the tricuspid valves will close again, so this action potential strength is getting stronger and stronger. So the ventricular contraction of the systolic pressure will start getting more stronger and stronger. So then what will happen, that these semilunar valves will open up. So because of this opening up of the semilunar valves, blood will gorge into the two different, that is systemic aorta and the pulmonary artery respectively, and then when the ventricle will relax, so during ventricular diastole stage, the semilunar valves will start closing down. So the sound that is produced because of the closing of the semilunar valves is called as a second heart sound or the dub sound. Okay, so here I'm writing it down. It is the lub sound, which is the first sound or the first heart sound because of closure of AV valve. So two different AV valves you already have, we know, one is the bicuspid and the other is the tricuspid, and then we have the dub, which is the second heart sound, which is by the closure of semilunar valve, Okay, so here the correct answer is B, that is closing of the semilunar valves. I hope you have understood. Let's move to the next question quickly. Alpha-1 antitrypsin is administered for the treatment of which of the following respiratory disorders? Here, the clear answer is emphysema and nothing else. You just register it in your minds as it is. There's no need to do a lot of research in this, okay? There is nothing to understand that how is it produced, why is it produced, why emphysema, it is administered during emphysema, nothing doing. Just register it in your minds as it is, okay? So because the question will appear as it is, that is all. Next, I hope all of you know what is atelectasis or what is occupational lung disorder or what is congestive heart failure. So atelectasis is the the collapse of a part of the brain or some of the alveoli when they get collapsed. That is called as atelectasis. Occupational lung disorder, we have two different types, namely asbestosis and silicosis. And congestive heart failure is when the heart is not able to pump blood effectively because of the congestion of the lungs. Okay, so that is it. Next, the presence of which of the following differentiates bony fishes from cartilaginous fishes? Placoid scales. Just remember as it is. There is nothing understanding over here. Next question is which of the following formed elements are phagocytic? Again, here we have neutrophils and monocytes. These are the only two which are phagocytic. Okay, neutrophils happen to be the most abundant here. That is 60 to 65%, whereas monocytes are 6 to 8%. Okay, they are both phagocytic. Eosinophils are like, okay, 2 to 3%. Eosinophils are 2 to 3%. Okay, monocytes I have already written. Basophils are the least abundant, 0.5 to 1%. So this is a percentage distribution, right, of the different cells. Next, which of the following neurotransmitters is known to decrease the heart rate? It is the acetylcholine. Please remember that this is a question which is out of your NCERT, not from your NCERT. But then there are some questions that appear, and these are the rank determining questions. Not these, such questions are rank determining. So sometimes you get questions which are not mentioned in your NCERT, and they test how really interested you are in your subject. So then only you will go that extra mile to find out things that are beyond your curriculum, not just within the framework of your curriculum. All right, so with this, we have discussed all the 50 questions of this test series, and I hope you have understood the answers or explanations to the different questions. So thank you so much for being with me. It was lovely interacting with all of you. We will meet again shortly. Take care and bye-bye everyone.